All around him was the green mountains. It was already too late and dark. A month hung in the sky and illuminated his way. He ran along a path in the forest, and tried not to stop for a second so that they wouldn't catch up with him. The boy was already very tired and he was running out of strength, so he decided to stop and rest a little. Tears appeared in his eyes and he told himself that he could not stand still and he had to go. He had to reach the appointed place today. He took a few steps forward and then tripped over a stone and fell to the ground and tumbled several times. He rolled down the forest path and could hardly stop. He felt very severe pain in his legs and knees. He understood that he needed to get up and continue running, but he was tired. Tears continued to flow down his eyes and he constantly said the word Mom. He repeated this word every second. He stood up, wiped away his tears and said that he couldn't just give up and fall here. He promised himself that he would reach the end and nothing would stop him. The boy hurt his leg during a fall and began to limp. He tried with all his might to get to this place, and constantly thought that his throat was dry and he was thirsty. He was in a lot of pain, and his leg seemed to be torn apart by this pain. He constantly asked his mother how he should deal with such a situation. He fell to the ground again, and Evangai began to hurt even more. He saw that in front of him there were tents near which there were people, and he constantly told himself that he needed to go forward a little more, and he could not give up. He slowly closed his eyes and told himself that if it was time for him to go to the other world and die, then he would only do it in the camp. He said that this is the only way to tell the elders what injustice they faced. He saw that the people who were in front of him noticed his wounded body and began to run towards him. They tried to lift this boy and take him to the ward in order to cure him and find out what happened to him. The boy shouted loudly that he needed to see the elder and tell him everything he knew. The men took this boy by the arms and dragged him towards the chambers. The boy was already too weak at this moment, and could not move his legs. The boy began to scream very loudly then that all he saw was only injustice, and he was tired of this damn injustice. Some sounds and voices of people were heard from the ward, but no one was going to go outside. The boy continued to cry and said that he needed to see the elder and tell him everything, but he did not understand why his request was being ignored. He shouted very loudly and threw out all his anger in this cry. He said that he wanted to see the elder so that the elder would pacify his sadness. In the tavern which was located in the center of the pond, very loud screams and laughter of people were heard. It was a clear sunny day and a lot of people were sitting in this tavern and they were all eating delicious food and drinking high-quality alcohol. The man called the waiter and asked him to bring 2 more bottles of rice wine because he really liked the taste of this wine in this establishment. At that moment, a man with an eye patch was sitting at the next table and finished his glass to the bottom, and the waiter immediately brought him a new bottle. A gentleman was sitting at the outermost table. Next to him there was another guy. The gentleman poured himself some alcohol and asked him why his son was so drooping. The guy asked his father for forgiveness for the fact that he was in no mood at all and couldn't even smile. His father asked him to bring him a glass so that he could pour him some alcohol. The guy put the glass to the bottle. The father saw his son knocking out the contents of the glasses in one gulp and said that he could not believe that his son was worried about some girl. The father said that he wants to explain to his son that he should not bow his head in such a situation because for a young guy it is a shame. The men sat at the next table and laughed at the young gentleman, and did not say that he was still too young, and he needed to learn a lot because he got upset because of such nonsense. After everyone laughed at the young master and did not continue to drink and have fun, suddenly they heard the scream of some guy who called them freaks and told them to immediately pay attention to him. There was a boy standing in front of them, and he was very angry. He raised his hand and pointed at them with his index finger. He ordered them to immediately return life to his sister. The young master looked at this guy and felt uneasy when he heard that this guy was demanding his sister's life back. The gentleman shouted at his thugs for relaxing and not being able to kill the little rat. The warrior who was sitting at the next table said that they thought this guy fell off a cliff. He stood up from the table, took the sword that was behind his back with his hand and said that he would sort everything out. The gentleman raised his hand up and ordered his thug to stop because this child brought a guest with him. A gentleman in beautiful black clothes did not come out from behind, and everyone present in this room looked at this gentleman and tried to understand who he was. Mr. put his hand on this boy's shoulder and made it clear that he had someone to lean on. Mr. to the boy that he cannot worry and feel confident, so he should not hesitate in his decisions. The boy felt confident after hearing the master's words and went forward to climb the stairs. The boy was very serious and felt confident when this gentleman was next to him. He wanted to throw out his anger at these people who were now drinking and having fun. The master felt confident, and was not afraid of these opponents. He was so confident in himself that he himself came to the lair filled with opponents. He looked at all these people and smiled because he knew that he was still stronger than all of them together. The gentleman looked at this stranger and thought that he did not know this man, but powerful energy emanated from him. He stood up and bowed to this stranger. He said that his name was Manhwa. He explained that he is the leader of the clan of 10,000 Fists. The gentleman asked the boy to tell him who exactly offended him. Boy, I put my hand forward and pointed my finger at the person who offended him. He pointed his finger at the young gentleman who at that moment was near the table next to his father. The young master got scared when he saw that this boy remembered him and pointed his finger at him. The gentleman gave birth in silence. Meet to look at this young gentleman. He smiled and felt calm. Manhwa said that he does not understand what is happening here, and he needs to find out who this gentleman is who came here without warning. The gentleman replied that he was a person from the department in the criminal police of the dynasty, or one case came into his hands. So he began an investigation and hopes that Manhwa will cooperate. Manhwa thought that he needed to find out what position this gentleman holds if he is a member of the criminal police. He understood that this gentleman was not dangerous to him anyway. Manhwa said that there was a conflict between members of his family and the family of that child, and there is nothing serious in this conflict. So he asks Mr. Investigator not to pay attention to this, and he has already reported everything to the head of the district. Mr. Investigator said that he had not heard anything like this from the head of the district, and this was news for him. Manhwa said that there was no need to make a fuss about this worthless matter, and invited the gentleman to join them at the table and drink a glass of alcohol. The gentleman smiled and replied that here he would decide the significance of this matter and understand what happened here. He asked the young gentleman who stood opposite him to go with him in order to figure it out. Manhwa became angry because the stranger did not listen to him at all and did not obey his orders on his territory. Manhwa hit the table with his hand and said that he clearly explained that the head of the county already knew everything and reminded this stranger that there are rules, that the crown and the Murim are indestructible, and no one dares to interfere in their affairs. He was very surprised that this gentleman could not stand such a kind dialogue, and immediately showed his emotions. He started laughing and said that he truly loves such moments, and everything that is happening now is wonderful. They were shocked when they heard these words. You are a stranger, and did not understand what was happening now, and why he was talking so strangely. The fighters began to discuss among themselves that this gentleman had problems with his head, and was behaving like crazy. The gentleman came closer to the boy and asked him why the boy is still not happy about the current situation. He smiled and then began to laugh very slyly. He tilted his head closer to the boy and said that these people are now ignoring state law and violating the rules by which their world exists. He said that in this case they could do the same and not break the law, because the actions of these people free their hands. Manhwa understood why this gentleman behaved so confidently, and why he was absolutely not afraid of them. The gentleman said that he should take Manhwa's words as an obstacle to the performance of his official business. Manhwa replied that since this gentleman is a member of the police, he was going to turn a blind eye to all this. But as it turned out, this gentleman is a real psycho. He asked if some unknown detective from the criminal police department thought that in ordinary times he could share a conversation with him. The gentleman saw that his interlocutor was speaking the truth, and in ordinary times he had never even encountered such a rabble as these guys. The warriors took out their swords and said that this stranger had just insulted them, and they would not just leave it like that. He slowly raised his hand up, and white smoke appeared around his hand. He said that he was ready to show mercy one last time if these people bowed their heads before him. Manhwa and his subjects began to laugh after hearing the threat of this stranger. They understood that this guy was completely crazy if he allowed himself to threaten them in their lair. The warrior pulled out 2 swords from behind his back and began to rotate them to show off his skill. He said that the stranger was completely blown away by the wind. He accelerated and began to run towards this gentleman in order to punish him for these tactless words. But the gentleman was easily able to dodge several blows from the enemy, and the enemy's sword did not even scratch him. Lord put his hand forward and took a fighting stance. He said that he intended to talk to these guys diplomatically but were not in the mood for battle. He smiled and said that if they not only became an obstacle in his investigation, but also openly decided to harm him, they would have to issue a summary judgment. The fighter said that this stranger was starting to piss him off and he hated people who behaved so arrogantly on foreign territory. He lunged forward and again decided to attack the master with a blow from his double swords. The gentleman made several quick movements with his palm and a green energy stream appeared around his hand. The fighter felt that he could not control his body and it was unclear to him what was happening to him now. The gentleman, with the help of his telekinesis power, was able to lift this guy into the air using only his palm. The fighter was flying in the air and could not resist the superpower that lifted him up. He didn't know how to free himself from this spell. The gentleman used his superpower to throw the fighter into a wooden post. He crashed his back into a pole at a very fast speed and felt very severe pain in his spine. He screamed very loudly and experienced incredible pain. The rest of the fighters watched all this from the side and did not understand what was happening now. Manhwa was shocked when he saw what this stranger was doing to his fighter, and therefore ran towards the fighter in order to somehow help him. Manhwa extended his hand to this fighter in order to remove him from the pillar and help him. But when Manhwa touched this guy's body with his hand, a very strong explosion occurred that threw all the people nearby to the side. The fighter fell to the ground and hit his face on the wooden floor. His clothes were torn after the explosion. The gentleman looked at his hand and saw that it was covered in bruises and abrasions, and he was in very severe pain. The stranger walked up to the wounded body of the soldier and put his foot on his back. Manhwa did not understand what was happening now, and where this stranger got such incredible superpowers from. The gentleman stepped over the wounded soldier who was lying on the floor and decided to come closer to Manhwa and his nasty son. He smiled and looked at the leader of this sect once again. He wanted to see the fear in the eyes of these people. Manhwa could not allow this stranger to disgrace him in front of his clan, so he ordered his fighters to immediately attack him and destroy him. The gentleman saw that all the fighters who were in this room were surrounding him from different sides and wanted to attack in a crowd. The gentleman initially knew where he was going and understood that a battle would begin between them, and he was ready for this. Therefore, he lined up his hand forward and took a fighting position. The soldiers were very angry at this stranger. I wanted to take out all their anger on him and avenge their wounded friend. But suddenly they did not feel a strong wind that did not allow them to get too close to this gentleman. But they still tried to go against the wind and get closer to this stranger. The wind was very strong and blew many soldiers to the sides, but they still continued to resist. After a few seconds, the wind became incredibly strong and blew most of the opponents away from the territory of this building. Some fighters fell to the ground and hit themselves as they fell, while the rest of the fighters hung in the air and the master controlled their bodies using telekinesis. They took turns falling to the ground and hitting each other, receiving significant damage upon impact with the ground. Manhwa turned his head back and saw that all his fighters had just been neutralized by this gentleman, and now no one could help him. The gentleman said that he had just neutralized all the opponents, and now no one could protect the head of the clan and his son, so he suggested for the last time to just give him this guy. Manhwa asked this stranger who he was and where he came from here, because only outstanding warriors have such powers. He put his index finger to his lips and made it clear that now it was better for them to remain silent. He looked at the head of the clan and his son and said that he gave them the right to choose, and now the head of the clan needs to decide whether he will give up his son or fight. The guy took his father by the hand and said that he did not want to go with this man. Manhwa said that he did not know who this stranger was, but his jokes crossed all boundaries. The gentleman said that he never received an answer from the head of the clan. Manhwa understood that now he needed to make a very important decision, and he had very little time to think it over. After a few seconds, he made a decision and grabbed his sword to draw it from its sheath. The gentleman said that this decision seems quite interesting to him. He asked how a man who cares so much about his own son can point a blade at innocent people. Manhwa pulled out his sword and thought that he would never cope with this enemy, and he did not understand what was the right thing to do now. Suddenly, some more people appeared in the distance, and slowly approached here. They immediately noticed these people. Ahead was a chubby man in blue clothes, and he was very serious. Following this short man were 24 soldiers armed with spears. Manhwa shouted very loudly and joyfully that he was incredibly glad to see the head of the district now. He reported that some unknown detective had invaded their lair and started a fight here. But suddenly he saw that the head of the county was not going to arrest this stranger, and because of this he became even more scared. The short man bowed and said that he was the head of the county, and his name was Sam Yup-hyun. He said that he welcomes the elder to these lands. Yup-hyun said that if the elder had announced his visit a little earlier, he would have met him in person along with his soldiers. The elder looked displeasedly at this short man, and after that he realized that now everything would end more fun. He said that Manhwa can put away his weapons because from now on they will no longer be able to fight, and he is sad that he was never able to fight with this guy. He came to his knees and told the boy that everything turned out very sad and he could have shown a grandiose spectacle, but now it is no longer possible to do this. The boy asked what would happen to these people. The elder replied that they would be sent to prison. The elder told the boy that he should worry about this, and the murder of his older sister is even punishable by death by law. The elder looked at these two frightened people and said that the criminals' heads would definitely be taken off their shoulders by the guillotine. He looked at the low gentleman and said that after looking at this child, he now understands that this gentleman is not coping well with his duties as a manager. Yup-hyun asked the elder for forgiveness and said that he would conduct the investigation thoroughly so that not a single drop of injustice remains. The elder said that he should have thought about this earlier, but since he is in a good mood, he will give it another chance. He said that he is constantly passed on by his subjects, but nevertheless sometimes there are exceptions to the rules. Suddenly another man appeared and bowed to the elder. This unknown person told the manager that he had received urgent news from his home. The senior letter was from the hands of this strong man, and decided to see what was written in this letter. He opened this scroll and carefully began to read everything that was written there. But when he carefully read everything that was written there, he was shocked, and he didn't like the news. He turned his head back and said that we need to find everyone who is connected with the case and bring each and every one of them to the law, and then he will carefully check everything. His subject replied that she would carry out her master's orders. He patted the boy on the head with his hand and said that he had urgent matters so he should go to the boy should not worry about this, because a little later they would sort out his problem. The boy fell to his knees and bowed to the elder to thank him for the service rendered. But the elder disappeared somewhere like a flash, and the boy was surprised that the elder could move so quickly. He ran to the wooden railing to see where the elder was now. The boy had his head up and there were tears in his eyes and he screamed very loudly, "The elder," not so that they would pay attention to him. The boy shouted loudly that he would definitely repay the master for such a favor, and he would never forget this generous act. Cleaners were working in the palace early in the morning, sweeping the central square. Suddenly the central gate opened and a gentleman appeared, but he was very busy and was in a hurry to the palace, so his subjects did not even have time to greet him. The building was very quiet, and it seemed like there were no people there at all. He opened the door to the room where the teacher was and shouted very loudly that he had come here as soon as he could. The teacher was lying in the room, sleeping, not suspecting that they would come to visit him. He went to the teacher's bed and took his hand. He asked how the teacher was feeling. The teacher continued to lie on the bed with his eyes closed, and it seemed as if he did not hear anyone entering his room at all. Suddenly he opened his eyes and saw Kang Jin sitting next to his bed. He said that he was very worried because his student did not understand how the world works and showed everyone his abilities. Kang Jin looked at the teacher in surprise and didn't understand why he wanted to talk about this now. The teacher asked the guy to be careful and beware of those who have swords because he needs to be able to distinguish between such people. Kang Jin replied that the teacher is not allowed to talk much now, and soon the best doctor will come to him to cure him. The teacher said that the method is very simple, and it is likely that the one who lacks money is a good person. And a swordsman who doesn't care about money at all has a high probability of being bad. He asked his student to think about whether he had ever seen mighty men die of hunger? Or the video, or is it so that strong people can't do what they want? He said that the logic of this world paves an unhindered path for the strong. But even strong warriors who lack money live fairly. He turned his head to the student, and said that those who are weak and throw money only steal property from those who are weaker than himself. Kang Jin replied that the teacher was saying everything correctly but at the same time asked him to remain calm. He said that despite the words that the human mind is incomprehensible, He tells the student how easily you can understand this world and your mind. Kang Jin replied that the teacher said everything correctly. She asked not to leave him and not die. He said that the teacher should live a long life and see his student get married. The teacher looked at his student in surprise. The old man removed his hand and tried to get out of bed. He sat down on the bed and asked his student, "Did he really say that seriously now?" Kang Jin said that you don't understand what's happening to the teacher now. The teacher got angry and shouted that his student was so stupid that he believed that the teacher had gone to the next world and would soon die. Kang Jin asked if the teacher wouldn't die. The old man shouted that he would outlive everyone here. When Kang Jin heard these words from the teacher, he got angry and realized that everything was not at all what he thought. He put his hand to his head and said that he ran here at incredibly fast speed because he received a letter that the teacher was lying in a sick bed. He said that he was shocked when the old man, who had never done anything like that, suddenly, for no apparent reason, put on a serious face and began to weave with his tongue that he was worried about everything. Kang Jin said that people usually act like this when they want to die. The old man replied that his student was a real idiot. He said that before his bones began to break, he tried to raise his student. Instead of a luxurious life, the student offers him to die. He said that he didn't sleep for several nights, apparently because he was squeezing the domino bones so hard, his hand began to tremble. Kang Jin said that at first the teacher constantly played cards and now he played dominoes, and apparently, the teacher is not doing anything serious. He said that the teacher is lying when he says that he taught him from childhood because the guy grew up on his own. Kang Jin said that he recently found out that the teacher receives money from his father every month, and the amount that his father pays is as much as 4 gold coins per month. He said that this amount of money alone could survive for several months. The old man smiled and realized that now he was at a disadvantage, and he now needed to explain the whole situation to his student. Kang Jin said that if the teacher continues to behave in such an impudent manner, he will have to tell his father that this teacher is just a charlatan. He raised his head up and said that I agree with the words of the teacher. He is a very bad person because he is not strong, but he has plenty of money. Kang Jin said that this teacher managed to earn enough money, and if he really has a great interest in games, then he should do this during the day and should not stay awake at night. Khan said that he needed to go on business, and he would be back in a few days. He ordered the teacher not to go outside and rest inside the building, and if something happens, be sure to report to the chief official. The teacher led his student to the exit and waved to him. Kang Jin walked slowly along the palace and thought about what he would have to do next. He felt some strange sensation in his body and decided to suddenly stop. Kang Jin felt that his legs were shaking for some reason and could not stand still. Various strange voices appeared in his head, saying that if his teacher died, he would feel bad and he would not be able to give him a life of luxury. He realized that his legs began to tremble due to the fact that he could break his promises to his teacher. He said that his teacher is already old, and at his age you need to be very careful. The old man continued to look after his student. The teacher said that every day his student is becoming more and more fierce, but he still continues to behave well and not show his weaknesses. The teacher said that this is still not enough, and he must stay with his student for some more time, and at least he wants to see how his student gets married and how his child is born. The teacher said that Kang Jin is another character, and his child will be a real masterpiece. He said his student's son would be just like Kang Jin when he was a child. In the forest, a man made his way through the bushes and tried to get out of this forest. He realized his head was up and said that he had taken a wrong turn. He was angry because the road that led him down was terrible. He slipped on the stones that lay under his feet and began to fall. He fell down and then began to roll head over heels down the slope. When he finally landed and was able to stop, he opened his eyes and saw that there were green trees above him, rays of the sun shining into his eyes. He was lying on the ground and all his clothes were dirty, and he had scratches and abrasions on his body. He raised his head and saw that a green leaf had fallen into his body and was lying on his chest. He wanted to get up and stand on his feet, but he felt that his body was in great pain. He said that he was already old and after such a fall his body began to hurt very much, despite the fact that he just rolled down the mountain. He lay on the ground and thought that he would now have to lie motionless for several hours and he hoped that there were no predatory animals here. He heard some strange sounds not far from him, and turned his head to see what was happening there. He saw that some movement was noticed in the bushes. A few seconds later, a hare appeared in the bushes and fell to the ground. There was blood on his body. He thought that some wild animal had just killed this rabbit, and he hoped that it was not a tiger, because if it was a tiger then he would not be able to escape from it. The hare continued to lie on the ground bleeding. This hare lived the last seconds of his life. Suddenly a guy came up to him and took this hare by the head with his hand. The boy pulled a knife from his belt and was going to kill this hare in order to stop his torment. He looked at this boy carefully and tried to understand whether this guy could really kill a hare. The guy swung his knife and was about to plunge it into the body of this hare. He was shocked when he saw that this guy was determined. He pierced the hare with a sharp knife blade and this little animal let out its last cry. Drops of blood splashed onto his face and stained it. The hare whined and shook for a few seconds after this, but then his body completely relaxed and he died. He sat motionless for several seconds and looked at the dead hare. The man saw how this guy had just killed a hare and thought that he was crazy because he wasn't even going to eat this hare, and in that case he didn't understand why he had to be killed. He held the knife in his hand and watched as the dead hare lay on the ground and blood flowed out of it. He turned his head to the side and saw that there was a person next to him. He looked at the sky and pretended as if all this time he had not noticed the presence of the boy next to him. He saw the shadows on his face and realized that this guy decided to come closer to him. Therefore, he needed to pay attention to him. He put his right hand on his belt, and in this way was able to protect himself from a sudden attack. The boy came closer to the bushes and saw that behind these bushes there was a man lying. He put his hands behind his back and stood silently for several seconds and watched this man. The man tried to get up from the ground, but at that moment he felt very severe pain and could not continue moving. He tried to lie back down, but even this caused him very severe pain in his lower back and he could not stop the pain. Hello, asked this boy, what is he doing here and why is he walking in the forest alone? The boy gave this old man a counter question and asked why he was lying here. The man replied that he just lay down here to rest because he was very tired. The boy paid attention to the right hand of this old man and realized that there was something wrong here. He noticed that this old man was holding a knife in his hand and hid it behind his back. He asked this unknown man why he hides the knife behind his back. The man was surprised when this guy said about the knife because he thought that the boy wouldn't notice it. The boy asked this man again why he was holding a knife in his hands. The man replied that he didn't understand which one this guy was talking about. He showed his right hand and said that he didn't have a knife, his back just hurt. The boy asked this man who he even was. The man said that he is simple and a collector of medicinal herbs that grow in the mountains. The boy asked why this man doesn't have a manjunga. The man replied that he lost it somewhere in the mountains after he slipped. The boy smiled and pretended as if he believed this man. The man asked this guy what he meant, and why was he looking at him with such a sly look. He took a few steps forward and said that this mountain belongs to his family. He smiled and said that their family owns this forest and therefore he knows well all the people who come here to look for herbs. He said that he would see right through this man and knew that he was not a herbalist. He said that the man who is now lying on the ground in front of him is a criminal who is running away from being chased. He shouted very loudly that this guy had completely misunderstood everything and this was not true at all. The boy said that if this man is a resident of these places, he should know that the mountains belong to his family and from his manner of speech, everything is clear that this man is a stranger. The boy said that if he is not from the outer lands then why isn't he dressed like a herbalist? The man replied that he just accidentally wandered into the wrong place. The boy said that this man only claimed that he was a herbalist and came here to collect herbs, and it turns out that he is lying. He said that there were rumors that a month ago a certain gang of bandits was formed, so his family decided to send imperial military forces for 7 days. The boy said that he could conclude that the man lying on the ground in front of him was one of the criminals his family was looking for. The man replied that he is a completely ordinary person who does not evade the law and lives an ordinary life. The boy smiled and said that the man's words did not convince him, and that was not the point at all. The boy took a few steps towards this man, and said that he only cares about 2 things. He said that the first thing is that the man is a fugitive hiding from other people in the mountains. The man tried to rise a little and lean on his hands and asked what is the second reason that worries this boy. The boy asked what was the purpose of the second visit here. The man did not understand what to answer to this boy and what would be the right thing for him to do. He crawled back and leaned on a tree because it was easier for him to get to his feet. Thanks to the tree, he was able to stand up, but still, this boy was serious and ready to fight even if he ran away. The boy continued to stand still and not move. He held a knife in his hand. But nevertheless, he was in no hurry to use this knife. He saw that this guy was now hesitating and did not dare to strike. He realized that he could make slow movements with his legs and thought that the guy in front of him was still an ordinary child, and he needed to quickly start moving before this guy started attacking him. The boy saw that this man was trying to run away and put his knife forward. He said that he knew that this man was an ordinary mountain bandit. The man looked at this boy and thought that it was very strange that he was now afraid of an ordinary child. The boy held the knife with both hands because he was sure that he would definitely be able to plunge the knife into the enemy's body if necessary. He put his hands forward to defend himself, and realized that he was not afraid of the child. He was afraid of the knife that was in the hands of this child. The boy looked at his opponent and realized that he needed to act decisively because otherwise he would be forced to lose the battle. He began to run towards his opponent and thought that he was physically inferior to him, and therefore he needed to attack first to win. He ran very quickly and approached this man and understood that the most important thing for him now was to destroy his body with his knife. The man hit the guy's hands with his hand and took the knife from him. After that, he grabbed the boy by the collar of his shirt and lifted him up. He suddenly felt pain in his shoulder and wanted to stop, but he couldn't do it. He had to continue fighting through the pain. He lifted the boy up and made a swing to throw him out. But suddenly in the forest the sound of a fall and a very loud scream was heard. He shouted very loudly that he would not allow this vile child to kill himself. He wrung the boy's hands and said that the child had gone completely crazy. The boy replied that even if the robber kills him, he will simply not leave here alive. The man said that his back just hurt, and he fell to the ground. He asked if it was necessary to immediately attack instead of help. The man said that because of the stupidity of this boy, he could have just died, and explained that he had never been a bandit, and was not going to be one. The boy said that he didn't believe him. He asked the man why he tried to kill him. The man replied that the boy was suspicious and he decided to play it safe. He said that even if this man was not a bandit, he still saw everything. The man asked what exactly he saw. At these moments he realized that the boy wanted to kill him for a completely different reason, and now it remains to find out what the main reason was. The boy said that this man saw him catch the rabbit, and most likely thought about him, that he was crazy. The man said that he actually saw this guy kill the rabbit, and it was a crazy thing. The boy said that he did not skin this hare in order to mock him. The man replied that it was logical if he was going to eat it, he wouldn't eat it with the skin. At that moment he calmed down and looked up in great surprise. He asked the man did he really think so? The man replied that if the boy thought that he wanted to steal this hare from him, he was very mistaken. Boy, now he doesn't understand this old man at all. The man replied that he had no intention of painting this hare, and first of all, he wants to hear the guy apologize to them, then he'll just let him go. The boy looked away and said that he was very sorry. He wanted to apologize to the gentleman. The man replied that he didn't expect the boy to get married so quickly. He said that he could try to explain the whole situation. This is my master. It would be very strange and incomprehensible. The man said that he himself would never be able to guess what the main problem was and wanted to hear an explanation from the guy. The boy replied that everyone with whom he begins to communicate says something to him with his finger and chases him away. But he really wants to communicate with other children and play with them. But they do not accept him, so he often plays alone. He looked at the sky and thought about the whole situation of the words that he had just said to this stranger. The man said that he still doesn't understand what this guy's problem is. At that moment the boy began to shake. He replied that everyone around him calls him a monster, and now this stranger calls him crazy. Together they decided to rise from the ground and stand on their feet. The man took the boy by the shoulders and said that all the people who distance themselves from him and despise him are wrong. He said that in front of him now you are a kind, honest boy who doesn't look like a monster or a man at all. He looked into the eyes of this guy and said that he sees in front of him, especially in the boy, and now he is communicating with the most interesting child on the planet. He said that if a boy thinks that after his thought he will become afraid of him, then the boy is deeply mistaken. He started laughing very loudly and offered to fry together this rabbit that he had killed. They came to the palace where Kang Jin's family lived. It was a large, spacious palace. There were a lot of buildings and towers on the territory of this palace. The man looked at every building in this palace. I couldn't believe my eyes. The man asked his new friend, "Is this really his home?" Kang Jin replied that everything is exactly like that, and in fact this palace is not that big, but there are a lot of valuable things in it. The man said that if this guy lives in such a large ward, can he be taught or spend the night here for one night? The boy asked since when did this man become his teacher. A question mark. The man answered that the boy himself told him about training. He smiled and looked at this boy. The guy replied that he always brought a walking disaster. Kang Jin asked what will this man do if his dad doesn't like it for you. The teacher replied that every dad in the world would do anything to make his children happy. Kang Jin replied that he is not entirely sure that it works that way because his dad would hardly commit a crime for him. Suddenly the boy's father appeared near them and asked his son what was happening here. Kang Jin bowed to his father and greeted him. The father of his son, where has he been all this time? And who is this man whom he brought with him to the palace? He bowed to this gentleman and said that he was glad to see Kang Jin's father. He said that his name is Guan Nora and he is very glad to meet you. He bowed back and said his name. He said his name was Li Jaiwan. Guan Nora replied that they accidentally met this child in the forest, and we would like to stay with them for a while to train this boy. Li Jaiwan looked at this guy in surprise and thought that this all looked very strange. Li Jaiwan looked at the man's clothes and asked him to tell him more information about himself because the master would hardly be worth wearing such a robe. Guan Nora said that as befits a father, he is quite a perceptive person, but you shouldn't call this boy a child because he is a soldier. He told about himself that he joined the army when he was 16 years old, and everything went very well. Li Jaiwan said that he doesn't think his son's training will take very long. Guan scratched his head and said that after spending more than 10 years there, he still didn't have the confidence to go out and make a living from this business, so he decided to continue honing his skills alone. But after another 10 years, he turned out to be useless, so they didn't ask him to leave them ranks. Li Jaiwan said that this gentleman intends to stay here to teach his son. Guan Nora said that this child is not as simple as it may seem at first glance, and he is sure that the father also noticed this, that his son is a man with a core. Guan smiled and said that he was in the army. He met a huge number of different people on his way and some of them were very similar to this child. Li Jaiwan asked this man, is he really so sure that he can teach his child? Guan Nora replied that everything was exactly like that. He just had nothing to do and so he would waste his time training this guy. He said he wanted to channel his energy in the right direction. Li Jaiwan silently looked at this guy for a few seconds and thought about his proposal. He smiled and realized that his father would now make the right decision. At school, lessons were held from the very morning and all the students sat at their small tables and read everything that was written in the book. The teacher looked at Kang Jin and thought that he was not mistaken when he decided that this was a very smart child. The teacher thought that his way of teaching was not good enough for this guy. He looked at his students and thought that nothing could be better in this world than teaching other people. He got 2 whole people whom he was happy to teach, and this is his best blessing in his last 2 years. He said that today they would study the writings of the great Hyun Song, and asked his students to be very careful while studying this new topic. The teacher put the book in front of him on the table, and began to read loudly for his students. After the end of the lessons, all the students left the school and went about their business. Kang Jin was alone as always and no one wanted to go out with him. He heard the business guys who were standing next to him, and one of these guys said that it is very difficult for the poor to live in this world. These hooligans drove a guy into the center of the circle, and one of them said that if they beat a man who only knows how to hold on to his books, people will think that they are too cruel. Kang Jin didn't understand why these hooligans constantly pick on guys who are weaker than them. He didn't understand what was wrong with these hooligans. He heard these guys shout very loudly that this weakling is very tall and doesn't know how to do anything except carry books, and he needs to be beaten for this. Kang Jin saw that these hooligans were beating a guy in the center of the circle and thought that they were completely crazy, and he didn't understand why they were touching him if it was already so hard for him. He couldn't come to terms with the fact that they were recklessly offending him. Kang Jin thought that usually in such a situation there should not be compassion or anything like that, and this is what his teacher taught. But he still couldn't come to terms with the fact that these hooligans were clinging to an innocent guy in a crowd. The bully pointed his finger at this guy's forehead and said that it seemed to him that this guy was passing on his bad luck every time he was touched. Kang Jin said that it didn't seem like it to the fat man, and that's really how it was, and if after that he hit him with his fist. The fat man didn't understand how this was even possible, and why some brat decided to intervene in their conflict. There was another guy standing next to him who shouted loudly that Kang Jin was the first to start the fight. Kang Jin wasn't going to listen to this idiot's screams, and so he immediately kicked him in the stomach. This boy began to ask for forgiveness and begged not to be beaten. Kang Jin waved his leg and said that he should have been silent as he did it before and not attack the innocent guy with the crowd. Kang Jin said that if they want him to break their plate of food at home, he will gladly do it. They began to apologize to him, and said that they were wrong. Kang Jin raised his fist, and said that they should be quiet when they are at school. But suddenly someone grabbed his hand and did not allow him to punch. This tall guy asked him to stop and stop fighting. Kang Jin said that he did not intervene in this conflict because he wanted to save him. He said that they understand why this guy decided to enter into conflict, but nevertheless he should stop and not attack them. Kang Jin turned his head towards this guy and thought that something was clearly wrong with him, and for some reason he was constantly stopping him. Kang Jin pulled his hand out of his grip and asked why he was protecting these idiots. He said that he was just worried about himself and therefore asked Ken not to touch them. Kang Jin said that he doesn't understand this guy's logic at all and his words sound very strange. Kang Jin turned to these hooligans and shouted very loudly and ordered them to get out of here if the master finds out what happened here today, and they will definitely be unlucky. Kang Jin said that now he understood what this tall guy meant and asked if he was satisfied with this outcome of the battle. He hung his head down and felt guilty. Kang Jin said that after this they will go to this guy's house. He looked at his interlocutor in surprise and asked why they needed to go to his house. Kang Jin said that he just helped this guy and now he wants to go to his house. He said he needed to get something from this guy. They walked along the path that led to their settlement near the city. Kang Jin looked at the houses that were in this small village and thought that the doghouse in their palace looked better than all these houses. The guy said that they came to the place, and now his house is in front of his eyes. The guy said that they came to his house and now he wants to know why the two of them needed to come here. Kang Jin replied that he came here to study and learn new things for himself. The guy asked, is he really going to study with a person who lives in this small house? Kang Jin said that everyone likes this guy except for those bullies who beat him, but the adults all respect him. Suddenly children ran out of the house and started screaming very loudly. The guys turned their heads towards them. The children were very joyful and happy. They shouted that finally their brother Hyun had not returned. Hyun went up to his brothers and sisters and asked them if they had lunch today. They replied that they had not eaten anything and were very hungry. Hyun said that he just prepared this food for them and said that he came here with his school friend. They bowed and greeted their brother's friend. Hyung said that these guys are his younger brothers and sisters. The older brother's name was Hong, the sister's name was Jonghwa, and the younger one was Mimi. Kang Jin was very surprised when these guys were very polite when talking to him. He said that he was pleased to meet you and said his name was Lee Kang Jin. Hyung said that they should go to the house and greet his mom. Kang Jin looked at this guy and said that he agreed with this idea and now they will go meet his mother. Hyun went to his mother's bed and told her that he had already come home, but today he came with a friend. Kang Jin bowed to this woman and said that he was Hyun Daewon's classmate and said his name. He looked at this lady and she didn't answer him. He didn't understand what was happening and why she looked so bad. Hyung asked your mother if she will mind because he came with his friend today? Hyun asked his friend to understand that his mother is sick and she cannot say hello to him because of her illness. Kang Jin looked at this room from the inside and everything that was here seemed very strange to him. He looked at the furniture and the state of the room and realized that in their palace, his grandmother's room looked 10 times better than this house and also his mother looked older than his grandmother. Hyun tugged his friend's shoulder and thereby drew attention to himself. Hyun said that they had already said hello to mom and now they need to move on. Kang Jin turned his head at him and said that in fact it was time for them to leave here. White smoke appeared from the chimneys in this building, which very quickly flew out of the chimney in large clouds of smoke. Hyun put the wood in the stove and started heating the stove to cook food. Hyun collected water in a bucket and poured it into a jug so that it would not go anywhere. Clean water for drinking. After that, he went outside and began hanging laundry on the line. After that, he made an axe and began chopping wood so that in the future he could light the stove. Kang Jin asked this guy what if his mother lies at home all the time and cannot do anything. Who in their family earns money and takes care of the house? Hyung replied that he takes care of everything himself. He swung his axe and said that besides this, the villagers help them very well and he is very grateful to them for the fact that he still has time to study. Kang Jin said that he can't believe it all and Hyun probably doesn't get any rest if he's constantly doing these things. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and said that he was just grateful that he could study and that was the most important thing for him. Kang Jin could believe that this guy was so happy being in such a predicament. He asked, do other people also think like him? He asked, do other people also feel happy living in such terrible conditions? Hyun replied that it all depends on the mentality of each person, and everyone is responsible for their own happiness. He placed a small log to cut it, and said that he felt happy. He explained that he feels lucky because he has family members that he can take care of, and he is lucky that he met such a wonderful person as the master, and he is happy that he can study. Kang Jin looked at this guy's house and thought that it's hard to be happy here. Hyun said that besides all this, studying is a great pleasure for him, and he is happy because there are no difficulties in learning and he has hope. Kang Jin asked this guy, does he really want to become an official? Hyung said that it's not so bad to dream of climbing the social ladder. Kang Jin thought that this guy has much less time for everything, but he studies better than Kang Jin. Suddenly Mimi grabbed his shirt hand with her small hand and pulled. Mimi said that this guy is very handsome and she wants to play with him. Kang Jin pulled his hand away and looked at her very angrily. Mimi still insisted on her opinion, and grabbed him by the shirt in another place, and began to pull him towards herself. She looked at him with a surprised look and couldn't believe that he didn't want to play with her. He looked at her displeasedly and got angry because this girl didn't want to leave his side at all. Mimi continued to stand next to him, and tried to persuade them to play a game together because he was very handsome. Kang Jin thought that he just wanted to learn from this guy, but his little sister is now bothering him. If he refuses her, this guy might hate him. He didn't know how people should behave in such a situation. He looked at this girl again, and thought that it still makes sense to play with her. He took it with both hands and lifted it up. Kang Jin threw the girl in the air, and she was very happy that he still wanted to play with her. She was very happy and she liked that this guy was throwing her in the air. Kang Jin didn't understand why this girl was so light, but nevertheless he had fun playing with her. He rotated her in a circle and continued to play with him, and asked how old is she? She replied that she was 5 years old. She laughed and screamed that she really liked it when he rotated her in a circle. The older brother and sister were surprised that this guy decided to play with their younger sister, and they reacted differently to this situation. He looked at these guys in surprise and thought that it would be nice to make friends with them. Hyun prepared lunch for the whole family, and for his guests, and wished everyone bon appetit. Kang Jin looked at the food this guy prepared and was very surprised because he had never eaten such food. The children very quickly took food from their plates and began to eat. They were very hungry and tried to eat everything they had on their plate as quickly as possible. They eat from a plate using wooden chopsticks and put the food in their mouths. Hyun said that Kang Jin can take food from the plate and not be embarrassed because today he cooked for everyone, including his guest. Kang Jin took the bun in his hand and tasted it. He thought that it tasted very bland and there was too little salt in this food, so it was not very tasty. Hyung asked, your guest, doesn't he like this food? Kang Jin replied that he had never eaten this kind of food before and was wondering, do people really like eating this? Hyung reminded his guest that he came here to study and today he needs to learn how to eat such food. Kang Jin asked, how can anyone eat such strange food? He said he now understands why guys beat him up every day at school. He looked at the boy who was sitting in front of him and realized that these words were unnecessary. Hong looked very hungry and he greedily looked at this food that the guests did not want to eat. Kang Jin pushed his plate forward towards this guy. Hyung told his brother that he could eat an extra portion because the guests didn't like the food. Hong was happy when he saw that he was given an extra portion. Kang Jin looked at these guys and thought that they were unlikely to be able to teach him anything important. Kong told his friend that he should not have given this food to his brother, but nevertheless he understands why he gave this food. Kang Jin said that Hyun might faint from hunger because of this act. Kang Jin said that out of his entire family, This guy is the only one who is able to feed the whole family, and it turns out that he is the hope of his family. Hyun smiled and said that it was true. Kang Jin said that this guy should take care of himself first, and then take care of the rest of his family if he faints. Will he take care of the family and home instead? Hyun said that there is truth in these words, but if he wants to succeed they need to feel comfortable. And when he sees his family well-fed he feels comfortable, but it is unlikely that Kang Jin will be able to understand him because he has no brothers and sisters. Kang Jin thought that he could be wrong, but he is never wrong, and he was absolutely right. But where did he get the feeling that this guy was angry with him? Does he again not understand what ordinary people are thinking about? And he is definitely exactly right about this. He realized that other people love this guy because of his absurd behavior. Hyun looked at this guy in surprise and didn't understand what he was thinking about so seriously. Gwan Nora at that moment was lying on the grass near a tree with alcohol from a bottle. He yawned, and after that he slowly began to fall asleep. I had a dream in which a man asked him if he was afraid of him. Gwan Nora held the sword in his hand and wiped it with a rag. He asked why he should be afraid of this man. The guy who asked him this question said that Gwan Nora is the only person he knows and the first person who is not afraid of him. Gwan Nora asked this guy how many people has he known since he became a private soldier. He replied that he knows absolutely no one, and Gwan is the first on this list, and he is not mistaken with people, but because of this he understands them even better. He pointed his index finger at Gwan Nora's face and said that this man is a certain eccentric who is very rarely seen these days. Gwan said that many people think he's a weirdo because he says all sorts of crazy things and sometimes doesn't think about it. The guy watched him very much and understood that these words could upset this eccentric. He said that all his problems are that he is too trusting and vigilance is good for all of them. He suddenly woke up and was surprised that he had such a strange dream, saliva flowing down his mouth. He didn't understand why he dreamed about this particular guy, and it was very strange because he had never thought about him before. He looked around, yawned several times, and thought that this kid was still missing and he didn't understand what was happening to this child. In the end, he decided that the best thing to do would be to just lie down and relax. Kang Jin ran up and up the mountain very quickly. He constantly thought that he had been running for a very long time. And he was already tired, and he couldn't even imagine how much longer he would need to run in order to come to the right place. He saw that in the forest a wild animal was hunting small squirrels, and this animal had already caught one squirrel, and now wants to catch two more small defenseless animals. The little squirrels felt defenseless and shook when they saw this predatory monster standing in front of them. Kang Jin decided that he would stop and rest for a while and at the same time look at this show from the natural world. Squirrels promise and call for help. They wanted someone to save them. Kang Jin thought that these squirrels squeak very funny, and they look very cute when they are scared. The predatory beast slowly approached these small squirrels, and saliva came out of his mouth because he was already imagining how he would eat them. The white squirrel slowly crawled back and wanted to somehow hide this large predatory beast. But her body was trembling, and she could not do anything with her fear. Suddenly the second squirrel jumped forward and protected the small white defenseless squirrel with its body, and now it was necessary to fight this wild beast. The squirrel jumped forward and decided to be the first to attack the predator in order to equalize the chances in the battle. The predatory beast stood on two paws and showed with all his appearance that he was not afraid of this little creature, and now they would fight to the death. Kang Jin watched the battle of these two creatures and was interested in how natural selection chooses the strongest. In the end, the squirrel lost this battle and the sharp claws of the predatory beast cut its small body and it died. Kang Jin watched all this carefully, and when he saw that the squirrel had died, he felt uneasy and felt strange emotions inside himself. The predatory animal held the body of a squirrel in its teeth and chewed its body parts. Kang Jin remembered his new friend Hyun and thought that this guy would somehow want to help these little squirrels and protect them from a large predatory beast. Kang Jin thought that today this guy taught him a valuable lesson about taking care of those who cannot take care of themselves, but now this lesson needed to be put into practice. He knelt down on one knee and found a stone on the ground that could be used as a weapon. He threw this stone at a predatory beast and hit him right in the head. The beast released its prey from its mouth, and after that another cobblestone flew into its head, which was several times larger than the previous one. Kang Jin saw that this beast fell to the ground, and now the little defenseless squirrel was safe. He looked at the little squirrel and heard her squeak loudly and her body shake with fear. He looked at this Belka and realized that she was afraid of him, despite the fact that he had just saved her. He extended his hand to this small animal, and saw how the squirrel was shaking with fear and thought that it was the end. But suddenly she realized that this man was good, and he was not going to offend her, and so she looked at him trustingly. Kang Jin took this little creature into his arms and began to pet the squirrel. He said that I was very lucky today. She looked at this big man and didn't understand what was happening now, but one thing she knew for sure was that her life was now saved. It was already light outside and the sun was appearing over the horizon and morning was coming. The street was very quiet because all the residents were still sleeping at that moment. But suddenly a large rooster appeared on the roof of the building and began to crow very loudly, and informed the residents of this village that time was waking up. The rooster performed a very important function in the life of every resident of this village. He helped them wake up and replaced any alarm clocks for them. But in return, he received 3 meals a day from grains. He spread his wings and then jumped from the roof of the building, but still he continued to scream very loudly and wake up the sleeping residents. The teacher stood near the open window from the very morning and watched what was happening here. He saw a rooster jump from the roof of a building and then crash his head into a stone fence, but still continued to scream loudly. He watched this rooster and could not understand why he was drooling when he looked at this bird because he eats chicken every day and chicken should no longer impress him so much. He turned his head back and decided to look at his room in which he now lives. He looked at his bed and saw that the fabrics hanging near his bed were made from the best materials and many people could only dream of such luxury. His room was larger than all the houses he had lived in before, and Kang Jin's family's mansion was so large that it was hard to see it at first. He looked at his room but still thought only about one thing. He feels very lousy right now and he doesn't understand what this is connected with. Suddenly I heard the owner's voice shouting very loudly that he was looking for teacher Guan Nor. Guan at that moment leaned out of the window to see who was calling him on the street, and in front of him was actually the owner. He looked at the gentleman in surprise and wanted to tremble at that moment because he did not understand what the gentleman was doing here at such an early time. The gentleman looked at this teacher, smiled and said that they need to walk a little in the morning. The two of them went for a morning walk around the perimeter of the entire castle. Guan told the owner that he was trying with all his might to teach his child. The owner said that the teacher completely depletes the body of his student, and this method will not bring full results. Guan thought that the owner was absolutely not interested in the training that his son was doing, but everything turned out to be completely wrong and he is worried about his child. Guan said that he had other methods of training in his arsenal, but he thought that it was too early for them. The owner replied that this was not what he meant and apparently he did not express his thoughts clearly. Guan said that parental feelings are all the same and understandable, what he is going through, however, he has an idea, so he asks you to wait a little and trust him. The owner replied that in this case he would agree with the teacher, and he is so immensely grateful to the teacher for the fact that he treats Kang Jin with soul and heart, and teaches him. Guan said that he was very pleased to hear such words from the master, and it was a joy for him that the owner was so positive about his child's education. He promised that he would never disappoint the owner. Kang Jin continued to run up the path and hoped that soon he would see this in the old teacher, and he would no longer need to run so much. At that moment, the teacher was lying near a tree and humming some strange songs while constantly drinking alcohol from a bottle. Kang Jin tripped while he was running and hit himself very hard when he fell, but he did not give up and continued to run forward after he rose from the earth. Guang at that moment drank too much rice wine from the bottle and therefore decided to lie down and get some sleep. He had been sleeping in this place for more than an hour, and the birds thought that this man had died, so they landed next to him and barely crumbs spilled out of his bag. When he woke up, he sat down near a tree and began to rub his eyes with his fist. He remembered that he was provided with food for the trip so that he could have lunch during a break between training sessions. He took a chicken leg and took a large bite of this chicken and then began to chew it. He enjoyed the taste of incredible food and thought that there was nothing more beautiful than the lunch that they give him in this castle. Suddenly he heard the voice of a guy who asked the teacher if he had a tasty meal now. Guan invited the guy to his place and said that they could have lunch together if the guy was hungry. He looked down and saw that the teacher had eaten almost all the food that was given to him in the palace. Kang Jin said that he will not eat this dog food. Guan asked why the boy calls this food dog food. Kang Jin replied that the food that dogs start eating can automatically be called dog food. Guan said that if a guy is not hungry and doesn't want to eat, it's only good for him because he can eat more. Kang Jin watched with distaste as his teacher greedily devoured all this food and stuffed his cheeks with chicken. He was disgusted to watch all this. But nevertheless he had been hungry since the morning, and now he had to make an important choice. Large white clouds floated across the sky. Kang Jin could not resist the delicious food that lay before his eyes, and after a few seconds he decided that he would also greedily eat all this food together with the teacher. Guan asked your student what does dog food taste like. He said that when a person is hungry, any food will seem tasty to him. Kang Jin looked at the teacher while taking a bite of the dumpling and said that he would like his food to be separated from the teacher's food. Guan smiled and asked the guy, "Why share food?" He said that this was already enough for them to have lunch. Guan smiled and looked at the guy and realized that this boy thought that the teacher just offered him to eat from the same basket. He did this so that sharing food is the easiest and most effective way to learn to share with others. Kang Jin drank from a bottle of water. He asked the teacher how to make it so that in 2 hours you can go from the top of the soul scale. The teacher replied that you can't cut down a tree with one blow, and at the beginning he had 6 for this task. At the moment the boy can complete this task in 4 hours. Kang Jin said that this is all very boring and difficult, and besides, I have no strength left for anything else after this task. Guan thought that he was doing everything right. If these tasks tired the guy out and made him nasty, it meant that he was doing everything right. However, he understood that he couldn't do things in such a way that the task would become boring. For the last 2 months, all he did was force the guy to run through the mountains, and it's impossible for him to lose interest. Therefore, we need to come up with something new. When night came they sat near the tree and fooled around. Kang Jin asked the teacher why he constantly hugs him because it's disgusting, and he hates being hugged. Guan replied that it was cool outside now and thus they should feel much warmer. Guan continued to hug the guy and laugh at his harmful character. He said that he had never seen such arrogant students before. Guan said that today the sky is unusually beautiful and there are a lot of stars on it. Kang Jin replied that despite this, it is still an ordinary sky. Guan said that concisely and clearly organizing even objects with furnishings is also his good ability. Guan thanked his student for following his teacher's words. Kang Jin said that every time he wants to ask something from the teacher, the only answer he hears is dissatisfied grumbling. Guan said that he has the most harmful student who finds fault with every word. Kang Jin replied that in order to accept something with joy, it must bring joy. Guan said that Kang Jin must learn all this in order to become stronger, and he recently received a punishment to write the Zhong character 10,000 times, but nevertheless he continues to be insolent, and this means that he needs mental training. Kang Jin asked, do thoughts also need to be trained? Guan Nora replied that thoughts need to be trained first, and this is the basis of all fundamentals. Kang Jin was upset, and said that he was already tired of this constant training, and wanted it to end someday. Guan took his student by the shoulder, and tried to calm him down a little. Guan asked the guy did he really think that going into society would be very easy? He said that the boy is not the only one, and people have to make similar efforts in order to join society. Kang Jin said that if it needs to be done, he will definitely do it. The teacher asked him to remember that he requires his student to always take the place of another in order to understand his thoughts and feelings. Guan asked his student if he remembered the story he told him about his friend. Kang Jin asked, is the teacher really talking about that same friend who looks like him? Guan looked at the drop of dew that was falling from the leaf and said that his friend always said that he had a hard time coping with his difficulties. Kang Jin looked at the sky and thought that the teacher was saying words that made sense. The teacher said that he asked this friend how he managed to survive. Kang Jin asked the teacher what this man answered. Guan said that his friend answered that he had learned the truth and in order to get one thing you need to give up something else. Kang Jin looked at his teacher in surprise and realized that this story was instructive for him. Guan said that this guy held on until the end and sacrificed everything he had, and in the end everything he could ever dream of was in his hands. Kang Jin thought about the teacher's words and realized that this had a certain meaning. He thought that this man held on, sacrificed, and in the end he had in his hands everything he wanted that he could only dream of. Guan said that it would be very difficult to come this way, but the things he understands are sometimes difficult to put into practice. And if he doesn't even have a better understanding, he's unlikely to be able to achieve anything. He said that he is his teacher. We will constantly remind you of this when we are nearby. Even if the boy still forgets, he will definitely repeat it again. Kang Jin asked, is running uphill every day and writing characters also part of his philosophy? The teacher replied that it is so, but many may call his philosophy ordinary garbage. Guan stood up and took the boy by the shoulders with both hands and lifted him up. Guan said that usually the human body is driven by the brain. However, if the body reaches its limit, the situation changes in the opposite direction, and to endure this is called endurance, and to overcome it is called will. Guan said that in his opinion, the boy really lacks these two qualities. That is why he is now learning the simplest method to develop endurance and will. Kang Jin said that this can be achieved in other ways. Guan said that under no circumstances should you get close to those who, instead of action, can only scratch their tongues. Kang Jin was angry with his teacher, but nevertheless I understand that these words have meaning. Guan saw that his student was completely sad because of the constant talking, and therefore decided to tug his cheek and tickle him so that he would cheer up. Kang Jin got angry because the teacher was constantly touching his face and tickling him and ordered him to be immediately released to the ground. The next day, early in the morning, Kang Jin went out to the central square in the castle and prepared for training. He made circular movements with his pelvis and warmed up. Kang Jin stretched his right arm and shoulder before starting his workout. After that, he decided to stretch his legs and leg muscles in order to be more mobile. Kang Jin lay on the ground in the splits and said that the teacher is skipping practice today as usual. He was angry that he was forced to come here every day and train, and he rarely showed up at these morning training sessions. Kang Jin tried to lift his body up with his hands and succeeded. He felt drops of sweat appearing on his face, and performing this exercise was always very difficult for him. But thanks to the fact that he put in enough effort, he was able to lift his legs up, and all this time he stood on his hands. He saw what was happening to him. More and more sweat was flowing out every second. He smiled and told himself that this exercise was very difficult for him, but whatever it was very fun compared to other tasks. In the courtyard of the school there were people talking with each other and walking around the school grounds. At the entrance to this task there is a cheerful sign stating that this is a private school called Bright Eye. Academician Young and Moon sat at the table opposite the guy and looked into his eyes with a dissatisfied look. Kang Jin looked into the teacher's eyes and thought that now he would be scolded again for something. Zhang Yin looked at this guy for several seconds and in the end he said that he was very upset because his student again did not read anything from what they were assigned. Kang Jin lowered his eyes and didn't know what to answer the teacher, so he just sat silently. Kang Yin shouted loudly in a dissatisfied voice and asked why the hell the guy doesn't do what they're asked. Kang Jin continued to sit silently with his eyes downcast and did not answer the teacher. Zhang Yin thought that he had high hopes for this guy. He was offended when this guy didn't disappoint him. And he also thought that in his older years he met an outstanding talent, and for some reason, over time, his disappointment grew and grew. The teacher asked his student to say at least something. After that, he asked why he couldn't keep up with the school curriculum. The boy thought that if he said anything he would get angry as usual. The teacher asked the guy, can he really not hear his teacher? He said that this problem does not concern only him. If he does not try, then other people will speak badly about his teacher. Kang Jin, she said that he doesn't know the reason and he doesn't understand at all why the teacher was so angry with him. He said that he sees absolutely no point in these exercises. Zhang Yin jumped up from the table and told his student to be more specific, otherwise the teacher would not be able to explain to him. Kang Jin said that he answered as specifically as possible, and he does not understand absolutely everything that the teacher teaches. The teacher said that this guy was behaving inappropriately, and was laughing at his teacher. He ordered the boy to go to the room for repentance, and think about his behavior. Kang Jin said that now it became clear to him what was required of him, and he would go to the room for repentance. He grabbed his head with his hands and thought that this boy should be kicked out of school for such behavior because with his behavior he destroys the spirit of diligent study among other students. Zhang Yin watched the boy leave his office and thought that one day this guy will become famous, and he needs to keep him close to him because he will tell about his teacher in the next generations. The students watched this guy and constantly whispered something to each other. We looked at him. Kang Jin thought that they weren't tired of discussing him behind his back, and did they still have something to discuss? He walked along the courtyard of the school and thought about what he was told that he should study, and he fulfills this order. But why is he doing this? He doesn't know, because he can't even play with other children because of constant studying. Kang Jin didn't understand what his problems were, and why they were whispering and avoiding him. After all, he did nothing to me to be treated like that. He stopped and noticed that the guys behind him were looking at him strangely. They turned their heads towards him and said that they had better get out of here before he got too close. Kang Jin looked at these guys and thought that they liked him before when he bought glazed fruit on a stick or rice cakes. But at some point everything changed. He remembered an incident when a man cut a bird and cut it with a knife. They turned their heads away and felt sick. Some of them vomited, and the rest simply ran away. Kang Jin thought that most likely because of this incident they did not want to communicate with him, but he did not understand why. Because he thought this activity was very fun. He turned his head to the side and saw another student walking past him. Kang Jin realized that there is nothing special about that guy. But the guys follow him, and of course there are those who run into conflict, but those who are friends with him are much more. Kang Jin took a stick and began to draw with it on the earth, leaving traces. While he was drawing on the ground with his stick, the teacher was lying in the shade of a tree and resting. Kang Jin drew hieroglyphs and thought that he doesn't know how much longer he should do this drawing, and he already feels unwell from one mountain marathon and would like to rest. Kang Jin thought that I was drawing hieroglyphs, he could stroke them with people. After all, that's what his teacher said. But if you think about this exercise better, it sounds like some kind of nonsense. The teacher raised his hand up and invited the guy to stop for a snack. Kang Jin was very happy when he heard these words from his teacher and immediately ran to the resting place. The teacher put the food on the ground and showed that they have a whole chicken at their disposal today. Kang Jin asked the teacher why is the first thing he says during training this phrase, "Let's have lunch." The teacher said that food is important, especially for such a growing organism as Kang Jin. But besides this, the teacher said that he just really loves to eat. The teacher picked up the chicken and tore off its fleshy leg to eat it. At that moment he was very happy. Kang Jin asked the teacher why he eats so much and does not gain weight at all from such gastronomic addictions. The teacher replied that during his youth he had to go hungry a lot. Guan Nora said that when he served in the army they were given very little food, and besides there is a rule that ordinary soldiers should always be hungry, and now eating a lot and quickly is his bad habit. Kang Jin said that he had wanted to talk to the teacher for a long time. This moment had come. He told the teacher that he would no longer run because it was very hard, but it did not bring any improvement. Guan asked your student did he really think that letting the wind fly across the sky with the palm of his hand would be easy? Guan said that this is how their world works, and if he continues to do this without persistence and character, he will not be able to achieve good results. Kang Jin said that everything is fine and the teacher knows that his father is rich, and when he dies everything will be passed on to him now to his son, so you don't have to worry about food and housing. The teacher couldn't believe his ears. This guy was a real impudent person. Guan smiled and said that anyway, in order to live a more beautiful life, you need to overcome obstacles. Kang Jin said that he could already live a simple life with me without this. The teacher replied that the boy himself wanted to make friends with those around him, and it would be better for him to learn to fly in the sky and blow the wind with his palm. Kang Jin said that if he learns to fly through the sky and blow wind from his palm, it doesn't mean that other guys will love him, and I can't just call him a monster. Guan was surprised that he was so pessimistic. Guan said that he couldn't even say anything against his student. After that he laughed a little. Kang Jin said that this confirms his words that running every day is useless. Guan spread his arms to the sides to hug his student. Kang Jin said that they forbid the teacher to hug him because it is disgusting and he hates it. Guan said that for the fact that his student called the teacher's manifestation of love disgusting, he will receive a double portion of this love. Guan asked the guy what happened at school today, and why was he in such a terrible mood. Kang Jin didn't answer anything and just silently continued to lie and look at the sky. Guan realized that something happened to the guy at school and it affected his terrible mood today. He suddenly started writing his student and said that he will force this little asshole to give his best during training. The teacher said that they would release his student if he told what happened to him today. Kang Jin understood that he had no choice not to tell. They calmed down and sat down near the tree. Guan listened to the guy's story that happened to him today and was very surprised because he gets upset because of such insignificant suppliers. Kang Jin said that in fact this is all very serious, and he does not call this problem trivial. Kang Jin suddenly felt that the teacher grabbed his hand and was going to do something. Guan threw the student out of his arms and grabbed his forearm with his palm. He held his student's hand and rotated him in a circle so that the guy would get a little distracted from his problems and have fun. At this moment, a strong wind tore leaves from the trees. Guan spun the boy in different directions and saw how he laughed and rejoiced. Kang Jin looked at this boy and realized that this is just an ordinary child and he has everything ahead of him. Kang Jin said that turning in circles is always a lot of fun and it always cheers him up. But suddenly he realized that he was already dizzy and he wanted the teacher to immediately stop and put him on the ground. He landed on the ground with his feet and was finally able to stand on his feet properly. Guan put his hand on the student's shoulder and said that it is not necessary to do what you are ordered and sometimes it is enough to just pretend that you are doing it. He said that he needs to pretend every time he is ordered to do something. If he does not understand something, what he needs to do, he should just pretend that he understands everything. Kang Jin asked your teacher why you need to do this, it's weird. Guan said that the boy thinks incorrectly and for him the most important question is why. Guan said that all this directly affects how he will meet people in the future. Kang Jin's eyes darted in different directions. I didn't know what to answer or how to behave correctly in such a situation. He looked at his teacher and thought that sometimes it is actually better to listen to his advice and pretend. During a lesson, Zhang Yin explained to his students that you need to make every effort and be sincere in any task. He said that if there is sincerity, then there is also form. If there is form, when there is manifestation, and if there is manifestation, then there is clarification, and if there is clarification, then there is movement. The students were very bored listening to this lecture by the teacher, and they slept throughout the lecture or sat with their eyes closed. Li Kang Jin was not sleeping at that moment, but nevertheless he was very bored sitting through this lecture. The teacher said that only perfect sincerity in heaven gives the ability to change. Suddenly looked at one of the students and called Kang Jin. He heard the teacher calling him and turned his attention to him. The teacher said that the content of today's lesson was chosen especially for him and the teacher wants to know, does he understand the meaning of the words spoken? Kang Jin replied that he absolutely does not understand what the teacher is trying to tell them now. Zhang Yin hit the table with his palm and said that if the guy doesn't understand, then he needs to study and he needs to think about the purpose of this phrase. Kang Jin thought that the teacher should explain the meaning of these words instead of asking such questions to his students. Jungin shouted very loudly and called this student to his face because he was exhibiting inappropriate behavior in class, and this behavior is unacceptable within the walls of this school. Kang Jin said that he simply does not know what to answer to the teacher, and therefore remained silent. The teacher replied that you just need to strain your brains and answer something. He pointed to the door with his hand and said that if he was going to continue behaving like this, then he needed to immediately leave the class and not return after that. Zhang Yin thought about what needs to be uprooted by his lack of culture. If he doesn't show strictness now, this guy will continue to behave like this. Kang Jin stood up from the table and headed towards the exit to leave the class. Kang Jin said that according to the rules of this school, a student cannot come with the words of his teacher, and therefore he is forced to fulfill the teacher's request. Jungin was shocked by how the girl was now answering him from his student, and could not believe that this guy would dare to do such an act. Kang Jin said that since the teacher ordered him not to enter here or return again, he should listen to his teacher and fulfill his request. Zhang Yin was angry because this guy doesn't listen to his words only in situations where it benefits him. Kang Jin said that he felt like he had been upsetting the teacher all this time, so he thought he should at least follow his words today. Jungin thought that he really wants to kick this guy out. However, it would be a real shame if rumors spread that he could not teach just one child and kicked him out of school. And moreover, if you think about the finances and the help he received from his father, people will think that he robbed the Li family. He ordered his disciple to immediately return to his place. The boy replied that the teacher himself ordered him to leave. Teacher repeat once again that the boy needs to sit down. Kang Jin bowed to the teacher and said that he would fulfill this request of his. He returned to his desk and sat down in his place. He looked at this naughty student and thought that he had committed some sin in his past life and for this he was punished by such a student in this life. He scratched his beard and looked at the other students who were in his class. He looked at his other student, and his anger immediately disappeared somewhere because he had a good student. He turned to a student named Taewon and asked him to explain the meaning of the words to his dull classmate. Taewon said that only a sincere person can change the world and everything has its own interconnection and sincerity can surprise even the heavens. He began to laugh and said that this was the correct answer and asked him to answer one more question about what Confucius said about people who do not ask themselves what to do. Taewon replied that Confucius said about such people that he himself does not know how to deal with them. The teacher smiled and said that there's really nothing you can do about those who don't even think about what needs to be done. Kang Jin got angry because he understood that now they were talking specifically about him. Kang Jin said that understanding comes to people with age and it would be very strange if he, a 9-year-old child, understood all this the first time. Jang In replied that since the guy lacks understanding, he came to this place to study and learn a lot. Kang Jin reminded the teacher of his words that you need to study all your life. So in no case should you rush and however, now the teacher punishes him for not understanding the material, and what words then should he follow now? Jang In was very surprised because the guy remembered these words very well and is able to fight back with them in this conflict. Kang Jin also understood that getting sometimes contradicts himself. Some sounds were heard from the estate where Li Kang Jin's family lived. Guan Nora was training using a stick at that moment. He rotated his weapon very quickly and performed different combinations of strikes and eventually stopped in the finishing position. He put his hands forward and held the stick with his thumbs. He thought that old age was no longer happy for him, and he hardly had enough strength to complete the entire combination. He thought though that from now on he shouldn't bother with training and needs to exercise much more often. Kang Jin walked past his teacher and greeted him. The teacher asked if anything interesting happened at school today. Kang Jin replied that something happened. Guan thought that this guy had never answered him so immediately before and always said that everything was fine. Kang Jin said that he embarrassed himself at school today because of that asshole teacher because that idiot made him a laughing stock. Guan asked his student which idiot teacher he was talking about. The guy replied that there is one teacher at school who is even more unusual than him. Guan, handsome guy, is there really anyone more unusual than him? Kang Jin said that when other people say the word good, this teacher pretends to be generous, and when someone bullies someone, he pretends that he doesn't care and is just a complete pretense. Guan at that moment began to laugh and said that this is a very kind person according to the description. Kang Jin asked why the teacher calls him good-natured. After all, he's still an idiot. He said that this teacher was getting on his nerves. Guan said that there must be some reason for this teacher's behavior. He lowered his head down and closed his eyes because he didn't want to answer this question. Guan said that he doesn't even know why this teacher annoys him, and therefore the guy must explain what the whole conflict is. Kang Jin said that he seriously doesn't know, and he's just disgusted to look at this man every day in class. Guan reminded his student that he promised him that he would speak only the truth and obey him in everything. Guan saw that his student turned his head away with displeasure and tried to explain that the guy wants to learn to get along with other people, learn to be friends, but he doesn't like other people because they are simply praised. Kang Jin said that everything is completely wrong. There are those who hate that smart guy just like him. Guan said that these guys in turn are hated by other people. Kang Jin got angry and didn't even know what to answer to his teacher. Guan said that despite the fact that the guy calls that person an asshole, there are certain reasons why other people still like him, even if he is the one who doesn't understand it. Kang Jin said that he remembers the teacher's word that if you don't understand something, you need to pretend that everything is clear. Kang Jin asked, will he have to act like a clown now? Guan replied that if it's worth it, then of course you need to behave like a clown. Kang Jin said that he has pride and this is how he wants to make friends. Guan said that this is a good excuse and such an excuse says that he is simply not capable of anything and he is not hinting at his pride, but that the guy refuses and works on himself when he has a chance to become better. Guan asked his student not to make such an expression and listen to his teacher. Kang Jin replied that this is what he always does. Guan pressed the boy to his chest and hugged him. Kang Jin asked the teacher why he always does such strange things very spontaneously and unexpectedly. Guan said that the guy always knew that this would not be an easy path, but he chose it himself and therefore he should listen to the words of the teacher. Guan said that it was in this guy's personal interest to learn everything the teacher told him. He put his hand on his shoulder and said that if he reveals the merits of that friend, then the teacher will teach and will be very new. Kang Jin scratched his cheek and said that now it became clear that of course he doesn't like to do the same stupid things as someone else, but if you take this as a skill in that case, he can be in a winning position. Guan said that now he recognizes his student, and explained that they still have a lot to learn. Kang Jin said that in this case, he is not going to waste any more time and will run as fast as possible to complete this task. Guan thought that this guy has another guy at school who is the absolute opposite of Kang Jin. He realized that he needed to go to school. Jiang Yin walked around the courtyard of the school. He didn't understand who he had annoyed so much after life that he got such a student in this life. He did not understand what he needed to do in order to rein in this boy. Suddenly he heard the voice of a man who approached him from behind and greeted him. Guan said that it was part of him to welcome a teacher with such a high reputation. Jiang Yin bowed back to this stranger and asked what this person could be called. He said that the teacher can call him Guan. After that, he raised his head up and looked at the teacher again. Jiang Yin looked at this man in surprise and didn't know what to answer. Jiang Yin looked at the man standing opposite him and said that he was surprised to see teacher Guan here. Guan felt awkward and said that he could not call himself a teacher because he was an ordinary warrior. Jiang Yin said that you can also learn a lot from warriors if you wish. Guan smiled and thanked this gentleman for such warm words, and he said that he came here on business and his student told him that he was studying at this school, so his curiosity led him here. Chan asked which student are we talking about? Guan said that these are the most daring students. He said the student's name, Kang Jin. At this moment, teacher Youngin was shocked. Guan said that he hoped that the teacher would understand him correctly because he only knows from writing how to write his name, so the teacher can consider him an ordinary warrior mentor. Guan said that in truth, it is very surprising to him that he is even called a teacher because he is actually a parasite of the Li family. He said that it was so inconvenient for him to live at the expense of others and somehow it turned out that he became a master of Kang Jin. He said that if his friend wanted to make this pose more natural, a couple of days of training would be enough. They would find that they needed to. Kang Jin asked her friend if he agreed to take the exams together. The academician said that everything is so and he is very confused in class and does not pay attention to the lectures at all. Guan said that this guy is still a child and after all, if you calm him down, he will immediately obey the teacher. Chan got angry at that moment and thought that this guy could not be calmed down. Guan thought that at one glance it is clear that this gentleman is a very stubborn person. Guan realized that this master is one of those who puts pressure on others with his authority, and therefore the old man did not like Kang Jin. Guan bowed and said that he thought there might be something he could do to help the teacher, so he decided to visit him. Guan realized that he must not allow his student's anger to increase here, because then there is no point in pacifying him at home if he again accumulates at school and this problem must be solved. Jiang Yin returned to his office and saw this strange man standing outside his window and waving his hand. He was very surprised when he saw the sudden appearance of this man outside his window and did not understand what was happening here. He went outside and decided to approach this man to find out what he was doing here, and at that moment this man was warming up near his windows. Guan smiled and was happy when he saw that this teacher had finally left the office and approached him. From that moment on, several days passed and on this particular day there was heavy rain outside. Yungin saw that the same warrior was standing at his door, and he brought something with him. Guan stood near the door and held a bottle of rice wine and a package of food in his hands. He smiled and waited for the teacher to let him in. Jiang Yin immediately closed his book and put it aside and then allowed his guest to enter. Guan took out the food from the bag and opened a bottle of rice wine and then poured it into the teacher's cup. Jiang Yin picked up a glass of rice wine and drank it in one gulp. Jiang Yin had already drunk enough and told his guest that he had never had such a bad student in his entire history of teaching. Chan asked his friend if he knew how many people wanted to study at this school. Guan replied that he was sure that many people wanted to study at this school. Jiang Yin said that this child does not understand the full value of his education, and his eyes are clouded by the fact that he is smart. Guan poured some more wine for his friend and said that this boy is a real lazy person by nature and Guan tolerates him because he lives at the expense of his family. But if it were his will, I would throw him out the door. Yungin said he did the same thing too. Jiang Yin said that in this situation there is no one to blame but himself and he has the same perseverance and intelligence, everything would be different. Guan said that he understands the teacher very much. He himself had to suffer a lot. Guan said that, however, recently he has grasped the essence of how to deal with this boy a little, and now he does not talk in vain and is engaged in studies. Chan said that it is incredibly valuable to find an approach to such a student. Guan drank wine from a cup and said that his method works, but it's not perfect, and he just managed to learn to work with this guy's character. Zhang Yin said that he wants to know this approach to this student because of this boy his authority is undermined, and he shouted, scolded and reproached Kang Jin, but it was all absolutely useless. Guan said that in that case I'll try to dare to share such a secret with the teacher. Guan said that the secret is that you cannot say anything to this boy, and you cannot reproach him and blame him, especially in front of other students. Guan said that this guy's pride is incredibly high, and he also has very strong feelings of competition, so the teacher should take advantage of this. Guan said that the teacher should move closer so that he could whisper this method in his ear. Guan spoke for a long time about something in the teacher's ear and explained to him the most important secret of how to get this guy to do what he wants. Zhang Yin was shocked when he heard the answer to his most desired question and realized that this person would help him out if this method actually worked. The next day, Zhang Yin sat in class and gave a lecture, but what to study and not think in vain. Wasting time to think and not study is disastrous. Zhang Yin looked at Kang Jin and decided to try the method that Mr. Guang told him. Kang Jin, at that moment I closed my eyes and thought that the teacher wanted to take away and attack him with his moralizing. Jung Yin asked all the students in the class what the words he just said meant. Hyun said that these words mean that knowledge cannot be left to knowledge alone, and even if a person knows what it is without realizing knowledge, there will be no use. Zhang Yin said that everything is correct, and in other words, everything should be not only in words but also in deeds. After that he praised the student for knowing the material in advance. Hyun asked the teacher not to praise him because he still lacks a lot of knowledge. Zhang Yin said that teaching that bears fruit brings satisfaction to its master. Jung Yin continued to turn his head in different directions and look for the next student who would answer his question. He asked a student named Jae Moon to answer this question too. Kang Jin was starting to get angry at the moment because this teacher with no money was ignoring him. Kang Jin was angry because he knew the meaning of this phrase, teach her. He didn't specifically call him or asked him. Zhang Yin looked at this mischievous student and stuck his tongue out at him in his head and realized that this method works. Zhang Yin and another student talked about this phrase and he listened carefully to the thoughts of his students. The teacher kept asking this question to each student. When she asked all the students except Kang Jin, he praised these students for the fact that they are good at knowing the meaning of this phrase, and he has nothing more to be happy about. Kang Jin saw that the teacher asked everyone except him and got angry, so he called the teacher very loudly. Yunnan asked this student what she wants. Kang Jin said that he doesn't understand why the teacher asked this question to all the students except him. Zhang Yin realized that this method worked and the student fell into a trap. He said that at the last lesson he listened to the opinion of this student and thought about his behavior. He really shouldn't have rushed him in his studies. Kang Jin got angry because the teacher acted like he won the game. Jungin said that it was his mistake not to admit that his abilities had deteriorated, and in the future he would not pay attention to the low performance of this student. The students in the class began to laugh and whisper to each other about the situation that had developed in the class. Kang Jin got even angrier because teacher thinks he's completely stupid. Zhang Yin understood that he would win this conflict, and thought that he would need to treat that man with alcohol for giving such good advice. When morning came, the rooster climbed onto the roof of the building again, and began to wake up all the people very loudly. Suddenly the rooster saw that a stone was flying at him, and began to scream very loudly and run away. Kang Jin ran after this rooster and threw stones at it. He said he wouldn't let this rooster go just like that. Guan saw this situation from the outside and asked his student why hunt innocent creatures and throw out their anger. Guan asked what happened to the guy because he is very angry and active after school today. Kang Jin replied that there are reasons for this. Guan asked, is it really all because at school he was considered a small child? He said that if a teacher doesn't know what and how his apprentice lives, it speaks of your incompetence. Kang Jin asked the teacher why does he say that, and how does he even know what happened at school. Kang Jin asked his mentor since when did he start to worry about life at school. He said that no matter what, he still wouldn't have fun after being ignored. Guan at that moment thought that the guy clearly lacked sympathy and the desire to be recognized was his primary task, and this would be an opportunity for him to change. Guan said that the guy himself once said that he sees no reason to study writing and that's why he doesn't teach it. Kang Jin-yu answered that now his thoughts on this matter have not changed much. He said that despite this he does not like being ignored and it hurts his feelings. Guan said that if a guy felt the need to study, then he needs to start studying it, and there is no problem. Kang Jin replied that this is exactly what he is not going to do, and he will definitely trample that old man with his knowledge, and he will no longer be ignored. Kang Jin was delighted and said that he was delighted that he was such a busy person, and said that he needed to listen to his mentor more often and make friends and also learn to write. Guan said that he needs to do everything possible to get attention, and then the boy will be the best. Kang Jin said that he will never allow anyone to ignore him again. Kang Jin was recently in the forest with a white squirrel from a large predator who wanted to kill it. The squirrel looked up and looked at her savior, and at that moment she was holding a nut in her hands. Kang Jin looked at this little furry creature and wondered what this animal was thinking about. Suddenly a squirrel climbed onto his arm and curled up into a ball to sleep. Kang Jin threw this squirrel aside and said that I won't let her act so arrogantly. The squirrel understood what was happening and why it had just been thrown away, and therefore began to squeak. Kang Jin said that if you squirrel continues to squeak like that, she will kill him herself and start pissing him off. Kang Jin wanted to give Xiaobin and hit this squirrel in the face with his fingers, but in the end he realized that he did not want to do this, and did not want to harm this little animal. He thought that he shouldn't have brought Teacher Guan to his home and made useless promises to him. He held this little squirrel in his palm and saw that she fell asleep very quickly, but he didn't want her to sleep on his hand. Kang Jin thought that he needed to move this squirrel somewhere now. He carefully placed her on the red pillow and left her there to sleep. Some kind of tenderness and kindness appeared in him, and he decided to pet this squirrel so that it would fall asleep better. When morning came, the rooster climbed onto the roof of the building again, and began to scream very loudly, and wake up all the residents. He was lying on his bed and sleeping sweetly, but suddenly he heard a rooster crowing and realized that it was time to wake up. He was very sleepy when he woke up, but nevertheless he understood that he needed to get dressed and do the things planned for the day. He changed into his regular clothes and made his bed. After that, I went to the table and pitied the bowl of food. He went to the place where this squirrel was sleeping and saw that she was still sleeping and thought that this animal only knows how to sleep and eat. Kang Jin took out a notebook early in the morning and started drawing hieroglyphs. Kang Jin wrote down an observation of his squirrel in his notebook. He immediately found out that this squirrel was still just a baby and she couldn't even drink on her own, so she had to draw water into her little finger and give her something to drink. He noticed that she had grown in a month and now wants to weigh her. He continued to write, and used the ink brush to trace out each hieroglyph. Periodically I was distracted from the notebook, and watched what this squirrel was doing now. Kang Jin said that he could not even think that he would raise this animal at home. Suddenly, a mentor climbed into his window and asked if it was wrong for him to go to school. Kang Jin said that he was already on his way, and he was just filling out the diary of this animal. Guan said that it was time to give them the whites. Kang Jin said he doesn't understand why give this animal a name. He said that he is absolutely not interested in this, and it's enough for him to call him just a kid. Guan thought that this guy should have already shown his affection after raising this animal for 2 months. He thought that in this case he would not have the feeling of a killer, the sense of education, and he needed to get used to this feeling. Kang Jin asked the teacher to break her promise. Guan asked what kind of promise the guy was talking about. Kang Jin replied that the teacher said that if he takes good care of this animal for more than a month, then the teacher will tell him how to shoot a fireball. Guan forgot about this promise he made, and now he realized that he had a problem. He understood that he had to teach this guy something, but he himself did not use the fireball. Guan walked his student into school and waved goodbye and wished him good luck. Guan thought that he had big problems. He doesn't know what to do now and how to teach him the fireball. He said that if you think about it, the time has been greatly reduced, and he is climbing the mountain too quickly. And is such results possible for a 9-year-old child? He looked up and thought about what he should teach him, something that might interest him, and at the same time tire him, and the good news is that he has some free time to chat with Day 1. Kang Jin went to the house where Hyun lived with his brothers and sisters. They saw the gift that Kang Jin brought them and were delighted, because no one had brought them such gifts for a long time. Kang Jin held 2 dead geese tied with rope in his hand and asked the guys if they could cook it. He said that if they couldn't, he would tell his housekeeper to cook these geese and send them to them. My sister was very happy to see such a gift and said that I couldn't prepare it myself. The children immediately ran into the house with their new gift. Hyun thanked the guy for his gift and said that he had not seen his brothers and sisters so happy for a long time and asked how he could thank him. Kang Jin said that he wants to understand the meaning of Hyun's words and actions. He said that no matter how much he thinks about it, he still doesn't understand the most important thing. Hyun said that he constantly asks the same questions but he doesn't know how to explain it. What exactly does he want to understand? Kang Jin said that he wants to understand how people like him. Hyun asked did he really only want to know how people like him? Kang Jin replied that this is exactly what interests him. Hyun thought about this question and tried to formulate a thought in order to answer him correctly. Hyun said that this is not necessary and a skill in life and without it you can live your life well. Hyun said that when there are 10 people, 10 different colors appear. If 100 white people gather, then they all have different colors too. He said that he doesn't need to copy other people and do what he sees fit. Hyun asked him why does he want to learn this. Kang Jin said that he doesn't understand how to answer no, that's a stupid question. Hyun asked him why is he learning from his master. The guy replied that he does it because he needs to study, and everyone else does it. Hyun said he wanted to hear a more specific answer. Kang Jin said that people show favor to knowledgeable people and not to ignorant people. He said that he learns from the teacher because he listens to him well. Hyun said that with him everything happens completely differently. Hyun said that he studies in order to grow up and get out of poverty, and in this way people learn the same thing but how they perceive it and how they think is different. And Hyun said that they have completely different paths and he doesn't need to think exactly like Hyun. Hyun said that Kang Jin was born a different person, and what is the point in understanding Hyun's actions and actions? Kang Jin thought there that this guy was right, but nevertheless his words were enraged, and he did not understand why the master gave him such a task. Kang Jin looked at this guy and thought that he wouldn't learn because they are all different, but it's true that people like him. Kang Jin said that he would let this topic go and his thought was still not clear. He said that, however, he knows 100% that all white people are white. Kang Jin said that other children cannot refuse him his armhole, but Hyun continues to resolutely refuse. Hyun said that he doesn't want to offend this guy but he tries to explain that he doesn't want to have a friend like Kang Jin. Kang Jin replied that this is the main problem, that no one wants to be friends with him, so they continue to communicate and see each other. Kang Jin said that nothing in this world is free and therefore he will pay this guy to teach him. Hyun asked him where he got so much money. Kang Jin replied that their worlds are radically different, and in his world there is a responsibility, and also a price for everything he does. Hyun got angry at that moment, and said that this was all wrong and he still didn't understand anything. Kang Jin didn't understand why this guy refuses money because he lives very poorly. Kang said that everyone is different, and this is what he just learned, and also making friends is good. Kang Jin threw the money bag on the ground and said that they will see each other tomorrow, and he doesn't want to hear any excuses. Hyun ordered the guy to immediately pick up this bag of money. Kang Jin did not expect this guy to be so radical in his position and not want to take this money. Kang Jin said that if he doesn't want to keep this money then he can buy something to eat for his brothers and sisters with it. Hyun stood still and was shocked that all this was really happening, and he didn't understand why this guy was acting so impudently. Gwon led his student to a waterfall that was located in the highlands. Kang Jin said that he doesn't understand why they came here because it's very cold to swim now. The teacher replied that he brought him here to teach him the fireball. The waterfall made a loud noise and the water flowed down in a strong stream. Gwon smiled and looked at his student with a sly look. Kang Jin looked at his teacher and said that he still doesn't understand why they are here. Gwon said that a guy can't just go and learn it. For this he must have inner strength, and this means that he needs to explore his body. Gwon rolled up the sleeve on his left arm and showed his muscles, saying that he needed to train like his teacher was training in order to master this skill. Kang Jin said that this is the first time he feels something like this. Gwon said that only strong people like him know about this, and it is not surprising that the boy has not heard anything about it. Gwon said that in order to find your inner strength you need to start breathing correctly, and this is the basis of everything. Kang Jin was very surprised that the basis of such a powerful spell is to breathe correctly. Kang Jin remembered that the teacher was taught to breathe through his nose, no matter how hard it was. If he could breathe through his mouth. Guan replied that the guy remembered everything correctly, and breathing gives internal air, and the boy must inhale and exhale very slowly. Kang Jin asked, is this all he needs to learn? The teacher replied that this is not all, and that you will also need to draw in animal breaths and protrude animal exhalations. Guan looked at how the guy began to breathe and said that people live with human energy, but when you need to absorb the energy of nature it is called yechen. Guan smiled and thought that thanks to this exercise the guy would be focused for a long time. Kang Jin said that it's not that simple, and he thought about something else for a moment, and immediately lost control of his breathing. Guan took the boy in his arms and said that this is why it is very difficult to learn inner strength, and it is always very difficult to concentrate. He lifted the guy with both hands and threw him. He threw the guy into the water, and said that you always need to be on guard. Kang Jin emerged from the water and said that it was very cold here and he didn't understand what was happening. Kang Jin asked the master why he was doing this. The master replied that he was trying to help him. Guan told his student that he had to go under the waterfall. He needed to be underwater in order to learn patience. Kang Jin swam towards the waterfall but did not fully understand why he needed to do this. But if the master said he had no choice, Guan said that this is not enough, and the guy should go straight into the waterfall. He waved his hand and said that the guy had better hurry up. Kang Jin looked at his teacher with a dissatisfied look, and thought that this all looked very strange, and he hoped that the teacher knew what he was doing. He climbed under the stream of a waterfall, and the water fell on his face, and he felt an unpleasant sensation. He said that it was very painful for him to be under this water, and it was incredibly difficult to concentrate on breathing when the stream of water was constantly falling on his head. Guan said that the guy should perform the breathing technique he just learned from there. Kang Jin said that he doesn't understand why he has to do this. Guan said that the boy will know everything when he starts practicing this breathing technique. Guan understood that it would be better for him to trust the teacher, and therefore began to take a deep breath. Guan chose this exercise because it never ends. You can practice it all your life, and this exercise is best for helping you concentrate. Kang Jin thought there that he was finally starting to be able to breathe correctly, only the feelings of pain were stopping him. He understood that if he continued to train in the same spirit, he would get used to it and learn it. Guan shouted that the guy had a very important chakra in his stomach, and he must improve it. Kang Jin at that moment began to imagine that very chakra, and so he was able to feel it. Kang Jin knew that this chakra was called millet, and tried to create it with the help of air, and imagined that it was inside him. There was a black fish swimming in the water, and the water was very calm. Guan lay on the rocks and kicked his feet in the water. He thought that he had done everything right, and that he had correctly decided to teach him through breathing. He thought there that all this was not as stupid as it might seem at first glance. His general always said that if you work hard on this breathing method, you can even see your great-grandchildren. He raised his head up and thought that while serving in the army for decades, he never had generals like this. If they think about it, isn't it necessary to do something like this at this age? He looked at his student, and said that he was never able to create millet inside himself. Kang Jin continued to breathe hard and do the workout his trainer gave him. Guan lay down on a stone and began to look at what was missing and thought that she was not confident in the strength of this guy, and was not sure that he would cope with this task. The next day he went to school again. Kang Jin walked through the courtyard of the school and felt some strange looks on him. He saw this guy and thought that he was angry with him because of the money he gave for training. Hyun said that he could not return the money back. Kang Jin asked what happened. Hyun turned his head to the side and said that yesterday his mother suddenly had a fever and had to call a doctor, and therefore he would not be able to return the money. Kang Jin said that he understood everything, and in that case now his money has meaning I couldn't help the person. Hyun asked, is it really good for this guy that his Anoklasniki's mother is in critical condition? Kang Jin at that moment thought that everything was completely wrong, and it was very strange that this guy asked him such a question. Kang Jin said that he meant no, and that's why he wants to learn from Hyun, because sometimes people don't understand him at all, and he doesn't understand people. Hyun said that now it became more clear to him why the guy wants to learn this. Kang Jin said that in any case there is no need to give him the money, and if the guy does not want to train him, he can take the money for the training that has already been completed. Hyun extended his hand to him as a sign of reconciliation. Kang Jin didn't understand how to react to this. Hyung said that it would take them a lot of time to understand each other, but he would definitely return the money. Kang Jin smiled at that moment, and realized that he finally had some movement in how to make friends with people. Kang Jin said that after he understands this man, he will take his money back with huge interest. They were returning home after school and slowly walked along the path near the house. Hyung thanked this guy for buying them gifts, and said that his brothers and sisters would like it. Kang Jin said that he doesn't understand why this guy refuses money if for money he can buy such gifts. Hyun said that these are different things. It means location and money is just sympathy. Kang Jin asked what is the difference between liking people and empathy. Hyung replied that if he still doesn't know this, then he still has a lot to learn. Kang Jin said that he wanted to learn this and therefore chose you as a better teacher. They continued to walk slowly in the direction of the house and were getting closer and closer to it every second. Kang Jin was silently next to this guy and thought that they needed to start a dialogue, but he didn't know what to talk to him about. Kang Jin decided to ask how his mom was feeling. The guy replied that the doctor said that the problem was a lack of energy, and thanks to the money he received, he took good medicinal herbs. So now everything will be fine with mom. Kang Jin said that he has ginseng at home and he will bring him the root next time, and they say that it helps to restore energy. Hyun said that this is actually true, but ginseng root is very expensive. Kang Jin said that his friend's mother is sick now and he is worried about her, and asked his teacher Hyun if this act is compassionate. Hyung smiled and answered my friend that he is very quickly starting to understand these rules. Kang Jin said that one thing he knows for sure is that friends need to be helped in trouble, and from now on he wants to consider Hyun his friend. Hyun said that everything is correct and from now on Lee Kang Jin, the son of a rich family, is his friend. Kang Jin smiled and at that moment realized that he was making progress in how to communicate with others. The gates to the palace were wide open. Children played in the courtyard and ran after each other. A girl in a pink kimono was watching them. The children caught up with each other and laughed joyfully as they played this game. The gentleman went into the courtyard and watched the children running around him. The girl approached the gentleman and said in a joyful voice that the gentleman had finally come. He said that he had a lot of work and could not come earlier. After that he asked if there were any problems. The girl replied that there were no problems and everything was fine with both the workers and the children. The gentleman said that if something is missing, she can contact the commander-in-chief and he will definitely help. She bowed to the gentleman, thanked him and informed him that the guests had already arrived. He nodded his head, smiled and made it clear that he would now go to the building to visit the guests. After that, he walked towards the building along the central road. When he entered the building, he saw that all the guests were already sitting at the table, and he joined them at the table. He took the letter that was placed on his table and began to read it carefully. He looked at his guests, and then put the letter on the table and said that the situation was difficult. The old man with the smoke of his hair said that it's not just that everything is going steadily, and this is proof that there are many people who can be killed and the situation will become more and more convenient. The gentleman said that he doesn't think they should like it. Only because the power of the organization is growing and the more it gets, the more tears someone sheds. The man lowered his head down, closed his eyes and asked the gentleman for forgiveness. He said that they didn't mean it. The gentleman said that this means that they should not do it. So they should forget about it and move on to the next point. He took this paper again and began to read the following points that were written there. Kang Jin walked along the intended path that his teacher drew. Guan said that he thinks these steps are not what they should be. He crossed his arms over his chest and said that Kang Jin was doing the wrong order of inhalation and exhalation. Kang Jin said that he doesn't understand why you need to walk and this training infuriates him because he can't even walk on his own. He turned his head towards the teacher and looked at him with a dissatisfied look. Guan Nora said that there are rules about how to sleep, run and even go to the toilet. So the guy now the most important thing is correct posture and you need to achieve good teamwork. Kang Jin said that now he would rather just run around the mountain alone because it is much more interesting than what he is doing now. Guan said that her student is too naive. If you think that learning fireball is very easy, Kang Jin said that he was going to learn how to create millet inside his belly anyway. Guan said that if a guy wants to learn he should stop being rude to his teacher. Kang Jin was very angry with his teacher and wanted to throw out his anger, but he realized that it was better to focus on training now and therefore began to breathe correctly again. He continued to walk along the designated line and carry out tasks with the most correct qualities. Guan looked at his student and thought that he needed to come up with a lesson plan for the whole year for this guy. After morning training, Kang Jin went to school to attend classes. At school there was a break between lessons and students gathered from the group to discuss the latest news and have fun. Hyun at that moment was sitting at his desk and reading a book. He didn't like wasting time, so he spent the whole break studying everything that was written in the book. Kang Jin walked to his desk and threw the package on the table. After that, he sat down at the table and saw that his new friend was sitting alone and reading a book. Kang Jin watched his friend and couldn't believe that this guy had such incredible concentration. He tapped his fist on his desk to get his attention. Hyun turned his head and saw Kang Jin sitting next to him. He was so engrossed in the book that he didn't even notice when he arrived. Kang Jin looked at this guy and said that his friend is a real bookworm. Hyun said that he is not from a rich family, so he has to study a lot. Kang Jin said that he could never believe that finding a friend would be so difficult if he knew about it. Before, he would not have even started doing this. Kang Jin asked him what is a true friend. Hyun said that this question would be difficult to answer, and that it would be very difficult to find a true friend. Suddenly one of the students shouted that the master was coming, and after that all the other students took their places and sat quietly. Kang Jin thought that there is no point in thinking about friends, and how real they are or not, because at the moment, he feels good. They were returning home after school and suddenly saw a man in front of them on the road. This man looked dirty and unkempt. He resembled some kind of tramp or beggar. This man beckoned them with his finger, and said that these guys should come closer to him. Hyun told his friend that this is a hooligan who lives in their village, and they should just come by and not pay attention to him. The bully was extremely offended when he saw that these two guys ignored his request and walked past him. He stopped in front of them, blocked their way, and said that he wouldn't let these impudent people through just like that. If an adult addresses them, they shouldn't answer him right away. Kang Jin asked this man if he knew who they were. The bully was very surprised when this boy asked him such a question, and after that he decided to take a closer look at it. He saw that the boy had a bag of money hanging on his clothes. He began to laugh slyly, pointed his fingers at this bag of money, and said that this is what he needs to know and everything else is unimportant to him. Kang Jin said that if this guy even touches him with a finger and tries to steal the money, he will regret it. The bully began to laugh when he heard the boy's threats, and said that he was not afraid of the threats of children who knew nothing about this world. He tilted his head closer to the boy, looked at him with a dangerous look, and said that this boy should be afraid of him. Kang Jin said that he would be forced to upset this guy, but it so happened that he is absolutely not afraid of him. The bully was angry when he heard this phrase and raised his hand to hit the guy. Kang Jin was not afraid of this hooligan, and immediately decided to counterattack him with his leg and kicked him in the stomach. The bully felt severe pain and squatted down. He could not believe that this boy would actually hit him. He raised his head up and shouted very loudly that he would kill them now. Kang Jin said that if this idiot wants to kill him, first he needs to catch up with him. Kang Jin started to run away from this bully, and thought only that this idiot runs very fast. Kang Jin was a very fast and resilient guy, and at that moment he realized that the training his teacher gave him was not in vain. He saw that this guy got tired very quickly, and now he couldn't catch up with him because he had little stamina. Kang Jin ran away from this hooligan and shouted after him that if he wants to catch up with him and take the money, and we need to try harder. The bully at that moment realized that just running after this guy was not enough, and he needed to come up with some other plan. Kang Jin continued to run away, but suddenly he saw that this bully stopped running after him. The man raised his hand to strike. He hit Hyun in the face with his palm, who stood still and watched them the whole time. Hyun received a strong blow to the cheek and then began to fall down. Kang Jin could forgive my bully if he caught up with him, but he could not forgive the fact that this idiot offended his friend. This situation made him very angry. The bully saw this tall guy fall to the ground and then kicked him in the ribs with all his might. Kang Jin understood that his strength was not enough to defeat this big guy, and he urgently needed to make some decision. He threw a bag of money at this guy. The bully turned his head back and saw that next to him there was only a bag of money that he wanted to steal. Kang Jin ordered this idiot to immediately take the bag of money and get out of here while he was still alive. The bully said they should have done this earlier, and then no one would have gotten hurt. The bully squatted down and hit the lying guy in the face again, and said that it is for this reason that it is always good to have friends. He took the bag of money, and then slowly began to walk away from here. Kang Jin walked up to his friend and helped him become. He asked if everything was okay or was he okay. Hyung replied that he was fine. Hyung said that they were in trouble because they gave too much money to this bully. Kang Jin replied that money is not important now because his friend was beaten. Hyun said that now this bully knows the circumstances of his family, and therefore never touched him, and apparently he attacked them because of Kang Jin. Kang Jin said that Hyun doesn't look good. Hyung replied that he was fine but his body still hurt after being beaten. Hyun said that they need to go because they are expected. Kang Jin replied that he would go home. He gave the dead birds to his friend and told him to give them to his children. After that, Kang Jin turned around and left. Kang Jin is very angry with his friend because of him he lost this battle. If he had been alone, then this bully would not have been able to do anything to him. He was angry and couldn't control his anger. Part of it was because Hyung couldn't fight back. He constantly replayed in his head the moment when his friend was kicked. He said that he would definitely take revenge on this bully. Gwon was sitting at the table at that moment, eating delicious food. He poured rice wine into his cup and said that the snacks today were excellent, and the alcohol was also delicious. And he didn't even remember the last time he enjoyed such luxury. He took a cup of alcohol and was going to drink it and enjoy this incredible taste. But suddenly Kang Jin came into the room and suddenly opened the doors to the room. Gwon asked your student what happened. He asked, wasn't the guy supposed to come late today? Kang Jin asked the master to teach him martial arts. Kang Jin said that his teacher teaches him boring things like how to breathe properly or run, but he wants to learn real martial art. Gwon asked him what happened. Kang Jin said that he wants to learn martial arts, and nothing else matters to him. Gwon thought that he didn't know much about martial arts, and it would be difficult for him to teach this guy. He thought that he still had some knowledge. He could teach this child martial art, but it would take time. Gwon told the boy that he understood him, and they would come up with something. When it got dark outside, they went out for night training, and Gwon was holding a wooden sword in his hands. He took a fighting position and stood in a fighting stance, preparing to strike. He struck the tree trunk very quickly with his sword. Gwon turned to the boy, smiled, and asked, "Do I need to repeat this combat combination again?" Kang Jin couldn't remember the sequence of strikes the first time and therefore asked his teacher to show him again. Kang Jin said that it looks absolutely unconvincing and even small children can wave a stick like that. Gwon said that anyone can do this, but few people know how to do it correctly. Gwon said that I am a boy, so confident in myself. He can take the sword and try to repeat it. Kang Jin picked up the sword and took a fighting stance to begin the attack. He very quickly began to strike with his sword from different sides and repeated the combination that the teacher showed him. Kang Jin stopped and told the teacher that he was doing this punch combination for the first time and he was already succeeding. Gwon said that if the boy is so sure that he managed to do it, let him repeat it again. Kang Jin started attacking the tree trunk with the wooden sword again. Gwon said that his student was doing these strikes incorrectly, and asked to give him a sword so that he could demonstrate this combination of strikes again. Kang Jin understood that he had no other choice and had to give the sword to his teacher. Kang Jin did not understand the meaning of the blows that the teacher was showing him, and he thought that the teacher simply does not know what to teach his student, and therefore pretends to be the smartest. Gwon began to strike the tree trunk again, but this time he moved differently than before. His strikes looked more dangerous. Kang Jin realized that the teacher still knows something about martial arts, and knows how to deliver serious blows. Gwon asked the student if he had seen anything like this before. Kang Jin said that he had never seen anything like this before, and it seemed to him that it would be very difficult to repeat. Kang Jin took the wooden sword again and took a fighting stance in front of the tree. He is half a tree and realized that his blows and the master's blows are radically different. He looked at the tree trunk and noticed that after the teacher's blows, cuts and dents remained on the tree. Kang Jin thought that this is all very obvious, and there is nothing complicated here. He began to repeat the attacks after his master, and also tried to leave marks and cuts on the tree trunk. Gwon said that apparently repeating such blows is not as easy as it seems at first glance, and this requires time to practice. Kang Jin tightly grasped the hilt of the sword in his hands and wanted to strike again. He very quickly hit the tree from different sides, delivering cutting blows, and after that he made injections with his sword. Kang Jin was obsessed with Gaze learning how to fight with the sword and deal maximum damage. After several attempts and different methods of attack, he began to be able to repeat the blows of the master. Guan was shocked when he saw this guy's results. He thought that it took him a very long time to achieve such a result. Kang Jin couldn't stop and he splashed out his anger every time he hit the tree trunk. He wanted to learn how to deliver strong blows as quickly as possible and surpass the strength of his master in order to take revenge in the future on this bully who offended his friend. Guan scratched his head and thought that he didn't understand how the boy could do this in such a short period of time. Kang Jin was already very tired, but nevertheless he continued to hit the wood utensils, and although he wanted to throw out all his anger, Guan asked his student to stop immediately because he was overdoing it. Kang Jin replied that the teacher himself said that you need to learn how to do it correctly, and that's why he tries to achieve results. Guan hugged his student to stop him. Kang Jin asked what's wrong. Guan took the boy's hands and said that they were all covered in blood and he couldn't look at them. Kang Jin said that it didn't even hurt him. Guan said that the boy does not feel pain because he is excited now, but he will wait a little and you will be shocked by this pain. Kang Jin couldn't believe that his master was so sentimental and worried about his hands so much. Guan said that he doesn't understand since when did his student stop obeying his teacher's orders. Kang Jin was angry with his teacher but didn't know what to answer. They continued to discuss the cuts and scratches on his arms. Kang Jin suddenly shouted that he needed to take revenge on one idiot because he broke his pride and hurt his only friend. Guan asked the boy, is he really so angry with this man that he wants to take revenge on him? Kang Jin said that he had to do it, and this is precisely the reason why he trains even through pain. Guan thought that telling this boy not to be so reckless was like banging his head against the wall. Guan said that studying martial arts to take revenge is the wrong way, and in this case it is better not to study martial arts. He explained that studying art is possible only in order to survive and save his life. Guan thought that when it comes to a place he will not stop just from studying a few blows. Guan was afraid that the boy would want to kill this man, and so he came up with a plan. He said that if his student wants to take revenge, then it must be done well, and it will be a shame for him if he makes a mistake somewhere and loses. Kang Jin replied that for this reason he asked the master to teach him real martial art. Guan said that in this case the boy should make a hole. Kang Jin said he doesn't understand what hole his teacher is talking about. Guan said that when his student can pierce this tree with a wooden sword, he will be able to take revenge on his offender. But until then, you should not even approach him. Kang Jin looked at the tree trunk and saw that he would have to work very hard to complete this task. He thought that this all sounded very strange and difficult, but the teacher would not give him such a task just like that. Guan sat on a rock and watched his student train since the morning and tried to make a hole in a tree. Guan thought there that his student is very persistent, and he wants to learn this no matter what. Even if he beats for many days, he will not be able to break a hole in a tree. He wondered when Kang Jin would reach his limit and stop trying to complete this task. Guan thought that when the guy got tired, he would have to return his attention to more important training. He understood that his student was mindlessly beating a tree and did not adhere to any strategy. Guan watched his student and realized that the clothes he is currently training in are too big for him. He will need to sew new clothes. Guan approached his student and said that he was most likely already tired of hitting wood and could not move on to another training session. Kang Jin asked, are they going to go back to the breathing exercise again? Guan said that breathing is very important because it is the basis of internal strength, and as soon as he succeeds, he will definitely come to the teacher and say thank you to his master. Kang Jin asked, does he really need to do this? Guan said that he heard that if his student practices breathing for 3 years, he can master this technique. Kang Jin asked the teacher if he was sure that he knew how to properly learn these techniques. Guan replied that if the boy trains, he will definitely succeed. Kang Jin looked at the teacher incredulously but nevertheless listened to his words. Kang Jin went to the mountains near his palace to practice breathing techniques. He sat on a stone in the lotus position and tried to control his breathing and focus his attention and concentration on this breathing. Kang Jin didn't understand how breathing would help him create millet inside his belly. He meditated and concentrated his attention on the millet. He felt strange sensations in his stomach and thought that this might be the same millet that the teacher was talking about. A bright light appeared in his stomach, and it was a cloud of energy. He opened his eyes and looked at the energy that was in his stomach. He saw how this bright light began to glow more and more every second. But after a few seconds this light disappeared. He understood that this meant that he had to bring it to the solar plexus first, and he needed to catch it, and then move it throughout the body, and he needed to learn how to control it normally if from that moment he lifted it up. He continued to focus his attention on this internal energy and strengthen it. Kang Jin saw the result of his breathing practices, and therefore he wanted to improve the result he achieved. Suddenly he heard some strange sounds near him, and opened his eyes. At that moment drops of sweat were running down his face. He was very surprised when he saw that it was already dark outside and night had fallen. At that moment the teacher was standing behind him. Guan was shocked to see his student here at such a late time. Kang Jin turned his head towards the master, and asked what he was doing here. Guan asked his student in a surprised voice. Did he really manage to create millet? Guan said that the boy had been sitting here all day, and when it got dark outside he decided to wake him up. Kang Jin said that he is not sure that he succeeded in creating millet, but he feels unusual. Guan Yu are very happy because his student was able to create millet. Guan thought that everything the general told him was true, and until that moment no one could create millet within themselves. Kang Jin told the master that this is all very strange, and he feels a certain warmth inside his body but he is very cold. Guan was still next to the boy, hugged him and said that the mountain breeze is very cold. He rubbed this boy with his hands and tried to warm him up. Kang Jin smiled and said to the master that he had completed this task and now he wants to ask his teacher what I won't do next. People walked along the city streets and shopped at local shops. Guan sat near the window and drank rice wine, watching people pass by. He still couldn't believe that his student had completed this task and was fascinated by himself because he had been practicing breathing for many years. But nothing had worked out for him. He put his hand on his head and said that now this is not the main problem, and he came up with a long-term task for the boy. But he did everything. He put the cup on the table and said that his new plan should work. But he was no longer sure of it, and nevertheless, would it be convincing enough that he only tried it once? He drank alcohol from a cup and said that he had finally come up with a new task for his student. Kang Jin was very surprised and dissatisfied when he saw a new task that the teacher showed him the next day. Kang Jin asked the teacher, will he really have to jump over this tree every day? Guan said that this is exactly what his new task will be. Kang Jin thought that this is a very strange task and he doesn't understand why he needs to jump over this tree. Kang Jin asked the teacher to explain the essence of this task in more detail. Guan said that now he wants to tell the boy a story about a certain assassin who lived a long time ago. He was a tall, strong man with a large black mustache. He stood near a small calf tied to a log and did not hold a sharp sword in his hands. This warrior got himself a calf and told this animal that from today he will be his training partner. The warrior came to the training ground every morning and jumped over his pet. He trained every day for several years to perfect his jumping technique. He constantly pushed off from the ground and jumped higher and higher every day. One day he jumped over his bull and landed on the ground. He turned his head back and looked at the animal that was behind him. The bull has already grown into a big animal. When this animal grew up, jumping over it became much more difficult, but due to the fact that the warrior jumped over it every day, his jumping power was strong enough to jump over this bull. Kang Jin asked the teacher, is it possible that if he jumps over this tree every day, one day he will be able to jump over a big real tree? Guan told his student that first, he should just try. Kang Jin asked how fast does this tree grow? Guan said that it doesn't matter how fast this tree grows. Guan said that the only important thing is that the student unconditionally follows the orders of his teacher. Kang Jin thought that the teacher's words sounded very strange, but nevertheless he achieved results every time he completed the teacher's tasks. After training, he returned home and saw that his pet white squirrel was eating seeds along with the rooster. Animals or that a person approaches them and looks at him in fear. Kang Jin stopped near the squirrel and the rooster and watched them. He sat down to be closer to these animals and called them to him. The animals did not understand what this boy wanted from them because he had never communicated before. He squatted and watched them. He again, in a rougher voice, told the animals to come to him. They heard the young master's dissatisfied voice and immediately ran to meet him. Kang Jin said that he overfed them because they couldn't even quickly approach him at his first request. The squirrel immediately climbed onto his shoulder and sat near the owner's face. The squirrel began to get lost near his face on his cheek. Kang Jin was not ready for his squirrel to show such affection and therefore threw it off his shoulder. The squirrel fell on the rooster's back and the bird got very scared because of this and began to run around itself. Kang Jin looked at this couple in surprise and thought that they had come up with some new trick. Squirrel Rooster pretended to be dead that I was in front of the owner. Kang Jin understood that they were now playing a show in front of him, but he knew that everything was fine with them. He closed his eyes and thought that these animals were starting to annoy him. He tapped his palm on the ground and once again asked them to come to him, and after that the squirrel and the rooster very quickly began to run to meet him. Kang Jin showed a little affection and stroked the squirrel's head with his hand. Kang Jin saw that these cute animals were constantly cuddling up to him, and thought that sometimes they also need to be petted and praised. On the street that day there were a lot of people walking along the central alley. Kang Jin asked the teacher why he brought him here. Guan said that he brought the boy here not to drink tea but so that he could watch people. Kang Jin asked why exactly he needs to observe because he sees people every day. They saw that not far from them there was a stall near which a girl was standing and preparing street food. Kang Jin asked the teacher if he wanted nothing to eat. The teacher replied that they don't have time to eat now and they need to look at people. Kang Jin said that there is a married man and a married woman near the counter. Kang Jin said that his wife cooks the food very diligently. Her husband waits for her to give him something to eat. Guan said that everything was correct and asked his student what were those people thinking about. The boy replied that his wife was thinking about cooking and her husband was thinking about how he would eat this food. Guan said that I will look at them carefully. He will be able to see their real thoughts. Kang Jin asked how to find out their real thoughts. The teacher asked his student why they were both kind to each other. Kang Jin said that they are kind to each other because they are a buyer and a seller. Guan thought that the boy did not see the essence and his attention was on the surface. Guan asked your student why are these two people smiling at each other. Kang Jin replied that it was because they were doing well. Guan asked the student does he really think that if people smile it means that everything is fine with them? The student replied that this is exactly what he thinks. Guan asked the student what would happen if these two people had upset faces. Kang Jin said that he doesn't quite understand the essence of the question. Guan said that his student said everything correctly. These people are the seller and the buyer, but what would happen to them if their faces were upset now? Guan said that in this case it turns out that they can smile but don't like each other. Guan said that the owner may not want to sell the goods because she has health problems. Or maybe the buyer has no money, so he cannot afford anything other than this food. Kang Jin said that despite this they still smile. Kang Jin looked at the master and tried to understand what he wanted to achieve from him. Guan thought that the boy only sees what is outside and this is an ordinary mask, but he needs to learn to feel what is inside. They sat silently near the window and Kang Jin thought about his teacher's words. He took a cup of tea and took a sip. Kang Jin said that it's moments like these that make him realize that he's a very strange person. His teacher said he wasn't weird, just special. Guan took his student by the hand and tried to explain to him that life is a very long journey. He said that observing people is an important training and the boy is currently only aware of people's relationships and first he must learn to feel them. Kang Jin didn't understand how to learn to see people's feelings. Guan, his student, did he talk to that guy? Kang Jin replied that this guy said that he looked like him. Guan replied that everything is not like that at all, and he is not like that. This can be seen from the upset face that the boy has now. Guan said that he wants to explain to the guy that now his real feelings are reflected on his face, but he always had a stone face and never expressed his sincere emotions. Guan said that the boy should look at his teacher and his emotions are reflected on his face as they are, and it is worth training the teacher's emotions as if reading a book. He said that first you need to learn to read emotions, these are the basics for understanding other people. Kang Jin looked at the teacher in surprise and thought that this was all very strange, but nevertheless it would be interesting to study the emotions of other people. In Hyun's house, smoke came out of the chimney in large clouds. My sister was cooking rice and she lifted the lid to see how well it was cooked. The younger brother and sister saw that plates were being placed on the table and realized that soon they would be eating. Hyung looked at his brothers and sisters and realized that he loved to watch them rejoice and have fun. Kang Jin stood near the door and watched the children play with a big yo-yo. Kang Jin was very thoughtful at that moment, and his head was troubled by various thoughts. He remembered the words of the teacher who said that things that people usually consider natural they learn by looking at their friends. Kang Jin didn't understand why the video of these emotions of others is so difficult, and the teacher said that the same facial expressions of children youth and old people are different. Hyun looked at his friend and asked him why he was so upset. Kang Jin said he wanted to ask his friend something. Hyun asked him what exactly interests him. Kang Jin sat down on a bench nearby and asked him a question that was bothering him. Kang Jin said that teacher gave him a new task to read emotions from people's faces, and he said that you need to look at facial expressions and understand what it means. Hyun said that the guy shouldn't worry because many people have this problem. Hyun said that not all people can sincerely understand your feelings. Hyun asked him if he remembers the day when he first came to his house. Hyun said that the guy should remember in detail the events that happened that day. Kang Jin said that he doesn't remember anything like that, although his memory is better than Hyun's. Hyun reminded him that he had said back then that you shouldn't share food with your younger brothers. He explained that now everything is exactly the same as then, but the same fact is perceived differently depending on what situation and position they are in. Kang Jin said that he is now learning this from Hyun. Hyun replied that everything is correct, but now he wants to talk about the expression on his face that day when Kang Jin brought the food. Hyun said that it was a day for which he was undoubtedly grateful to his friend, and his younger brothers and sisters also rejoiced. Kang Jin said that Hyun was the only one who was angry that day. Hyun said that he was actually angry that day, but in his heart he felt grateful. Kang Jin concluded that his friend that day was angry and grateful at the same time. Hyun said that although a person's state of mind is manifested on the face, there may also be circumstances in which it is not expressed, and he thinks that his teacher wanted to convey exactly this idea to him. Kang Jin said that now he understands, but it's still very complicated. Hyun said that's why they call him special. Kang Jin exhaled and said that now he understands that being special is not so bad. The next day he went to the mountains again to do the training his teacher had given him. He saw that the tree was growing a little upward every day and accelerated to make a jump. He looked at this tree as an obstacle, and wanted to jump over it at any cost. He pushed off the ground and jumped up. He was able to push off the ground strong enough to jump over this tree. After that he landed on the ground and stopped. He wiped the sweat from his face and said that he had a feeling that next year he would not be able to jump over this tree. Summer came and he spent all his free time training. He ran up to the top of the cliff. A fly sat on a tree near the school and did not move for a very long time. Kang Jin followed his best friend's example and spent his free time on breaks reading books instead of wasting time. When autumn came and he again returned to breathing training near the waterfall, and, despite the pain and cold, sitting near the water, he sat with his eyes closed and concentrated only on his breathing. The cold winter came. Snow covered the surface of the earth, and it was very cold. Kang Jin is a little cold. This is not an obstacle for him, and he still has to train and complete tasks. He went up to the tree and began to warm up. He realized that one day he would make a hole in this tree. He was stretching his arm before starting training. Kang Jin traded his neck and neck muscles. He wanted to release very strong energy. He trained every day and did not give himself time to rest, so his body became strong, and he felt it himself. When he had sufficiently stretched his body, he approached the tree and lifted the sword. Kang Jin put the sword in front of his body and pointed it forward. He took a fighting position and tried to control his breathing, inhaling and exhaling slowly. Kang Jin understood that one day he would make a hole in this tree and made every effort to do this. Snow was falling from the sky. Kang Jin prepared to strike the tree trunk again. He made the castle with his sword and wanted to strike. Kang Jin repeated the combination of blows that the teacher showed him. He perfected his punches for several months. Kang Jin smiled because he saw chips flying from the tree after his blow. When he completed the combination of strikes, he stepped back and lowered his sword. Kang Jin was proud of himself because he saw his results improve every day. The holes in the tree stopped growing more every day, and he was getting closer and closer to the desired result. There was a large dent in the center of the tree trunk from his blows. 6 months came after this moment, and summer came again. People walked carefree along the streets of the city. Guan visited the local library and looked for some book. He found a lot of books in the library, and wanted to choose the one he was looking for. He opened the book and began to read its contents in order to understand whether this book was suitable for him or not. He was irritated by the fact that these guys had too much text in their books, and these books did not suit him. The librarian passed by this guy and noticed that he was frantically sorting through books and looking for something. She asked him what specific book he was looking for. He replied that he wanted to find a book about martial arts. He answered him that they had one book about martial arts. Guan said that it would be very good if this book had a lot of pictures. He smiled and said that the book she was talking about had a lot of pictures. He went to the next building to find a book in the storage room for this gentleman. She was looking for these books in a special department where various books about martial arts were supposed to be located. At the bottom of a large stack of books was the one with a green cover. He opened this book and saw that there were many drawings with goats from martial arts, and realized that this was exactly the book he was talking about. He smiled and thought that he wanted to use this book for kindling. Today this book will bring him some pocket money. Guan stood near the shelves with books and waited for them to bring him that very book about martial arts. He was very thoughtful and hoped that this book would help him teach his student better. Kang Jin stood near a tree that had grown several meters up in a year. Guan watched his student jump over this tree even though she was already quite big. Kang Jin jumped up and was sure that he would be able to jump over this tree. After a whole year of regularly jumping over a tree, he learned some techniques that help him strengthen his jump. He learned to give an extra push in the air to strengthen his jump. Guan watched his student jump very high and be able to jump over this tall tree. Kang Jin was able to jump over the tree, but after that he landed unsuccessfully on the ground and fell, after which he tumbled several times. He turned his head back and asked the teacher whether he liked the result his student achieved. Guan said that he never doubted his student, and the guy is very good at jumping over this tree and his results are impressive. Kang Jin said that he had to go through a lot to learn how to jump so high. He said that the teacher was right and his teaching always bears fruit and good results. Kang Jin said that he learned some jumping techniques, and these techniques are similar to the feeling of walking on a flat tree. He looked at his teacher's face and realized that these words were incomprehensible to him. Therefore, I decided to continue this topic. Guan said that despite the fact that he is his student, he speaks like crazy, and he wanted to somehow help this guy but nevertheless do not interfere in his training. He thought that he could use the power of this boy and direct it in the right direction. They trained near a waterfall and the boy learned new positions in the body. Kang Jin practiced new martial arts techniques and techniques that were previously unknown to him. He struck with his palm and wind began to appear around his hand. He moved at incredibly fast speeds and controlled his every move with great force. Kang Jin froze in a fighting position and a stream of wind flew out of his hand. Guan said that he couldn't believe his eyes and the boy had just managed to do the impossible. He released a stream of wind from his hand. Kang Jin understood how this technique works and was easily able to repeat it again and release another wind scarf. He turned to his teacher and asked him is this the same fireball that he wanted to learn. He smiled and said that all this time he thought that the fireball was just a fiction and did not exist. In fact, but now he was convinced that it was all for real and he was able to master this technique. Guan looked at the books that were in the closet and thought that this student is very smart, and this boy remembers how many times he wet the bed when he was little and therefore this stubborn former employee took him with him as his best student. He thought that this guy might really have come down from heaven, and it was not in vain that he ruined him. It was not in vain that all this time Guan taught him everything he knew and he could raise this boy to be a real warrior. At that moment the librarian approached him and said that he had brought a book. He smiled and said that this book has the most pictures and there is also some text. If you suddenly need help, you can always contact a librarian. Kang Jin showed his friends the fighting techniques he had learned recently, and the kids were delighted. They thought he was the coolest guy in the world. Kang Jin said that these children have a fragile constitution, and in acceptance I will not do what he shows them. Kang Jin turned to his friend and said that he would also teach him this martial art. The guy was reading a book and said that he would try to learn. Kang Jin said that you can't just think and not practice. Hyung replied that if they train together he doesn't mind. Kang Jin said that he has a lot of negative memories and thinks about them all the time. Does it happen to him that he also thinks about his negative memories? Hyung said that lately he has had a lot of such thoughts. Kang Jin involuntarily looked at his friend and began to think about these words. He decided to analyze this guy and realized that this guy is the head of the family, and the younger ones are more important than anyone else for him, and nothing can be said to convince him. Kang Jin said that he only thinks about what will be good for the younger ones. There are many adults who want to support him. Kang Jin said that among these people is his father. Hyun thanked his friend for his honesty, and said that he wanted him to convey his gratitude to the adults. In the city on this day everyone was drinking and having fun. Today was a holiday for many. The men could hardly stand on their feet, and had to support each other so that they could walk. Young and old people had fun together today. Courtesans stood in the windows of brothels and invited visitors to come to them. They blew them kisses and got to know them. A security guard stood near the entrance to the establishment, and controlled people who could go inside and did not let in those who were not allowed to enter. People gambled and spent their money. Some of them won and were happy, but many lost all the money they came here with. The man saw 2 children come here and said that I don't allow children into this place, so they better turn around and leave here. He drove them away from here and told them to leave immediately, showed them with his hand where they should go. Kang Jin grabbed the guy's arm and twisted it. He threw the guard to the ground, and despite the fact that the guard was several times larger than him, he still could not do anything. The guard grabbed the guy by the leg and looked at him with a scared look. Kang Jin said that he won't let some idiots reach out to him and touch his expensive clothes. He looked at him with a dissatisfied look and made it clear that it was better not to joke with him. People saw that a fight had started near this establishment, and began to gather and create a crowd to see what would happen next. The guard slowly began to rise from the ground and was very angry that this boy had just humiliated him in front of other people. He swung his hand and wanted to hit him in the face with all his force in order to punish him. The security guard saw this guy's calm look and realized that he was absolutely not afraid of being hit. He looked at this guy and didn't understand what to do, because he was still just a child. If he hit him in front of the crowd, problems might arise. He looked around and realized that too many people had already gathered for him to understand that there was something in this guy, and he urgently needed to make a decision. He clenched his fist and realized that he needed to fight back and not disgrace himself in the eyes of people. He realized that it was better to beat this child in order not to disgrace himself, because in a bad case there might be rumors that some brat scared him. A man appeared behind this guard and hit him on the head and threw him down. This gentleman looked at the security guard and said that you can't communicate with this young man like that. This man bowed to the young master and asked what fate had brought him here. Kang Jin replied that he did not expect to see Mr. Namo here and asked him, "Does he really work here?" Namo replied that he personally does not manage anything here, but he was interested in what brought the young master here. He said that this is not the place where the young master should come. Kang Jin replied that he has one thing to do here. Namo said that if the owner found out that the young master was here, he would have big problems. Kang Jin replied that this gentleman should not be interested in these problems. Kang Jin said that he came here for a reason. He needs to find one person. Namo asked the young master who exactly he was going to find. Kang Jin doesn't know if I can trust this gentleman and talks about the person he's looking for, but he didn't have any other acquaintances here, so he had to trust him. Younger brothers and sisters saw off their older brother and wished him a successful journey. Hyun set off on his journey, but when he approached the edge of the village, he saw a large crowd of people and began to wonder what was going on here. He looked at all these people and didn't understand where they were looking. Hyun came closer and made his way through the crowd of people and saw that in the center was that same bully with broken legs, and on his neck there was a sign with the inscription "Robber." Hyun realized that this guy now has big problems, and apparently he committed an act for which they could not forgive him. His face was covered in blood and he had bruises and hematomas all over his body. Hyun understood that there is a reason for everything, a hereditary connection, and he knew that this bully would one day face such a problem. He turned his head to the side and thought that there was no point in standing here anymore, and this guy got what he deserved for all his actions. But he didn't understand who did this to him. Hyun came to school and saw that his friend was sitting at the table reading a book at that moment. Oh-hae looked at Kang Jin and saw that he was unusual today. Kang Jin turned his head and saw that his friend had come to school. He was smiling and looking at him. Hyun said that he had not seen his friend in such a good mood for a long time and asked what happened. Kang Jin said that today he dealt with one thing and he was in a pretty good mood. Hyun at that moment suggested that the guy had a connection with a hooligan who was beaten in the village today. The gentleman drew a picture on the canvas with a brush and drew each line. An assassin who was carrying out his task came to the master and reported that the man who needed to be killed was still alive. But after what they did to him, he would not be able to walk on one leg, but we would be able to move. Mr. asked this assassin if he knows why his son was possessed by this bandit. The assassin replied that it was all because this man beat up his friend. The gentleman asked was his son really furious because someone beat his friend. The assassin said that this was done only to convict the culprit. If Teacher Guan had calmed him down, perhaps this would not have happened. They continued to talk about this topic and discuss the event that happened. Mr. asked your servant, is this the reason why his son devotes so much time to martial arts? Assassin said that Teacher Guan asked no one to interfere with this and trust him. He felt guilty at that moment, and promised the gentleman that in future he would monitor this more carefully. The gentleman said that if there is no need in this matter, they will not achieve great results, and therefore asked the assassin to continue to behave the same way as he did before and not allow him to come here any more, and give this man a means of subsistence. The gentleman could not believe, and I could not believe, that his son was very angry with this man, and at the same time did not kill him. He thought that this was primarily influenced by his teacher who gave him the right instructions. He was shocked because his son can be controlled, and perhaps these are not just ordinary words and his son knows how to listen to someone's advice. He understood that he would need to think it all over carefully and understand what to do with it next. Night fell and the white bright moon hung in the sky. Gray clouds floated past it. Guan sat on his haunches and drew circles on the ground. He thought that even if the guy learns quickly, this is how it should be, but he wanted to understand if he could win a little more time. Kang Jin smiled and talked about how he managed to jump over the tree. This memory was screwed into his head hundreds of times during the day. He bowed his head and rested it on his hand. He thought that the baklava was breaking out by itself, and he couldn't say that it wouldn't work. Guan understood that his whole life was meaningless, and he always thought that he lived happily ever after. But now he understands that meaning in his life appeared only now, and sighed heavily after that. A gentleman approached him from behind and asked why he was sighing so heavily. Guan was shocked when he saw the owner here and said that he was not feeling well. The owner asked what kind of circles he draws on the earth. Guan said that he wanted to draw the gates, but he doesn't really know how to do it, and that's why he was worried. The owner asked what are gates. Guan said that when he was in the army, he accidentally heard movements that were based on changes in disposition. He thought it was too much to rely on that alone. The gentleman said that he had been engaged in trade all his life and therefore did not know such things, but once on the altar in a Buddhist temple he helped a fortune teller, and he listened a lot and remembered some moments. Guan said that he teaches something similar, and his student learns very quickly, and he is not like everyone else, so I want to teach him more important things. The gentleman said that apparently this child presented a lot of difficulties, and the gentleman is very grateful to Guan for his patience. Guan said that there is nothing special about it, and, as he already said, he is grateful to the gentleman for his concern. The gentleman took a stick and began to draw. He said that it seemed to him that Kang Jin had changed a lot lately. The gentleman is very grateful to the teacher for the fact that his child is getting better, and lately he often goes to the market, and he wants to know what the boy is doing at the market. Guan said that he wants to teach him to understand the expressions on people's faces and see their feelings. The master asked, did the teacher really give his students such a task? Guan said that facial expressions are the basis of everything. He said that the boy should learn to understand people's feelings by their faces. Guan said that the guy is very smart, so he will succeed. The gentleman said that this is a skill that is not available to everyone and many will not be able to master it. Guan said that he knows this guy and is sure that he will become as outstanding as his father. The gentleman looked at this teacher in silence for several seconds, and then he suddenly smiled and let the teacher know that his confidence in this child was impressive. The gentleman asked the teacher, is he really so sure that this boy will be able to learn all these practices? Guan looked at the gentleman in surprise and didn't even know how to answer this question. Guan replied that the boy would become an outstanding personality, and he himself wanted it. The gentleman said that he also doesn't know much, but he thinks that this will not suit his child when it comes to disposition. Guan cleared his throat several times and said that it seemed to him that nothing could be clearer, and asked for forgiveness that it was from him, Mr., and a lot of time. The gentleman said that there is no need to apologize because this conversation was important to him, and he came here himself. So now he wants to take his leave and he needs to leave. Guan also bowed back to his master. The gentleman turned around and began to walk away towards the palace, leaving the teacher alone with himself. Guan squatted down and again began to study the circles on the ground. He tried to carefully examine them. He waited until the master was far enough away and then looked after him. He thought that the master was not as simple as he might seem. The gentleman slowly began to climb up the stairs. When evening came, they went to training again. Kang Jin was stretching his muscles before training and thought that it would be good to exercise a little more. He thought that he still needed to train a lot and he learned more than half of the lessons, but still this is not the end. He remembered the day when they met the teacher, and he asked him, does he really need to learn all this again? Guan said that his student himself constantly complains that he does not have enough training, and he has already learned everything. He looked at the boy and said that even if there is only one person here now, wouldn't it be better to watch him? Kang Jin said they are all the same. Guan asked his student, does he really think that he is a teacher or a fool? He said that most people tend to hide their intentions. It is impossible to hide their facial expressions. Kang Jin said that at this very second, emotions are expressed on his teacher's face. Guan said that thousands of commanders die on the battlefield, but he was able to survive this only because he knows all these techniques, and now wants to teach them to his student. Guan said that if a boy works hard and learns acting, he will be able to deceive anyone and he should practice expressing his emotions through facial expressions. Kang Jin said that it was all clear to him, but he meant that all the faces he sees are the same. Kang Jin looked at the tree and thought that he seemed to be getting better at it, but it was still too complicated, and he was sure that it would get better if he understood it a little. He accelerated and began to run towards the tree. He pushed off the ground and made a rapid jump up. After he jumped over the tree, he began to fly down again and was unable to land normally and, as a result, hit his shoulder on the ground. Kang Jin asked his teacher if there was any less painful way to land. The teacher said that the boy must learn to climb down on his own. Guan said that if he constantly tells the boy what he needs to do, he will not make progress. If he always follows someone else, he will end up in a position where he cannot do anything on his own. Kang Jin said that the teacher doesn't teach him anything, and when you stand on your left leg, put your right leg in so as not to fall. Anyone can say this. Guan looked at the guy in surprise and thought that he didn't respect his teacher at all. Guan said that his student is a fool if you think that he knows everything. Kang Jin replied that only teacher considers him a fool and everyone else respects him and considers him a genius. Guan said that he means that the guy doesn't do very easy things and suffers because of it. Guan told him that all the skills he uses when he gets up he can use when he falls. Guan pointed his finger at his face and said that when a guy gets up, he always has the exact same face. Kang Jin said that he thinks that this time he will also have to deceive the teacher. He accelerated with all his might and ran towards the tree to make another jump. He flew down and thought that now he needed to try to listen to the teacher's light. He flew down, waving his arms and thinking that now he should use this too. He spun around his body and used the wind currents to slow his fall and land normally. Streams of wind appeared near us that kept him in the air and did not allow him to fall. He was able to land on the ground without hitting his back when he fell. Guan looked at his student and was shocked that he had just managed to use air magic to land. Guan looked up and saw that the height from which he landed was quite large and realized that he could use the skills with which he rises up. He accelerated again in order to repeat the technique done. He used air magic, and it worked for him like a spring that pushed him up. He took quick steps and stopped in the air as if there was a solid surface underneath him. At that moment Guan thought that he had gone completely crazy because he had just seen his student walking through the air as if on earth. He saw that the boy landed on one leg and did it so easily as if it cost him nothing. Guan understood that he shouldn't show his delight to this guy because he considers himself the smartest, and can become arrogant because of this. Kang Jin said that the teacher is really a genius, and he managed to do this only thanks to the teacher's advice. Guan at that moment was scratching his head and thinking that the genius is his student. He scratched his beard and said that maybe he has an ability that nobody knows about, and he succeeds in everything he teaches him. But if he teaches his teacher a similar technique, it would be great. It was very late, and there was a big bright moon in the sky. Guan scratched his head with wooden sticks and thought that there was complete hopelessness here. He thought that he remembered everything absolutely accurately, and it seemed that there was still something missing here. He continued to draw circles on the ground with a stick and suggested that the error might be in this place. He scratched his kind and thought that he couldn't ask the owner to draw it again. He got angry and threw away the wooden balcony. He thought that besides this student he had other things to do, and he couldn't waste his time. He saw a student behind him, and was scared because he did not expect to meet him here. The boy said that he heard that the teacher usually walks this way and the step from heel to toe is unstable. Kang Jin said that this is why they say that this way energy can be maintained stably. Guan thought about his student's words. Guan showed the boy the circles he had drawn and said that he was trying to understand one very important shape. Guan started laughing and said that he is now studying the gates, but so far all he understood is that the basic principle is based on Bagua. He began to explain to his student about the principles of the gate. Kang Jin said that I should take the Bagua as a basis. It could be very interesting. He said that these circles on earth are the movement of the legs and they need to be studied. Kang Jin began to walk along the lines of these circles. He tried to master these movements and quickly moved his legs, jumping from one circle to another. He made quick jumps and intended to come all the circles to the end. Kang Jin went through all the circles and said that there is something missing here and the movement is interrupted in the middle. Because of this he loses his balance. He scratched his beard and said that they studied Jing at school, but he's not sure that it can help in this situation. Kang Jin took a stick that was lying on the ground and came up with a plan. He said that in the teaching they were taught at school it was said that Tai Chi generates thought, after which he drew a semicircle. He said that further thought gives rise to Bagua, and in the end it is energy that leads to change. He drew a few more circles and said that this way it looks more complete. He tried again to go all the way, jumping from foot to foot. Kang Jin said that now he can move continuously, and it's very exciting. He said that his teacher was a real genius, and he came up with the idea to use this scheme in this way. Guan said that he's still learning and it looks like the boy has figured out the basics, and doesn't need to explain them now. Kang Jin said that he only understood the basics at the moment, and it would be better if the founder learned more interesting things and teach him these things when they finish their training. Guan said that his student can always follow him. Kang Jin said that nothing can be done about it. He will just continue to suffer and learn from his brilliant teacher. Kang Jin studied these circles and said that in some places you can't step. If you step on one of the circles it can develop into a hexagram, and it seems that you can't repeat it too accurately. Guan didn't understand what this guy was talking about, and no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't understand what he was talking about. He put his hand on his head and thought that let this guy say anything, and the main thing is that everything will work out for him if he understands how these circles work. This means that he is a talented student. Guan understood that his student himself was capable of learning anything and all that was needed was simply to bring him new knowledge. Kang Jin was interested in studying these circles and directed all his attention to them. The teacher was sitting at his desk in his classroom and sorting out papers. He carefully read each of his students' work, and was surprised when he came across Kang Jin's work. The teacher asked his student to get up from the table. Kang Jin stood up and asked the teacher what happened. The teacher said that this time he and student Hyun Day Won shared first place in the exam and usually student Hyun, but Kang Jin is now showing excellent results. He scratched his beard and thought that this student had changed a lot lately. The rest of the students were very angry at this guy because the teacher constantly praises him, and they stay away. Kang Jin at that moment realized that the uprising was not in vain, and this is the result he had been working towards for a long time. He smiled and looked at his teacher with a satisfied look, then bowed to him and thanked the teacher for his praise. Kang Jin returned home and told his mentor about what happened to him. Guan thought that the boy had grown up and he loved attention to such an extent that he was ready to achieve phenomenal results. He looked at the boy and thought that he had hope and greed that dictates that he receive more and more attention, and this greed can suppress his cruelty. Kang Jin said that the teacher should have seen how he was praised, and he said that after this praise everyone immediately began to respect him. He said he doesn't even know how to describe this feeling. Guan said that it turned out that the boy liked when he was praised and when he achieved success. Kang Jin said that he had never experienced anything like this before, and he really likes it when everyone respects him. Guan said that he was happy, and it turns out that his student's plate is very deep. Kang Jin asked the teacher what does this mean and what does he mean. The teacher replied that this is a common saying. Guan said that we need to take care of the teacher who doesn't want to ruin his student's good mood. The guy looked at the teacher in surprise and asked what it means to take care. Guan looked at the boy and thought that if he speaks frankly, the effect decreases, and when he is nervous, it's unclear how, but he must cope with the anxiety in his soul so for a long time. Guan asked your student shouldn't he continue his studies after this? The boy replied that he should rest a little and continue studying with his mentor later, but now he wants to go wash and after that he will come back. Guan and his student sat at the table and looked at each other. Guan looked at the student and after that began to laugh and rejoice. Kang Jin looked at the expression on his teacher's face and counted his emotion. He said that this smile is called a fake one. Guan asked your student if he is 100% sure because it is a fake smile. The boy replied that he was absolutely sure that there was a fake in this smile. But the teacher was very confident in his words, and so the guy was forced to think. He began to bite his finger and bite his nails. He was nervous. Kang Jin said that this is already starting to piss him off, and he absolutely does not understand how to distinguish a fake smile from a real sincere smile. Guan waited with both hands on his student's cheeks and made a funny grimace on his face. Guan said that the boy should look carefully, and we have already told the teacher about this more than once, that people do not show everything that is inside them, and therefore the boy must guess about it himself. He said that you need to pay attention not only to the lips but also to the person's eyes, because they reflect the whole truth. Guan said that when people smile sincerely, the top of the cheeks above the mouth usually move first, and then the lips follow. The guy replied that it all looks exactly the same, and he doesn't see any difference. Guan said that a guy should concentrate his attention not only on the cheeks and lips, and the joy in the eyes is definitely not the same as a fake joy, and you need to look at the whole face. The boy replied that that was why he could not distinguish. Guan scratched his beard and thought that the faster he gets used to it, the better he will remember. But he still didn't understand why it was so difficult for the boy to do this, and he suggested that maybe the boy had caught some kind of disease that did not allow him to understand people. But unfortunately such a disease does not exist. He thought that many people took less time, and he has doubts about it. In the end, he put his elbow on the table, raised his index finger up and told the guy to try one more time, and if it doesn't work this time, he'll come up with another way. Guan showed the guy a very clumsy grimace. He tried to portray pain and resentment on his face. For this, he lowered the corners of his lips down. Kang Jin pointed his finger at his teacher and said that his lips moved together and his cheeks partially moved. Guan stroked the boy's head with his palm and ruffled his hair, after which he said that the guy still understands a little about people's facial expressions. He said that they needed to separately train his insight because without it they could not move forward. Kang Jin looked at his teacher, removed it creepily from his head and said that he does not understand how they should train insight. Kang Jin followed his mentor and told him that he sees lies well. He said that if he practiced a little, he could see ants in addition to leaves. The teacher answered him that having good vision and using the eyes correctly are two different things, and knowledge is a person's innate senses. The problem is that there is more misconception about what a boy is and what he really is. Kang Jin said he doesn't understand at all what misconception the teacher is talking about. Guan lit a fire in the middle of the forest and began collecting stones and placing them next to the logs around the fire. Kang Jin asked the teacher what this question mark was. The teacher replied that he just had to wait a little and soon he would see for himself. The fire died out. All that was left was a hot stone that lay in the center of this fire. Guan told his student that he could take this stone that was now lying in the fire. The guy replied that this stone is hot and he cannot take it. The teacher asked how he knew whether this stone was hot or not if he didn't touch it with his finger. Kang Jin said that it's obvious and the teacher is probably laughing at him now. He said that this stone was in the fire and therefore hot. But suddenly he realized, not something surprising, he opened his eyes and thought that the teacher might be right. Guan asked your student if he had not been watching and had not known that this stone had just been lying in the fire, would he have taken it or not? The boy replied that he most likely would have taken it. The teacher said that somehow the stone cannot cool down, but he will not believe it because he saw the stone burn. Guan went up to the fire and took the burning stone that was lying there. After that he calmly picked it up and began to juggle with this stone, showing his student that the stone was not at all as hot as it might seem. Guan said that this stone is hot, but not to such an extent that it cannot be picked up, and this is a misconception that his student saw with his own eyes. Kang Jin said that if he trains, he can make sure that the stone is not so hot. Guan said that to some extent everything is so, and as long as a person is alive he can watch until he touches the truth. He said that this is not all and the guy must understand the most important thing. After that he made a blow with his fist. Kang Jin managed to notice the approaching fist in time, and the teacher dodged it. Kang Jin, the teacher came. Why did he want to hit him? The teacher replied that he wanted to but did not do it. Guan said that even though he swung his fist, he didn't even have any thoughts to hit, and the guy shouldn't make hasty conclusions. Kang Jin asked the teacher, is this also an illusion? The teacher replied that the guy was being misleading again. Kang Jin asked, how do you know when your opponent will hit or when he will cheat? Kang Jin said that he wants to learn this skill in order to always know when his opponent will attack him, and when he is going to deceive him. The teacher said that the bathhouse should train continuously, and someday he will learn to recognize this. Guan said that they need to try to do this. He took a fighting position and told the student that he needed to relax, and he would have time to understand in time whether the teacher would hit him, or just pretend to be able to easily dodge the fist. Kang Jin said that this is a very interesting training and he is ready to try and become a fighting position. Guan said that he wants his student to make the first blow, and the teacher will try to guess from his facial expressions what kind of blow it will be, real or false. He put his palm forward and blocked the guy's blow. Kang Jin said he'll try it one more time. He swung his fist again and struck, and at that moment the teacher raised his hand up. Kang Jin said that now everything worked out for him. The teacher smiled and said that when he was a soldier it was possible to survive only thanks to this talent. Kang Jin asked the teacher what would happen if he was hiding something from his student. The teacher replied that it is for this reason that the guy must train and pump up his emotional talents in order to learn to read not only natural emotions but also fake emotions, and then he will understand all the emotions that are hidden inside at one glance. He began to stretch his right hand, rotating it in different directions, and said that since he had already aged a little, he was not able to use this talent as well as before and looked as if he was imitating. Guan thought that the moment had come to show him his true talent. He moved very slowly and confidently. His eyes glowed blue and he resembled a predatory beast. He attacked his student and the boy fell to the ground, got scared and began to crawl back. Guan started laughing very loudly and was amused by the fact that this guy wasn't scared like a little child. Kang Jin asked the teacher what was this that was just introduced. He had never seen anything like this, and the teacher now resembled some kind of monster. Guan smiled and said that this ability can be called ordinary human energy. Guan asked his student not to be afraid to believe him so much. Still, he wandered around the battlefield for decades, and when a person finds himself in such a situation, he always doubts himself. Guan asked his student about the reason why he was doing all this. He wanted to know, is it worth it? The boy replied that it was definitely worth it. Night fell and the city was dark. Kang Jin and Guan had dinner and ate a lot of food, so they were now lying on the bed contentedly. The boy said that today was fun and much more fun than training alone, and it would be nice if the next training they had was also joint. Guan said that he understood how to teach the boy and invited him to study it together. He said that they cannot solve his internal problems together because even now, when it is cloudy, his joints ache and he cannot even drink cold water. Kang Jin said that he will think about it. Guan responded to his student with words of gratitude and said that he treats the teacher better than the teacher deserves. There was a bright moon in the sky that illuminated the night space. They lay on the bed and slept sweetly. Kang Jin fell asleep on his teacher's arm. The rooster had been pecking grains on the ground since the morning, along with the squirrel that was running next to him. Suddenly the squirrel decided to attack him, and the rooster pretended to be dead. They played and fooled around in the morning in the courtyard of the palace. At some point the squirrel and the rooster were able to calm down, and after that rubbed against each other showing their love. But suddenly a little white squirrel saw something very strange and turned its attention to it. She saw a dangerous creature next to her that could do harm, so she immediately began to hiss and her hair rose up. She saw the large tail of a snake that was being held by its owner at that moment. Kang Jin held the snake by the neck and squeezed it in his hand. He understood that this snake was hunting his animals and therefore caught it so that it would not harm them. He squeezed the snake's head so hard that it burst, and the snake's blood splashed onto his face. The rooster squirrel had never seen anything like this before and therefore decided to move it away from the owner because he was in a bad mood today. Guan and his student Kang Jin went to the restaurant and hung at the table where they always sit in order to watch people from the window. Guan looked at the guy and maybe wondered where he was looking now. Guan asked your student who is he following now. The boy replied that he doesn't get the point, and he trains more by ear because he hears these people. Kang Jin said that downstairs there is a seller who sells fabrics, and says that he gave a discount of 20 coins, but the customer insists on a discount of 40 coins and a little further 2 women are discussing their husbands. Guan said that he is a trickster in Africa too, and this boy tells him to listen to sounds separately. But he doesn't know how correct this is, and the most important thing is that in any case it develops him usefully. Kang Jin told his teacher that he thinks he is too special, and he is becoming more and more convinced of this every day. Guan asked your student why he suddenly decided to talk about this. He asked if again he wanted to do something different from what others were doing. Kang Jin replied that maybe there is actually a monster that is not like all other people. Guan convinced the boy that he was not a monster, and that he simply had characteristics that others did not have. And besides, he had a teacher. If he really were a monster, Guan would not have undertaken to teach him, and would not have been next to him now. Guan realized that the problem was much deeper than it might seem at first glance, and he decided to ask the boy what happened to him. Guan said that it seemed to him that the guy misunderstood him and asked him to tell only the truth to each other. He asked did something really happen to him at school. The boy replied that everything was fine at school. Kang Jin said that lately he has only heard praise from his father, but it seems to him that he is proud of him only in the presence of others. Kang Jin said that his father began to give him more pocket money and began to ask him about everything. Guan said that since the boy began to follow all the rules and tasks that his mentor gave him, he changed and a lot around him changed and the boy himself wanted it. Kang Jin said that everything is exactly as the teacher says, but he sometimes feels strange. Kang Jin lowered his head, clenched his teeth, and started to get angry. He said that he definitely achieved everything he wanted, but now he doesn't want to mess around alone anymore. Guan looked at his student in surprise and thought that he was now starting to have mental problems. Guan patted the guy on the head and ruffled his hair in different directions. Guan told this guy that he shouldn't be sad and worry because he has a teacher who knows a lot of things and the teacher can help him even with this problem. Guan replied that he would help his student figure this out. With his nose in his head, he thought that he had gone completely crazy and was too relaxed, and that's why the guy's problems were now starting. Guan told the guy that now he had the feeling that he was flying in the sky and waving a stick, and it was clear from him that he felt much better, and he didn't have to worry too much now. Kang Jin looked joyfully at the teacher and said that his teacher could really help him figure it all out. Guan said that as long as this guy has such a teacher next to him, he will be special for as long as he wants, and no one can blame him for this. Night had fallen. It was very dark outside and large white clouds resembling giant ships were floating across the sky. Guan walked alone along the night alleys and thought about what he should do. He thought that they had reached the limit, and because they were already accustomed to using the body, and thank God that the boy began to focus on himself. He scratched his beard and said that the problem is that it doesn't work the way it's supposed to work. He raised his head up, looked at the sky and told himself that he needed to try to do this and an attempt would never be superfluous. Kang Jin the next day met with his teacher in the forest at the place of unusual training, and saw a table with dishes. He asked the teacher what kind of table it was. Guan replied that the jugs are needed for destruction, and the guy should want to feel better when he breaks a couple of plates. Kang Jin told the teacher that if he breaks them, his actions will be different from other people's actions, and it will probably be wrong if he breaks the plates. He looked at the teacher and asked if he would really need to do this. He said that if you wave a stick you can knock down several trees. The teacher asked the student is he uncomfortable? Kang Jin said that he wasn't uncomfortable, but he felt strange. Kang Jin said that everything is fine thanks to the teacher. He understood how to behave so that people don't think he's weird. Guan at that moment I thought that he is very careless. This kid counts so much on his teacher, and he only does what he fills his belly and drinks alcohol instead of teaching him. Guan told the guy that he shouldn't admit it now and that he couldn't come up with anything better than what we have at the moment, but he would definitely come up with it, and so he asked his student to promise him something now. Guan patted the guy on the head and asked him to continue in the same vein, and not lie or hide anything from his teacher. Kang Jin took the plate from the table and said that he would never go back to that time before he met his teacher. The teacher replied that he didn't even imagine that he would someday be a teacher. Kang Jin threw the first plate into the tree and said that he would still find some way to find his teacher. The arrow crashed into a tree and then shattered into a bunch of small fragments. Guan said that the guy is doing very well and thanks to this brooch he broke his first plate. Guan at that moment remembered the events of his youth when he was still a soldier, and sat near a tree bandaging his wounds. Another soldier approached him and said that you want to know something. Guan looked at this guy with a surprised look, and did not understand what he wanted from him. He stood in front of him in bloody clothes and held a sword in his hand. They were visible and only his silhouette was visible. Guan asked this guy how can he smile after everything that happened here. This guy replied that he should smile because it is always better than crying and being sad. Guan at that moment also smiled and started laughing and said that when he says that he gets scared and the guy is actually not having fun at all. Is it really written on his face that he's not really having fun and he's pretending? Guan replied that it was very noticeable. The guy said that this is all very funny and besides, the only person who can now say so is sitting right in front of him. Guan said that there is one thing that really bothers him and that he is curious about. Guan said that there really is no answer in the world who should be afraid. The guy continued to bandage his hand. He said that he likes to experience such feelings of fear. If he experienced them all the time he would be completely different now. Guan thought about these things and couldn't believe that it actually worked like that. What if a person experiences fear in a completely different state? But now he needed to find out what Kang Jin is afraid of. He sat at the table and thought that the guy seemed afraid to show his eyes to the master with me. But he really wanted to attract his attention, and he had no difficulties at school. He walked around the room and tried to understand what this boy was afraid of. Guan how to solve this problem. He thought that this could backfire, and there are things that the guy wants to hide from him. If he talks to the owner he will reveal it although he may not even believe it, and he is the only person who has a connection between this guy and his communication and with the world. Guan said that no matter what happens to this guy, he should not betray him and should help him in any situation. Guan looked out the window and thought that he should try first and it might work, but if he doesn't try then it's all pointless. He went to the mountains and made a fire. Guan looked at the big night sky and thought that at night he should try to climb the mountain. Even though he just descended, he needs to climb this mountain again and overcome his fear. Kang Jin walked through the cemetery which was located in the mountains. He wandered past the graves that surrounded him on all sides and examining the grave. Suddenly I heard something very strange and suspicious. It was rustling sounds and the sounds of footsteps. He turned his head back and saw 2 deer that came out of the forest and scared him. Kang Jin yawned. He walked along the cemetery and thought that he doesn't do gymnastics on a moonlit night, but in that case he doesn't understand what he's doing here. He decided to lie down on one of the soft bushes that were located near the destroyed grave. The moon continued to be in the center of the sky. He closed his eyes and tried to get some rest and sleep. Guan raised his eyes up and saw that there was still a very long way to go. Guan held his head in his hands and thought about what he could do to make everything work out. He remembered how Kang Jin said that there was nothing dangerous in this place, and there was no one to be afraid of. Guan waved his head in different directions and said that this guy should not go through this ordeal. He held his head and said that he was sure that he misunderstood emotions. It shouldn't be like that. He had to come up with a way to then see a visible and obvious result. Suddenly a brilliant thought struck his head. He got up from the table and said that it was exactly the same with that guy, and he didn't do it because he knew how it could end. He didn't need to do something like that, and of course, he only needs to focus his attention on that fragment. He walked out the door and quickly headed somewhere. On his way, the butler Chion appeared and stopped him and asked what he was doing here. Guan said that he had one very important matter for the gentleman and asked the butler to let him through. Chion said that he has no problem. The gentleman will let this message through in advance, so he can come for a visit at any time. A cow mooed very loudly in the village, and the voice of this animal could be heard throughout the village. Kang Jin asked your teacher what they are not doing here now in this strange place. The teacher replied that he wanted to see how cattle were slaughtered correctly. Kang Jin asked your teacher can he also watch this process and try to score with his own hands? The teacher asked, are we really that interested? The guy replied that that's why the teacher took him with him. Guan said that first they should just watch and take their time. The cow continued to moo loudly and stood tied to the pole. Tears appeared in her eyes. The man took a hammer and a stake to kill the animals and came closer to the cow. At that moment the cow was crying and realized that her life was numbered. Kang Jin and his teacher were returning home after seeing this sight. Guan asked what his student was thinking about when he watched this spectacle of a bull being slaughtered. The guy replied that he didn't think about anything and just found out when they eat meat. He said that he was surprised when he saw the mastery of this gentleman's weapon, and in one breath he caught and killed a bull. Guan asked his student to stop praising that man, and usually his peers pity the dead bull before praising the butcher's skill. Kang Jin replied that if people feel sorry for animals, the first thing to do not together is to give up meat. Guan looked at the boy and said that he was right, but ordinary children think completely differently. Kang Jin asked your teacher, does he really need to think like other children? Guan turned his head and said that in no case did he want to say this, and all people have different thinking. He wanted to show that other people's reactions were different from his thinking and reactions. Guan told his student that he must remember the word of the master who killed the bull. This man petted the cow before killing it, and said that she should live her next life better. He explained that these people do rituals in preparation before killing an animal. Kang Jin said that he knows that in order to kill animals you need to have a strong character. The teacher explained that at first people imagine what is happening, and it is in this case that they would like to die without suffering. Guan tried to explain to the guy that they didn't look at how the bull was killed in order to understand that the prices counted as an event. Kang Jin said that they are going to eat him after they kill him. Guan said that this is exactly how everything is, and the reason for killing the bull is that it then needs to be eaten. Guan said that when he was in the army he killed people, and the reasons for killing were that he needed to survive, and on the battlefield there is only one rule: either you kill, or you will be killed. And that's why it's called a battlefield. He said that at least even if he kills Marat only because he sucks his blood and not because this mosquito bothers him, or is tired of him. If a mosquito and a moth are flying nearby, a person will most likely hit the mosquito because the moth bothers him less than the mosquito. Kang Jin said that he understood the essence of these words, and he found out that in order to kill someone you need a reason. Kang Jin said that the reason why the teacher started this conversation was to point out to his student that when he kills a hare and a chicken, he had no reason to do so. Guan said that he understood everything about the guy correctly. Kang Jin said that everything is not exactly like that, and he also has a reason why he did this, and why he became exactly like this. Guan looked at this guy in surprise and didn't understand what he was saying now. Kang Jin said that achieving something on his own and doing something unimaginable on his own and feeling like he is God is the reason he did it. Kang Jin started laughing in a villainous voice and couldn't stop because he felt that same divine torment. Guan laughed without you on the cheek. He said that they just didn't remember about mosquitoes, and these insects had already arrived and had to catch one. Guan said that we have a hell of a lot to survive in our time. Therefore, he had no reason for this. They think now he realized that the guy with me had a reason for this act. Kang Jin said that the reason he killed weak, defenseless animals was because he wanted to become a god, and that is a stupid reason. Guan said that this is the reason why she's not stupid, she's just special. Guan said that they need to hurry. I can't talk about it on the way. He said that every time he smells blood, he remembers the past, and his mood spoils for the whole day. Guan thought that the boy had practically caught him, but he couldn't figure it out. He turned his head back. I thought that even if no one understands, he should not react to this in a boy with such an expression on his face. But it just happened at the moment he was most afraid of. Guan said that he understood this guy's reason, but he thinks that other people won't understand him. The boy replied that he knows about this, and that's why he keeps his distance from other people. Kang Jin said that thanks to his teacher, people are starting to appear in his life from whom he can no longer keep his distance and talk about it. Guan smiled and said that this is the result of his efforts, and the guy did not give up to get what he wants. Kang Jin thought about the teacher's words and stood silently for a while. Guan said that the whole main problem is the choice and whether he will enjoy the gifts he receives. When he becomes a ruler or not depends on him. Guan said that when the time comes he will feel it. He should think about it in advance. He needs to find out what he really wants, and when he finds out he does only this. Kang Jin said that the teacher thought completely differently about us this time. Guan said that it's hard to stand until the end and someday they will come back here. But for now he has to think about it. Guan said that you must choose one thing, either your reason for killing animals or reasons for ordinary people. Kang Jin said that he understood what the teacher meant, and we are glad that the teacher is worried about him. Guan said that he has very smart students. He is confident that he will succeed, and in any case, no matter what he chooses, he can trust his teacher or himself. Kang Jin said that the strange man they talked to sometimes also killed people before. Guan replied that that person from the past also killed people, but he doesn't know that for sure. Guan said that this guy was very smart. To make your wish come true, you need to go to the battlefield, and if you just kill your man, you will be punished for this. If you kill him on the battlefield, you can be rewarded. Kang Jin said that he just listened to his teacher, and some thoughts cleared up in his head. He gave an answer to the questions that were bothering him. Guan said that he is very happy for the guy. Kang Jin said that now everything is very clear to him and people used to call him a ruthless puppy. The teacher explained why this happened. Guan said that this is the result of his actions, and he must not forget about it because every action has a result. When the sun appeared over the horizon and morning came, the rooster immediately crowed loudly and woke everyone up. Kang Jin started training in the morning. As soon as the first rays of the sun appeared in his window, he immediately went out to train. He radiated very strong energy from his body, and the moment of training was so hot that steam flew out of his body. He swung his sword in different directions and trained in this way. He realized that he was doing something wrong and stopped. He changed the trajectory of his blow or attack from a different position. He thought that the teacher showed him this, but what to do is still wrong and cannot understand what. Kang Jin walked up to the table and put his sword down. He saw the book and decided to use it. He opened this book and said that there is almost no writing in it except 4 words, and even a book with pictures has more words. He looked at the picture where a man holds a sword in his hands and takes steps. He said that the movements shown are not even related to each other. Kang Jin said that in principle this book is not so useless, and if there is something to strive for, this book can help. Guan saw that his student had been practicing since the morning and decided to come closer to him, but suddenly he saw that the boy was holding a book in his hands that talked about fencing. He took this book from the student and said that it was not for him. Guy, he said that the teacher may no longer hide this book and everything he taught him recently is in this book. Guan coughed several times and said that he read this book for general development. The guy replied that he didn't think that the teacher read this book for peace of mind. Guan said that he bought this book and explained to his student that it was just a book that helps him. The boy replied that in this book the movements are not related to each other. Guan said that this is just an addition to the book, so nothing is clear there. He got angry and ordered his student to start training immediately. He made payments after that. He stabbed the air with his sword and wind currents began to appear around him. Guan looked at the guy and thought that he had the most talented student, and he was now feeling the brunt of training. He looked at the book again and thought that most likely he had actually been fooled and everything in this book was wrong. Kang Jin did with the Maxim sword and continued training. The sign said it was a private school. At school, the students sat on break and went about their business. Hyung finished reading the last page, then closed the book and began to turn his head around to understand where his friend was. He saw that a guy on the street was running in the yard and training with imaginary swords. He switches legs very quickly and moves very deftly. Kang Jin practices one of the martial techniques he recently studied with his teacher. Suddenly he noticed his friend and, not surprised, looked into each other's eyes. Kang Jin put the book on Hyun's desk. Hyun said that he doesn't understand why they put this book on the table because he doesn't know anything about using the ball and doesn't control it well. Kang Jin said that he needs help figuring something out and now he is trying to do something similar to what is written in the book. This time 8 techniques were shown but he does not understand. Is it possible to move in such a circle? Kang Jin said that he tried to try similar movements, but the movement seems forced and the pose is unnatural. Hyun said that he thinks that after he puts his feet correctly, his upper body should also level out, and he thinks that if he stood firmly on his feet, even considering that everything is wrong at the top, he would still be able to catch his balance. Kang Jin invited his friend to train with him today. Hyun asked you, does he really have so much free time? Hyung said that a guy should read books. After school they went to his house to practice. They put their swords forward and repeated the movements that were drawn in the book. Hyun said that he wants to stop and his legs are already shaking and he can no longer continue training. Kim replied that they only did this blow 3 times. He said that if his friend wanted to make this pose more natural, a couple of days of training would be enough. They would find that they needed to study these techniques better. Hyun said that he studied it only in theory. This is the first time he is trying such training. Kang Jin said that I can't stop at this today and PC he won't succeed, he will have to help him. Kang Jin asked her friend if he agreed to take the exams together. Hyun said that he is not confident in his knowledge but nevertheless agrees to take the exams together. Kang Jin, how come his friend studies all day long and still hasn't been able to get the first rank? Hyun replied that it happened so and asked what else he received from his friend. He wanted to know if he should study in his free time because the teacher expects him to pass exams next, but Kang Jin said that he doesn't see any reason to take the past exams. Kang Jin looked at his friend's reaction. I don't understand why he smiled. He asked, did he really say something wrong? Hyun said that the guy is right and he has no other choice but to make a career and become famous because he has no money. Kang said that if it were another person in his place, he would be upset. Hyun replied that despite the fact that they are all different, something like shame, envy, a feeling of inferiority is all that he experiences. Suddenly your sister said that the food is ready. They put themselves on a plate of seafood rice and various salads. The children were joyful and happy when they ate this delicious food. The younger brother said that it is very good that Kang Jin and the older brother communicate every day. Kang Jin looked at the boy and said that these words need to be said to his brother. They looked at their older brother and saw him eating food with wooden chopsticks. They smiled and watched him. Kang Jin looked at his friend and thought that he himself doesn't understand why they come here so often, and it has already become a habit, and every time he comes and he doesn't like this terrible dining table. Kang Jin thought that his friend was very stubborn because he stared at a piece of meat but nevertheless gave it to his sister, and he thought that people should feel moderation. She put a piece of meat in her mouth, and he saw how greedily she ate it. The eldest I immediately asked my brother if he had heard what she was just talking about. She said that there are rumors in the village that a gang of robbers is operating in the area and they say that the village of Manhwa was robbed. She said that now the head of the village is gathering people and calling on them to go on duty, and there should also be one person at home. Kang Jin, everything is useless and I can't even help but try to gather someone to search. Kang Jin said that they were just on duty. They couldn't do anything. They couldn't even detain the robber in the village, and besides, it takes about 1 hour to run from here to the neighboring town. If they are talking about means of transportation, then riding a bull or a donkey will obviously go slower than robbers on horseback. She said that there would be a huge number of these robbers there. That an ordinary farmer will never be able to kill an experienced robber or warrior, and no one wants to die. He explained that the best way would be to collect money from the entire village and change warriors. There are specially trained guys who can handle this. If something went wrong, the head of the village would have already told them, and he could ask a mercenary to do this job, and you only need to chip in 1 silver coin. Kang Jin said that it's not all that expensive, and considering that her life is at stake, she can pay 1 silver coin. Hyun said that he still had to go. Kon said that there is not even anything to steal here. In this village there is no point in going there and doing that. Hyun replied that it's not that simple. These are the problems of his village. He must help people. Considering that the villagers have repeatedly helped them, he must complete this task and help them. Kang Jin said that in that case, instead of going, he could just pay with money. Kang Jin said that he is only saying this because he understands how it works, and he has to take an exam soon, and instead he wants to roam the streets and look for robbers at night. Hyung said that these are his problems, and he will deal with them himself. Kang Jin replied that in this regard he is really inferior to him, and he does not understand that he is sacrificing his life instead of paying 1 coin. But when he becomes an official he will be able to repay it. Kang Jin said that he must decide for himself what would be best for him to do, and he himself will choose what to do: stand and shake on duty or accept his help to pass the exam and pay people for their service. Hyung agreed with the guy's words and said that this time he would accept his help and listen to him. Kang Jin said that first, he must give the head of the village this bag of money. If it's not enough, he will bring some more money. Hyun said that this money is enough and he will definitely return this money back. Kang Jin said that even if he doesn't return this money to him, nothing bad will happen because he has a lot of this money. Kang Jin was returning home in the evening, and it was already completely dark. Kang Jin, as his friend accompanied him to the edge of the village, said that it was already very late, and he needed to go home quickly. Kang Jin realized at that moment that he now has a little time to practice a new gait. But suddenly he heard some strange sounds coming from the bushes. The bandit said that this guy is walking very well and apparently he has a lot of money on him, and he is a rich kid but he is still a child. The second bandit replied that they had no other choice and they had to attack him. Kang Jin looked at these bandits and thought that most likely they were talking about him. He thought that this bandit needed to speak more quietly so that their victims would not hear. He saw these bandits run out of the bushes and take out their weapons. He looked at the bandits with his red eyes and tried to analyze the whole situation. Suddenly he realized that he was very amused by this whole situation, and these bandits looked very stupid. They looked like a bunch of inexperienced hooligans near the school, and these bandits asked the boy why he was laughing and not afraid of them. The bandit told the boy that I want to know where his parents are now. Hyung thought that these bandits communicated like children whose parents forgot when they walked from the market towards home. Kang Jin said that he is now going from his friend who lives in the county. The bandit asked, is he really from a rich family, and does he have money on him now? The boy replied that he had no money with him, but if they let him go, then tomorrow he will definitely bring them money. The bandits don't understand what you are doing. Therefore, we decided to talk to each other and discuss the situation. They thought that the boy could be released so that he could bring them money tomorrow. They came closer to him and said that today he would be released until tomorrow evening. He should bring them money. Kang Jin thought that he had never seen such idiots before and that non-robbers never behave as pitifully as these. They should not have even started their activities with such a character. He understood that he could beat them all alone using his military techniques. Kang Jin asked the robbers what will happen to him if he doesn't have time to bring the money tomorrow. Bandits that if he doesn't keep his promise he will be in big trouble, and when I don't catch him next time and kill him. He said that in that case he can go now. They told him that they wouldn't let him through and he could actually leave. He walked past the bandits and looked at them. Suddenly he made a U-turn and looked at one of the bandits. He thought that they wanted to attack him, but the bandit just wanted to warn the boy that it was dark now and he could trip, so he asked him to be careful. He saw these robbers going into the distance along the ladder. Kang Jin thought that they were real idiots if they waited for him in this place tomorrow. He couldn't believe that such idiots actually exist. It was a beautiful morning that day, and it was the time when it was necessary to meditate and learn new knowledge and skills. Kang Jin sat in the lotus position and meditated. No one bothered him. He tried to repeat what his teacher taught him. He closed his eyes and tried to focus on breathing. For him now it was the most important thing to repeat what his teacher taught him. But he didn't quite succeed when he exhaled. He opened his eyes and saw that he was no longer alone in this square. Standing in front of him was his father, Kang Jin, who was a little surprised that he didn't hear his father come so close to him. Father asked Kang Jin what he was doing. The guy answered him that he was learning the breathing technique of his teacher, which he showed him. The father thought to himself, how can a teacher teach his son if he himself does not have such skills? He didn't understand. Isn't this breathing technique used to strengthen the body in Taekwondo? Kang Jin said that at first he thought it was some kind of nonsense. But he continued training and everything began to work out for him. The father became interested in what exactly his son began to succeed in, so he listened carefully to his every word. Kang Jin told him what progress he was making. At first, the teacher constantly said something about the Chi core, and then in the Dantian he felt something the size of a grain, and then it became enlarged and became the size of a fist. The father thought this meant that he was doing everything right. It turns out there really is something in this old man, and he asked his son if he had learned to let this energy out a sign. Kang Jin answered his father that yes, he really learned how to release this energy, and said that he can demonstrate it to him now. He joined his two hands and concentrated. After a while. He showed that indeed in his hands there is this energy that he is ready to release. This ball of energy that was concentrated in his hands increased and became stronger at the moment Kang Jin lost this energy. He said that for now he cannot do everything, but if the wind blows from afar, his father was very interested in what else his son had learned. The father thought that something was wrong with his son, and so he wanted to look at everything that the teacher taught him during this time. The father received news that his son could already cope with an experienced warrior, and he was now showing the technique that the teacher taught him. Kang Jin was already at a much higher level, and it was clear that the teacher's lessons were not going unnoticed. He was really well prepared. The father understood that it was useful for him to know more because then he would be able to protect himself, and the fact that he reached such a level means that he trains hard. Kang Jin tried very hard when he showed his father what he was capable of, and what his teacher taught him during this time. Kang Jin asked your father how he liked it. The father replied that it is good that you are training your body, but he would like to see more achievements in his son's studies. Kang Jin was a little surprised by his father's words, but he agreed with his opinion, and said that he will not neglect his studies but will study hard. The father was very pleased to hear such words from his son. He understood that because of him a good fighter could emerge, and he would be able to defend himself. After these words, Kang Jin's father left to stand in the same place. He was a little upset at his father's reaction, because he tried just for him. Kang Jin thought that he deserved praise from his father, but he reassured himself that at least his father was interested in watching him, and if his father said that he needed to pay attention to his studies, then he should prepare for the next Guancher class. The whole day had passed and evening had already come. The street was getting darker and soon the moon should appear. Kang Jin was walking through the forest. He couldn't understand when they would come. He was waiting for his teacher Guan as always. Kang Jin thought that it would be nice if they didn't waste time and came as quickly as possible because it was already getting dark outside. In the distance he heard someone's steps approaching him. Most likely they were approaching. Kang Jin realized that they had arrived and his mood lifted. For him this was another lesson that he wanted to learn. Several people came out onto the road. One of them said that he said that this one would come. Everyone else was glad that Kang Jin came. One of them said that children don't know how to lie. When these people came closer they began to threaten Kang Jin with a knife, but he was not afraid of them. He even thought it was funny. One of them began to tell the boy to give them the money. Kang Jin prepared a bag of money and handed it over and told them to hold it. The man took this bag and looked at what was in it. He realized that it was a lot, and he didn't even count on such luck that he would be so lucky. He didn't know what to do with this boy now. They took everything he had and now he had to do something with him. This man could not count how much was in this bag. Then he said that a few coins would be enough for them and asked the boy where he got all this. Kang Jin didn't expect such a reaction and thought, what kind of idiots are they who refuse money? He had no words. He told them to take everything and according to the rules they now have to keep their promise and let him go. These people began to discuss. After all, they only wanted 30 coins and now they had to do something with it. This boy brought quite a lot, and it was simply impossible to ask him for more. The man held this bag of coins in his hands and understood that he would now have to make a choice. So he bowed his head and asked the boy for forgiveness, and then said that they robbed him to survive and let him forgive them for this, but they should take him with them. And he also added that in all the time of their robber life, no one brought more money than him. Kang Jin listened to everything that this man said, but it was not clear to him what exactly he wanted and how his words should be understood. But these people were not joking and they really captured this boy. They took him to the village where they themselves lived. This village consisted of several rickety wooden houses where people lived. Everything looked very poor. Kang Jin, looking at this village, couldn't even think that people live in such a place. He had never seen anything like this before. This man thought that if these guys had a head on their shoulders they would not touch him. But he understood that his father could pay the ransom and so he took him prisoner. Kang Jin found himself wondering why he came here at all. He wasn't used to being in such conditions and couldn't imagine how people could live here. They brought him to one of these houses and said that he would sleep here. They put a bowl of corn on the table and said that this was his food. When these people left and closed the door behind them, Kang Jin was left alone in this house. He could calmly move and go outside. All this was alien to him. He thought that there were most likely bedbugs crawling here. But on the other hand, he thought that he would have a lot of fun. He was kidnapped, or he should still leave here. He opened the door and found himself on the street since the door was open, which means they didn't kidnap him. If it was a kidnapping then they would have tied him up and kept watch. He reassured himself that he just needed to wait. Looking around, he saw 3 kids who stood on the other side of the fence and watched him. These kids could not take their eyes off him. Kang Jin turned to these kids and told them to immediately come to him. They continued to stand silently because they were afraid to approach him. Then Kang Jin remembered 2 heads of corn. He went into the room and took them to give them to the kids. He went outside and asked them if they would eat. And he also asked them if they were hungry. The children quickly ran up to Kang Jin. Kang Jin thought no matter which way you look at it, it doesn't look at all like the place where robbers and thieves live. It's just a place per people. Children were happy with corn. In a matter of seconds, they ate all 2 heads of cabbage that Kang Jin had just brought to them. They ate so quickly that it was even unusual to look at it. Kang Jin told them not to rush and asked them how long they had been starving like this. The children did not immediately understand what he was talking about. One of them said that he was starving the day before yesterday. The second said that he had not eaten anything since yesterday morning, and the girl said that she had not eaten since last night. Kang Jin asked the children when he walked here. It seemed to him that the field is well looked after. Then it is not clear how it can be that they have no food. The children began to say that this is all wrong, and it's all because of the blacks. Kang Jin asked the children what it means because of the blacks. They told him that these are the most famous bandits in the area. They are very ruthless. Even the local authorities can't do anything. And they also added that this gang comes and takes away all their food. They even took the wana. Kang Jin didn't understand what kind of wana they took, and the children explained to him that it was in their village when they took this bull. It became hard for everyone in the village. Even many adults cried. Kang Jin thought that it seems in this village this bull was the only source of food. In any case, this money should not cry. But they stood and cried. They say that these are bad people, and when they grow up they will settle accounts with the blacks. Kang Jin told the kids not to cry and asked them where all the elders were. Why is it so quiet in the village, and he doesn't see anyone? Night came. It was that very time when all its inhabitants gathered in this village. The residents of this village gathered around the fire. They asked for an apology from Kang Jin, but they were in a very difficult situation. Kang Jin said that just because they apologized nothing can change in this life. And he added that if they had already firmly made a decision, then they should treat their hostage correctly, and asked them what they finally decided. One of these men said that after they receive a ransom for him they will release him, but they have doubts. They don't understand how rich he is. Kang Jin replied that he lives very well. You can't even imagine how, and asked them how much they want for him. This man said that they demanded 30 silver coins from his father. Kang Jin asked them again, do they really need so little money, and also asked are they afraid of these blacks? He wondered what kind of gang this was. This man began to say that when it comes to the mountain robbers, it is better to give in to them. They are not just robbers. They are a group of robbers who move on horses. They are very ruthless and cruel. If you don't give them as much as they want, they will kill everyone. He remembered the story about these robbers. He had already heard about them from his friend's sister Hen. It was she who told about these robbers then. Kang Jin thought that these blacks were the same robbers. Now he had to figure out what to do and what to do next. Kang Jin asked how they planned to get a ransom for him. This man replied that one of them would go to his house and demand a ransom. Kang Jin was a little surprised. Would he just go? Kang Jin was very indignant, and said that they were crazy. The man didn't understand why they couldn't do that. Kang Jin told him that if he did that, he would die right there. They didn't understand that no one would give them money so easily if they were going to come and say that their child was kidnapped and nothing will work out for them. They will immediately have their head taken off their shoulders. Kang Jin said that their plan was unsuccessful, and it was impossible to do as they wanted. Therefore, they had to come up with something. These people said that they were afraid of the local feudal lords. That's why they came so far. They were afraid if they were captured and found out that they were hiding from taxes, they would all be killed. Kang Jin said that there would be no one left here who would receive money from his parents. If they do this, then they will cut off their heads and give these heads to his father. The man asked what should be done then. Kang Jin said that there is no need to tell anyone anything. You need to prepare and go ahead. You need to act tough, and he has a plan. Kang Jin caught himself thinking that he was saying such a thing. He didn't understand what was wrong with him. After all, they were kidnappers and there was no need to help them. He looked at all these poor people again, and he felt even more sorry for them. These children who had not eaten for 2 days. They were hiding behind their parents. But on the other hand, they were still kidnappers and kept him here in order to get those unfortunate 30 pieces of silver. Although he caught himself thinking, if everything works out for him now and he can put his plan into action, then this will be a big plus for him. Of course he thought it could work, and if everything goes well they will consider him their savior, and revere him. Of course, they will then respect him for the rest of his life. And only at this thought did his soul become more cheerful, and he decided to try. His father was at home himself. He looked at the picture very often, and now he was also looking at it. It was a young man who knelt before his master. The master asked him if he found out what was asked of him. The young man replied that there were no errors in the report, and he was an ordinary soldier. But the gentleman asked what it was. But the young man replied that then the commander-in-chief of the army was Chan Man, and this may be inaccurate information. The gentleman looked at this young guy and didn't understand what he was talking about now, and what had to do with it. Who was the commander-in-chief? Therefore, he asked this young man if Myung really was, and the guy replied that yes, that's exactly it. The gentleman did not understand, and what is the connection here? Did the young man really want to say that the old man was not an ordinary soldier? The young man said that there were rumors that Commander Chan valued his soldiers very much, and sometimes taught them martial arts. The gentleman said that it turns out that he also studied martial arts. The young man said in truth, these were not just rumors since he trained them publicly. The gentleman was sure that this was not the same level. He said that he tested Guan Nora's skill. This is mine. He became interested in how he taught Kong Jin something that he himself cannot do. The young man asked for forgiveness, and said that he himself didn't know. The gentleman said that in this house no one knows martial arts except him and the young man. And it's definitely not you. The young man said that he shouldn't dare. The gentleman thought that only Hyena remained, but did Kong Jin know about his existence? On the other hand, he couldn't improve his skills like that alone. The young man continued to say that Guan went around the village and bought martial arts textbooks. Perhaps the young master's skills were acquired thanks to these textbooks. The gentleman said that the young man wants to say that the skills from the books of some unknown authors can so raise the level of his son. And if he had not completed this textbook without practice, it would be impossible. The gentleman said that it was necessary to check everything that teacher Guan Nora kept. He could not leave it unnoticed. The young man said that he heard the master's order. Now the gentleman understood only one thing. This teacher should not be underestimated, and if he really taught his son from a textbook, then half of these textbooks were supplemented by him. And this only meant one thing, that in these textbooks it was written what the gentleman himself could do. He decided to return to his painting. The gentleman approached her and again began to look at the picture. He mentally addressed him as dear. He said that apparently Kong Jin really began to study martial arts, and he also thought that once he also took part in hostilities. Therefore, in his thoughts he was very worried about him, and he could only tell about this through his path, which was drawn in this picture. Teacher Guan stood in the corridor. He was holding a wooden sword in his hands and reading a book. Every word of this book must have been very interesting to him. When he finished reading this book, he thought to himself that this is it. Even if it is really true, what is written in this book looks quite funny. He tried to repeat everything that was written in this book, but his legs were no longer so strong and his back was not straight as it should be. He thought that if he came across a skilled warrior, he would die on the spot, so he decided that first he needed to think about how to change his lower part. He walked along the corridor and tried to repeat everything that was written in this book. He inhaled and exhaled, imitating the correct breathing in battle. He did all the exercises that were written in these books. He tried to improve his technique and master other fighting arts. He held a wooden sword and waved it as it was written in this book. The only thing he could not understand was whether he was doing everything correctly to the end. Therefore, he asked himself one single question: will it go the way he does it? After working out a little, he decided that we had enough today, and when he had some more time he would try to practice some more. The only thing he realized for himself is that he is too old for such training, and after this training today his back seized. He lay down on his bed to rest and thought that this is an important technique, and of course it looks very cool. But then someday he will need to teach this technique to Kong Jin. Night has come, and this is the time when the slightest rustle that sounds somewhere in the distance becomes absolutely quiet around. Kong Jin was at first happy that he had come up with a plan. Then he thought a little about how he could now explain to these people what to do. That's why he asked them before he offered them a plan. He wanted to ask only one question: if you give the bandits money, will they just leave? One of the men said that they just have to give them money. And is it really possible that if they give them the money, these bandits will continue to mock them? Kong Jin told them that if you think I mean the amount that you will give, then this is not so. He says, what will they do if these bandits come and demand money again? And Kong Jin continued then, and they will take him hostage again. To this question, these people had no answer. None of them even thought about it. Kong Jin asked these people if they tried to go to the main palace. One of these people answered that farmers were gathered here who were hiding from taxes, so they should not go there. Kong Jin said that in that case, they need to solve this problem themselves. One of these men said that that was why they kidnapped him. Kong Jin told them that they couldn't keep him hostage all the time and asked again that these bandits would come tomorrow. Yes, it was so fast. Kong Jin started thinking, and now he had to decide what to start. this was the most important problem. The most important thing is that he understood that his father should not have found out about this. He usually takes the initiative when it comes to mercy. But in this situation, he was not sure that he was cutting off their heads. Kang Jin thought that the problem was that the teacher shouldn't tell anyone about it either. He should have found him soon. Therefore, he asked for paper and then thought that there was no such thing here and asked to bring coal and a board. He asked these people if they knew the written language. Kang Jin pointed to one of these men and said that since he runs the fastest, let him come here to him. He explained to this man where he needed to go, and give this board there on which it would be written in charcoal, and explained that then he would need to quickly return back. This man ran very quickly and did everything as Kang Jin told him. All that was left was to come back with the answer. After he showed everything that was written on this board, he stood waiting for an answer. Kang Jin sent him to his teacher. The teacher listened to him very carefully, and asked him several times about this kid who sent him here. The teacher didn't quite understand why his student would do this, but he decided to trust this man and go with him. That's why he told him to wait a little. He would now get ready and go out. They had to hurry because time was passing very quickly. It was already dawn outside, and this meant that a new day had begun now. Those same black robbers should have come here. Kang Jin, as always, did meditation every morning at dawn. Today was the same day as always for him. When he was warming up, he thought about whether this could be called suffering and also thought that the teacher would like it. He decided to bring this matter to the end and so that no one would die. Someone's voice was heard. Someone shouted loudly that they had arrived. They came! Kang Jin thought it was a bit early, but he had no choice. One of the men approached Kang Jin with a lawsuit. He told him that they had not yet received the ransom and did not understand what they should do now. Kang Jin asked him what kind of ransom he was talking about. This man replied that perhaps one of the farmers went to his house. Kang Jin said that he didn't send him for money, he went to bring one person. This man got angry and said that he is only interested in money now, these bandits have already arrived. Kang Jin thought to himself that in this case he no longer has time, and he needs to wait a little until the teacher comes. Kang Jin told this man to go. This farmer did not understand that he would now have to give these robbers money. They had no money at all. Kang Jin took out another red bag and said that this amount seemed to be enough to pay off. And he also added that if they had already decided to rob, they needed to be able to search properly. Then he asked what else they wanted. Kang Jin was holding this bag in his hands but told the farmer to go because he needed to think about how to proceed. In a small square, all the residents of this village gathered in front of them. One of the robbers was sitting and two more accompanying him. In the hands of this robber was the same bag that was taken from Kang Jin yesterday. Of course, the robbers, having received such a large amount of money, were at a loss. They did not expect that in this village they could pay them off. One of them stood and looked at where they could get such a large amount of money in such a short time. He was very suspicious. That's why this bandit thought that there was nothing here when he said that he would bring his guys, and something immediately appeared. There was something wrong here. If everything is so good in this village and they are ready to pay such a sum, then this bandit thought that he wanted to get everything alone. One of the farmers asked if they had settled with this gentleman, and now their village was safe or what? The bandit replied that of course now the Iron Blood gang will be able to ensure the safety of the village, and the farmer thanked this gentleman for the safety of their village. This bandit said that he would really provide them with security for 1 month. The farmer did not understand and asked what he was talking about. This bandit explained that if they try to get rid of him only once, then they won't succeed. For protection, of course, they need to pay every month. And therefore they must pay exactly that much each time. This farmer said that they no longer had money in the village. Then the bandits answered him that this issue did not bother him at all and let them decide it among themselves. The bandit thought that he was ready to survive from this village. If they paid once, then they could do it a second and a third time. Farmers this village were in shock. One of these farmers asked the gentleman that he could not talk like that. After all, they settled with him as he asked, and even more, for them it is unrealistic. All the people who gathered here said that this was unrealistic, and asked this Mr. Bandit not to postpone their Denmark every month. The bandit thought, if they leave quietly, they won't feel fear. If they don't feel fear, they won't pay him anything, so he decided that some people need to be kicked in the ass. This bandit asked these people what they were saying. He didn't even want to hear them. He was thinking about his own things and they asked him not to impose tribute. The people who stood in the square said that they did not have that kind of money. This time they ate, and received such an amount to pay him. This was exactly the moment when this bandit could have hit one of these farmers standing in the square. He did just that, swung his fist, and punched him in the face. So this farmer fell to the ground and started moaning in pain. This was just the beginning. The bandit wanted to show his advantage over these people. Therefore, he said that life is generally inexpensive for these nonentities if they say so. That's why the stick cries for them, and began to wave the stick. This farmer, who had just been punished by this bandit, fell to his knees and began to ask for forgiveness from the master. He shouted for someone to help him. This bandit said that there is someone else who is tired of living, then let this one come closer to him, and he will deal with him the same way as with this one who was now sitting on his knees in front of him. None of the inhabitants of this village dared to come closer, and did not dare to say a single word. They were afraid of these bandits, most of all. But this bandit heard out of the corner of his ear that someone was saying such words as stupidity. He became interested in who this daredevil was. He turned his head and asked which of the inhabitants of this city is so brave. He was interested in looking into his eyes. Kang Jin came out so that he could be seen. He said that the Iron Blood Gang is what they are called. It was necessary to take a name that would correspond to their pitiful appearance. Kang Jin stood silently and didn't utter a single word anymore. He waited to see how the bandits would react to this. He was wondering how brave they were. The robber smiled when he saw a child standing in front of him. He treated this child with disdain. Kang Jin asked them why they continued to beat people because they had already been given the money and they should have stopped their attacks. Kang Jin said that they got what they wanted and he doesn't understand what the problem is. The bandit said that he now understands that the money that was given to them was the money of this boy. Kang Jin looked at this robber and asked him for the last time what they needed, and why don't they break the rules. He turned his head back and started laughing. He told his partner that thanks to this boy they had not just found treasure. The man said that he does not know this boy and this guy has nothing to do with them. The bandit put his heavy foot on his back and said that they will now find out who this boy is, and what has nothing to do with him. He told the fat man lying on the ground that he was not allowed to open his mouth. People were very scared when they saw that these bandits continued to bully the fat man. Kang Jin didn't understand why these people are so afraid of these bandits. Because there are many more people in the village than there are brainless bandits. Kang Jin ordered these bandits to stop immediately. He started laughing and told his friends that this boy ordered them to stop. The thug got angry when he heard these words. He asked the boy what will the weakling do now if they don't stop? But suddenly he turned his head to the side and saw that someone was approaching him very quickly. Kang Jin couldn't allow this guy to communicate rudely, and so he immediately rushed to meet him in order to start the battle. The thug made a punch with his fist but missed, and missed the boy's face. Kang Jin planted his feet firmly on the ground and prepared to strike. He took a fighting stance and then made a very quick and accurate punch in the face of this thug. The man felt very severe pain and had a fist mark on his neck. The blow was so strong that the thug flew into the air and froze for a moment. Kang Jin turned around and kicked this thug in the chest with all his might. The big guy flew back at a very fast speed after being kicked in the chest. Kang Jin was very surprised that he had such strength, and with one blow he could throw this guy very far away. But at that moment 2 more robbers attacked him from behind. Kang Jin turned his head to the side and saw that the enemy's fist was near his face. But nevertheless the enemy was moving very slowly. Kang Jin had an incredibly fast reaction, and such slow blows were not dangerous for him because he could easily dodge them. Kang Jin found the right moment to grab this robber by his clothes with his hands and only at night. He threw the enemy down, and the robber hit his face very hard on the ground. At that moment, another robber was approaching him from behind and wanted to attack him with his fist. Kang Jin turned towards him and saw that the enemy's palm was already too close, but he could still dodge this blow. He realized that instead of dodging, the best option would be to make his own counterattack and kick the robber in the jaw. The counterattack was successful because the robber was unable to dodge this blow, and received a powerful blow to the jaw with a boot. He fell to the ground and hit himself very hard and received critical damage, after which he lost consciousness. Kang Jin looked around and realized that he had just defeated all the robbers who were in this village. People slowly rose from the ground and helped each other to stand. One man asked the boy why he went with them since he could fight so well. Kang Jin looked at these guys and remained silent. Kang Jin asked these people if they could do anything. They looked at this boy and said that he should not have beaten these bandits because now they would have serious problems. Kang Jin asked them, are they really willing to endure beatings and humiliation just because they can't fight back? The man said that everything is completely wrong, and they will fight back. This man said that the problem now is that they do not understand what to do with these robbers. Kang Jin said that even after receiving the money, they behaved like animals and there is nothing to worry about because they got what they deserved. The man said that the problem is that there are too many of these robbers and this small gang is only part of a large bandit group, and in fact there are hundreds of them. Kang Jin asked them, do they really believe in these fairy tales? He said that there is not a single bandit gang in which the number of robbers is more than 100, and even on the state border there are not so many people. He lowered his head and said that even a few dozen people are a very big problem for their village. Kang Jin realized that he didn't think about the consequences, and the teacher always told him to think about the consequences before doing something. He lowered his head down and stood thoughtfully for several seconds. Kang Jin pointed his finger at these bandits lying on the ground and said that the best way would be to ask them directly. He said that you need to ask these bandits about everything that worries them. If these bandits come again and I will ask for money next time, you don't need to do it. You act as if this is normal. He looked at this guy in surprise and thought that his words made sense. Kang Jin, why are these people making such strange scared faces again? He suggested that these people have a better way, so they continued to stand silently. Night fell and in the village absolutely all the residents went to their homes and fell asleep. The bald-headed bandit said that he wanted to free himself from these ropes. The guy who was sitting in the center said that he needed a little more time. He tried to cut the rope with a knife, but it still took time and effort. They discussed among themselves that when they get out they will need to take revenge on this child but leave a few people alive in the village, and then rumors will begin to spread and no one will even think about resisting the gang. The guy with the red bandana on his head said that he still didn't understand how this boy was able to defeat them. The robber said that I wasn't just inattentive. So this boy disgraced them in front of everyone and next time they will need to immediately take out the sword. The thug said that he wants to dismember this little Yoda and brutally kill him. At that moment there was a man near the window who was eavesdropping on their conversations. Kang Jin watched these criminals through the bars and listened to their dialogues. The robber got angry and shouted loudly that this boy was the size of a dog, and he didn't even think about being afraid of robbers and because of this he would be punished. Kang Jin smiled and thought that the teacher was right and one should always think about the consequences because he never expected that these idiots would hate him so much. The robber suddenly saw the door in the barn open and someone decided to visit them. Kang Jin decided to personally go into the room of these robbers while they were still tied up. He went outside and took all these robbers out of the building to teach them a lesson. He threw all these robbers into a pit and watched them pitifully beg for his life. Kang Jin said that after all the addresses he said from the robbers, he did not expect them to ask him goodbye and asked them if it seemed very funny. They looked at him in surprise and asked what he meant. Kang Jin said that everyone thought that he was wrong, but it turned out that he was right, so that there are no consequences in the future. These robbers must disappear immediately. The robbers began to ask for forgiveness and begged this boy to leave him alive and not kill him. Kang Jin said that these robbers have one key of salvation, and he asked do they want to hear what this key is. He asked the robber how many people are in the Iron Blood gang. The robbers immediately said that there were about 200 of them in the bathhouse, and if they did not return back to their lair, then there would be big problems in this village. But as soon as they started talking about their rules of the game, the earth immediately flew away in their faces. Kang Jin scooped up dirt into a shovel and threw it at these robbers. He said that people who lie even in this situation do not know how to value their lives, and if there were actually 200 people in the gang, they would have already been caught and killed immediately. The thug felt that there was already a lot of earth on his head and shouted very loudly that there were 62 people in the gang. Kang Jin looked at this thug in surprise and thought that 62 is a number that sounds more believable. Kang Jin said that this bald bandit is great, and he deserves to live and the liar who deceived him should die. He smiled, took a shovel with his hands and said that no matter how it was, he left alive only one of these 3 robbers from he will leave alive only the one who tells him the most information. They were shocked when they heard it was only swearing and now they didn't understand whether they could play with this boy according to his rules. Kang Jin looked at the frightened eyes of these robbers and began to laugh because he was amused by all this. Kang Jin listened to everything they didn't know from these robbers and finally concluded that they were simply wasting their abilities, and he would never in his life believe that they were doing this to raise morale. He said there was no point in letting these guys live now. The robber told the boy in a voice that he promised to leave them alive if they told information about their clan. Kang Jin said that they completely misunderstood everything and he told them that there might be a key to salvation. But he did not promise to leave them alive. The thug said that even if he kills him now, after his death he will turn into a friend and come to this boy at night to break his neck. Kang Jin said that it's very funny that such grown men do such nonsense, and even if it were possible, who are these scum would never be able to turn into ghosts. Kang Jin continued to bury them and said that they should just accept it, and even their sincerity did not convince him. He buried them every second and said faster and faster that he did not make the same mistake twice on Earth, and there are so many who create problems for others, so the death of these 3 idiots will be useful for the whole society. The bandits started screaming very loudly and calling for help. Suddenly a man appeared behind him and asked the boy what he was doing now. Kang Jin turned his head back and saw that someone had approached him with this curious question, and the voice of this person was very familiar to him. His teacher Guan stood in front of him and looked at the boy in surprise. Kang Jin said that he did not expect the teacher to be here at such a late time, but nevertheless he was glad to see him. He said he's having fun with these criminals here. Guan, once again I asked my student in a dissatisfied voice what he was doing here. Guan went up to the hole and saw that inside there were 3 people who were currently buried up to their necks in the ground. Guan once again shouted at his student in a dissatisfied voice and said that he did not understand what was happening here and demanded an explanation. The boy replied that he was finishing what he started. Kang Jin began to explain to his teacher everything that was happening here and tried to explain that burying them was the best solution. Guan said that no matter what terrible act these people did, it does not mean that they can be buried alive in the ground. Kang Jin replied to his teacher that he thinks rationally if he leaves them alive considering the possible consequences. All the gangs will not return and kill all the villagers. Kang Jin said that if you think about it, these bandits asked to save their lives and they promised that they would improve and take the path of truth, but this is a lie. He said that their soul was already saturated with darkness, and the best way would be to simply get rid of them quietly. Guan said that if at least one person from the whole gang finds out about this, and does not come with their whole gang, and cause great harm to the villagers, then Kang Jin will not be able to oppose anything to them. Kang Jin said that he alone can kill all these criminals. He looked at the man who stood behind his teacher and said that anyway, none of the locals would tell anyone anything. He said that he didn't see or hear anything and would keep his teeth. Guan said that this is complete nonsense, and he had not heard anything before. This was an idea and people will sooner or later find out everything, and therefore the boy should have told the teacher from the very beginning about what is happening here. Kang Jin said that at first he wanted to do that, but even if he did that, they still wouldn't demand the money back. Kang Jin asked his teacher if the people from this village could cope with these criminals. The teacher replied that this is still not a reason to solve their problems for them. At that moment, Kang Jin asked his teacher what he would do in his place. Kang Jin said that until now the teacher always gave a reason why this cannot be done or why this action is wrong, but now he says for no reason that this cannot be done. Kang Jin wants to know the teacher if he has a suitable solution. Guan at that moment was thinking that this cannot be done, and whatever the reason may be at the moment, when he will harm people based on his own words. Everything he worked so hard on will simply collapse in an instant. Guan said that from now on his student can forget about the existence of this village. Guan said that the teacher's word is law and the boy must unquestioningly follow all his orders. Kang Jin was angry with his teacher and didn't understand what he should do now, how to do the right thing. Guan looked at his student and hoped that he would listen to him and fulfill his request. Guan went up to his student and told him to go first, and he must now go forward alone and the teacher must restore order here. Guan said that his student should never come to this village again, and he must make a promise. The boy made a promise to his teacher that he would not come here again. Guan hugged his student and told him that he should go and try not to catch anyone's eye. Kang Jin followed his teacher's order and began to walk along towards the forest in order to reach the path and go home. When the boy disappeared into the trees, a very strong wind rose and leaves flew into the air. The man saw that the teacher picked up a shovel and approached the hole in a frightened voice and asked what he was going to do. Guan understood that it was better for him not to get involved in this showdown, but nevertheless he must finish his student's work. Guan understood that no matter what the situation was, he had no other choice and he had to bury these guys. Butler Chan sat in his office and checked documents, and read various papers. Suddenly he heard a knock on his door and realized that it was Teacher Guan, and that's why he allowed him to enter? Chan asked the teacher what happened and is he really looking for a bottle again because he's bored of drinking alone? Guan said that today he would not be in pain for long and asked the butler if the young master had any difficulties. He can always talk to Mr. Zhang, right? The butler replied that he was always ready to listen and even take into account the fact that there had been no news from the young master for a long time. The teacher could just tell him everything. Chan smiled and said that there was no one here except them and they had the perfect company to discuss everything over a cup of soju. Guan scratched his kind and said that the situation was quite serious and he would leave humor for later. Chan realized that now they have no time for jokes. They continued to communicate with each other, and the teacher told the butler everything that happened. Guan asked him if there was someone who could solve this problem. He said that in general the problem had already been solved, but not a single soul yet should remain. The butler replied that they had nothing to worry about, and these people are just robbers, so everyone will be happy. Guan took the butler by the hand and said that he would never forget his help and he had aged a lot and completely stopped thinking about the consequences. So he did a lot of things. Chan asked the teacher not to worry about this because he will take care of everything and solve this problem. Guan said that this will not happen again in the future, and after that he said that he needs to deviate and leave this place. Chan stood still and waited for the teacher to leave his room so that everything would be. When he was left alone in his office, his face turned pale and he thought that the young master had found himself in such a terrible situation. Chan left the room and realized that he needed to solve this problem as quickly as possible. Loud sounds of training were heard in the palace, and this means that the young master has been training since the morning. Kang Jin practiced very strong blows with his fist, and each of his blows was so powerful that the air exploded near his fist. Kang Jin said that he was very surprised to see the teacher not in bed so early. Guan replied that his student was training hard and he should observe the accuracy of his movements. Kang Jin said that before the teacher was not interested in his student's morning training and he slept peacefully at this time. Kang Jin stopped. He went up to his teacher and said that the teacher still didn't explain anything after he forced him to go home alone. Guan thought that the problem was that there were no reasons. If he had told him that he could kill them because there was a reason, he would have created that reason himself. Guan said that he did not explain anything to his student because it was a very difficult situation. Kang Jin said that this doesn't make any sense anymore. Guan took out a towel and wiped the boy's face. He said that Kang Jin should just calm down and not look for the answer to this question. Kang Jin said that in the past the teacher always said the reason. Kang Jin said that it's hard for him to just believe and understand the teacher's words. I don't know the reason. Guan said that there is such a thing as time, and when the time comes he will tell him everything, but for now you have to live in ignorance. Kang Jin replied that he will listen to the words of the teacher, and the right time to find out the reason. Guan said that the inner core that is in his student's body should have become larger after constant training, and in an ordinary person this core is the size of a fist. He wonders what kind of core his student has now. Kang Jin showed a small circle with his fingers and said that his core is now this size. Kang Jin said that his core is now the size of a pea, and if the teacher wants it, he can show it to him now. Kang Jin put his hands forward and air currents began to appear around his body. He used his two hands to create a strong energy core between them. Kang Jin saw his teacher's surprised face and smiled and said that he understood how to use this power. And to be honest, he vaguely feels it when he climbs a tree using the step technique. He moved his hands quickly and his movements created currents of wind. He put his fist forward and made a sharp movement. When he fixed his fist in one position, an explosion occurred in the air, and it felt as if he had just broken a wall. Guan said that this is all very surprising. The student replied that a little more, and he will be able to create a real wave with his blow. He looked at his fist and said that he had been trying to do this for a very long time, and it seemed to him that it persisted, then remained, intensified and decreased again. He said that now he definitely feels this energy, and his strength has become several times greater. Kang Jin said that sometimes his neck hurts when he uses this energy, and at first he thought that he hurt his neck. Guan tried to understand what caused this pain and suggested that it usually manifests itself before a person reaches a state of overflow of energy. But he was told that this is almost impossible. Guan said that he doesn't think it's something serious. It won't be better if he stops training for a while and rests. The student replied that he is currently training because he has the feeling that something is about to burst out of him. Guan said that he once also experienced similar sensations. But in his head he thought that he had never heard of this, and did not even know how to help his student. Chan asked his servant if he completed the task and how accurately he managed to do everything. The assassin replied that the gentleman had nothing to worry about, and everything was done in the best possible way. Chan asked this girl what she did before she started doing this kind of thing. She replied that my task was to appear only if something threatened someone's life. Guan said that now he more or less understands what she was doing. She replied that this was her first mission, and she knew that the old man would come, so she just waited. Chan said that she completed her task well. Next time, he asked her to tell them accurate information as much as possible. She bowed and said that she would obey her master. Chan watched her leave his room and thought that he should report this to the owner, and after the old man came there were too many problems. He couldn't believe that this teacher would just come and ask for help. Chan understood that this teacher, in any case, has something. He sat down at his desk, picked up the documents, and said that he would be on guard until he found out the whole truth about this teacher. Kang Jin went to his friend Hyun's house after school and they cooked a delicious lunch. He put rice in his mouth and chewed it for a long time. The sister reported the news that there are rumors in the village that the robbers who attacked the village suddenly disappeared somewhere. Hyun looked at his sister in surprise and asked her, "Are they really not missing?" She said that the villagers reported that the robbers realized that there was nothing here. The brothers left. The younger brother said that he heard that heavenly punishment descended on them, and they were killed by lightning. Kang Jin started to get angry because he was the one who dealt with these robbers, but no one knows about it. Kang Jin asked the girl how the residents feel about this event. He wanted to know whether they were dissatisfied or not. She replied that all the residents were happy and did not tolerate these robbers for long, and now it became much easier for him to live. He lowered his eyes down and sat silently for several seconds and thought about something. Hyung asked him what's going on with him and why he looks so worried. Kang Jin replied that he just suddenly became curious about something. Kang Jin said that he was curious about what kind of unknown hero showed mercy to the residents who were being harassed by these robbers. He said that the law is far away and that fists are always near, and this night killed all the robbers. Kang Jin said that he thinks that this was how it should have been, and he caught the bad people and got rid of them. However, in real life this does not exist, and apparently the villagers themselves dealt with these robbers. Kang Jin said that even if this hero existed in the real world and actually killed those bandits, he wonders how people would react to this hero and consider him a good guy or a bad guy. Hyun said that this is a very difficult question, and he doesn't know how to answer it correctly. Kang Jin smiled and waited for an answer from his friend. Hyun looked at him and realized that something was fishy here, and he became suspicious. Hyun said that this is a special case and it all depends on the situation and the law. These are just the minimum requirements for people. He said that at the moment when circumstances interfere with the law and it cracks again, and such situations often arise if they continue to act incorrectly, in which case the law will have to be changed. Kang Jin said that he never answered his question. He wanted to know whether this person would be called good or bad for such an act. Hyun said that a person who breaks the law is not a good person, but he is not a bad person either. Kang Jin asked how to understand this. Hyun replied that if he could catch the robbers alone, he would hardly kill them right away. Kang Jin did not agree with his words but saw common sense in them. Hyun said that he doesn't know the motives of this knight, and therefore he has no choice but to think, was this hero really motivated by a sincere intention to help? Kang Jin bit his lip and looked away. Night had fallen and the stars were shining brightly in the dark sky. Kang Jin said that he is just an ordinary, principled, reserved guy and should not be judged for his actions. Guan replied that if he did not have principles, he would be a real weakling and would not achieve anything in his life, but since he already has such unshakable principles, he will successfully pass the state exam and will be able to become a worthy student. Kang Jin lowered his head and said that dealing with your principles is not so easy. Guan said that it's easy to say in words, but trying to stick to your principles is very difficult. Principles are a promise made to yourself, and the essence of the principles is simple. When a person makes a promise to another person, then both of them know about this promise. If it comes to a principle, then only its owner knows about it. Guan said that following your principles to the end is really not easy. Kang Jin told the teacher that day the teacher immediately showed his principles, and when he decided to tell me nothing to his student, these were also principles. Guan looked at his student and didn't understand whether he could tell him about this or not. He told the boy that if he wants to do something, he must think it through to the end, and if he looks for a reason, then in the end everything will collapse. Guan said that he used to say that he wants everyone to respect him, and now he should only think about that. At that moment they saw a star falling in the sky. The gentleman was reading a book and trying to find important knowledge that was written in the book. He threw this book on the table because it was unsuitable, and after that he immediately took the next book. He opened this book and was very surprised when he saw the contents. He said that this is what he was looking for, a very clear position in the body that is drawn in the figure. But this is a base that he has not trained for a long time, and in this position many should be in a stable position and the upper body relaxed. The gentleman understood how this guy was trained and how he even persuaded his student to learn this martial art. He says it looks very boring. The gentleman thought that this teacher made a real person out of his son and caused visible changes in his character. He didn't understand how this teacher managed to achieve such results. It would be nice if he taught him useful things. He thought that while his strength is still quite weak and everything is fine, but it is necessary that everything he will teach him does not reach even the lowest level of martial arts. He remembered the face of this happy teacher and thought that he was too kind and gentle. He wondered how this charlatan knew other military techniques and how he was able to teach this to his son. Guan walked along the city street and thought that he needed to slow down Kang Jin's learning and needed to buy the same useless book as then so that he would start having difficulties in studying. The library ran out of the library and said that he was very glad to see this gentleman. Guan asked the librarian if he fulfilled his request. The librarian replied that a new man has arrived today. Guan asked this librarian did everything work out. The librarian thanked the gentleman for waiting for him. They entered the building and ordered alcohol and began to discuss common matters. Guan listened to this gentleman's speech and was very surprised that he actually turned out to be a mercenary, and this guy was very eloquent, so it was nice to hear him. He thought that maybe next time he would need to take something from the three kingdoms. He thought that it would be nice for his student to learn such a fighting technique. Guan left the building and thought that he was very sorry that he told me more information, even though he told so little, but in detail. And he didn't understand how much time he needed to listen to the stories of all the mercenaries. Guan said that his stomach already hurts from these stories, and it's very good that he still prepared a program for teaching new martial arts. Kang Jin saw his teacher and asked him where he was going. The teacher replied that he was worried that the boy would need his help, so he decided to come. Kang Jin asked the teacher what is this time. He wanted to find out what new martial arts they would study, and said that he did not want to become a military man in the future. Guan asked the boy what he was talking about, and did he really think so badly about his master? Kang Jin said that the master need not try so hard and it would be enough to just talk about the ancient legends. The teacher replied that the boy should not become arrogant, and after that how are things going with his gait? Kang Jin asked the teacher who actually uses this strange gait. He took a few steps and streams of air began to appear around his legs that hugged him. He wanted to demonstrate his gait to his master. Kang Jin said, well, this gait looks like a mockery, but nevertheless he does everything absolutely correctly. Guan said that this is just the basics that need to be studied. People say that when he reaches a high level, he will be able to move through the air. Guan said that he should just do these workouts, and one day he will achieve the desired result. Kang Jin asked the teacher his opinion on who I would choose to take the exam this time. He said that he was very curious to find out. All the students were sitting at school in front of the teacher's table, waiting for what he would say. The teacher said that the most important thing in their education is to start. If they just start doing it, then half the battle is already done. He said that they should not lose concentration and fight with themselves. The teacher looked at his students and said that even though he participated as an examiner, he would not treat them condescendingly just because they were his students. The teacher asked his students not to be shy to express their opinions during the exam. Kang Jin was thinking about something he didn't understand. How long would it all take? He sat at the table opposite his friend and did not discuss the topics of classes that would need to be passed on the exam. They had books on their table with the help of which they studied the topics that would be asked of them in the exam. Hyung asked your friend why he is learning all this. He said that the guy doesn't know all this well. Kang Jin said that he wants to be a serious rival for his friend and know all these topics better than others. Kang Jin said that it's just better. This is all because it's easier and simpler for him, and there's nothing special about it. He turned his head and saw that someone was standing behind him. At that moment, next to him, that I was a teacher who looked at him in love. Kang Jin lowered his head and said that he dug his own grave and now he will have serious problems. At that moment the teacher called him. He raised his head up and looked at the teacher. The old man looked the guy in the eyes and said that he had great hopes for him. Kang Jin looked at the teacher and realized that he would be fine, and he could handle everything. Kang Jin sat at the table and studied everything that was written in the books. It was already very late, and he used the switch so that he had light. He read everything that was written in the book and thought that he didn't understand why he was doing this. He had many other things more important than this. His father knocked on his door and asked him whether he was sleeping or not. The boy replied that he was not sleeping yet. Father opened the door and slowly entered his room. Kang Jin looked at his father and asked what he was doing here. Why did he decide to come in so late? The father said that his son has been studying very hard lately. The guy replied that the teacher asked him to read it. He looked at his father, who was very pleased and did not understand what was happening. The father said that recently his teacher said that the guy was trying very hard and that's why he wanted to praise his son. Kang Jin said that praise would be unnecessary here, and he is just studying hard. The father said that this time he is happy to cover all the expenses of his children who have achieved success in their studies. Kang Jin bowed to his father and thanked him for this kindness. The father said that a boy named Hyun Dae-won has been helping his son a lot lately. Kang Jin said that this guy was his friend and thanks to him he was able to learn a lot. The father said that he thought so and that it would not be easy to study diligently in such an environment, and he is glad that you have become a good friend of his son. Kang Jin said that they always study together. The father looked at him and said that he did not want to burden him, but the boy should know that he had great expectations for him, and asked if he could count on him. Kang Jin smiled and said that he would never disappoint his father. The next day he came to school again and sat at his desk studying with the rest of the students. He didn't expect to be able to speak so openly with anyone other than his friend Hyun and his family members, but lately he's been able to communicate with other students. Every evening he studied hard and studied everything that was written in the books and understood that this was the most important thing for him now. He saw his father in his book and understood that his father could count on him and could not let him down. He said that his father is a very serious person and he always keeps his promises. The most important thing for him is loyalty. Kang Jin said that his father is relying on him for the first time in his life and he can't let him down. He waved his arms and practiced new techniques. Kang Jin felt that his body was full of energy, and he had to throw out this energy in order not to explode. He controlled his breathing while doing the exercises. Kang Jin said that he thinks that soon everything will fall into place, and he will achieve the desired result. He tried to plan his time and always managed to combine studies and training. He didn't know whether it was right or wrong, but he had to sacrifice a lot in order to constantly maintain such a rhythm of life. Kang Jin told his teacher that he can go to bed and still after he finishes training he still needs to read the textbook. Kwon was frozen while he was waiting for his student, but nevertheless said that he would not go anywhere. He yawned and said that since his student was about to combine literacy with martial arts, he should be next to his student at this moment. Kang Jin said that the teacher is no longer that age and must follow the regime, so he just has to go. Kwon said that he knows that the boy is worried about his tormentor because he has matured a lot lately. The guy replied that he wanted to not let his teacher pass the exam. Kwon said that if the boy passes the exam, he will carry him on his back because the guy deserves it. Kang Jin said that even if he comes at this stage, he will still have a whole list of exams that he will need to pass. Kun said that if he goes that far, he won't be able to devote so much time to his teacher. Kwon said that in martial arts he only had to learn how to defend himself in case of danger, and therefore his life would depend on battles and of course he must learn. Kang Jin said that the teacher himself doesn't even know how to read. Kwon replied that this is the whole point, and the student must surpass his teacher. At that moment, Kang Jin realized something very important. He asked the teacher. Did he, too, once want to study martial arts at school? Guan replied that all his life he dreamed of studying in the same way as his student is studying now, but unfortunately he did not have the opportunity. Kang Jin said that you can rely on him, and he will do everything to make people proud of him. You could hear a bird singing outside the window, which meant it was morning. Kang Jin spent the whole night studying books and did not notice how morning came. He stretched and warmed up his muscles in order to wake up. He said that every day of his is similar to the previous one. He decided to test his writing abilities and started writing backwards. Kang Jin didn't complain about his life about what was happening because he had a specific goal. He stroked his pet squirrel with his finger while she was sleeping. He said that he has a goal that he must achieve and everything else does not interest him. He said that it's not at all difficult. The rooster squirrel and his owner went out for training every morning, despite the fact that there was snow on the ground and it was very cold. Kang Jin said that he succeeds in everything and he must become the best student so that his teacher and father will be proud of him. He accumulated internal energy in his body in order to properly release it during training. He controlled his breathing and concentrated on it. Every day he looked for a balance between training and study, and every day he realized that he was able to find this balance better and better. His eyes lit up and he realized that he wanted to become the best in martial arts. 6 months have passed since then, and summer has arrived. Kang Jin asked his teacher what was happening to him, and why did he look so strange. Guan asked how things were going for his student. He has aged Zaya lately. His hair has begun to sit, and his wrinkled face has become several times larger. Kang Jin asked the teacher why he came because he only recently left after illness. It's better for him to rest now. The teacher replied that he spent a lot of time at home because of a cold, and wanted to be outside and get some fresh air. Kang Jin said that if the teacher wants to stay here with the student, he should not have fun in the neighboring village and stay here because he might get sick. Guan said that he is still in the prime of his life and has enough for education and entertainment. Kang Jin replied that he has no doubt about it. Guan said that the guy could climb on his back and he would give him a ride. Kang Jin replied that the teacher still considers him a little child, but this is not true at all. Guan looked at the guy with a sly look and came closer to him. Guan said that until the guy turns 100 years old, he will be his student and will forever remain a child for him. Kang Jin said that he doesn't mind and understands why the teacher treats him this way, but nevertheless, the teacher should know when to stop. Suddenly a gentleman appeared and asked them what was happening here. Kang Jin replied that everything was fine here and nothing special happened. The father said that he never thought that the guy would reach such heights, and he is proud of his son. Kang Jin once promised his father that he would not disappoint him, and he tries to keep his word. The father said that he is not going to make an official out of his son. If he passes this exam, it will already be a huge step forward, so he doesn't have to stress so much. Kang Jin thought that it would be nice if his father was always in this mood. The father looked at the teacher and asked him if everything was okay with him. He said that the road would be quite long. The teacher replied that he was fine and someone should keep an eye on this boy. The gentleman bowed and said that he would always be grateful to teacher Guan Nor. Guan bowed back and said that the master had always been generous to him, and it was he who should thank the master. Guan said that Mister, there is nothing to worry about. The guy will be fine, and he will do everything possible so that Kang Jin passes the exam. They got into the carriages and set off. All the way they talked about different topics. Kang Jin asked her teacher, is this his first time on the Guangzhou network? Guan replied that the last time he was there was 11 years ago. Kang Jin said that he does not understand why the teacher stayed in the city just for the sake of his student. Guan said that he raised him without sparing his strength, and now his student is hinting that the teacher should go far away. Kang Jin said that he will bear all expenses. He closed the book and said that his eyes were already hurting to read and it was too stuffy in this carriage. He climbed out of the window and jumped off the cart. His feet almost touched the ground, but nevertheless they remained in the air. He decided to go for a little run and stretch his bones in order to have some fun. Kang Jin was in good shape and could catch up with the carriage on foot without spending much effort. Guan said that he still doesn't understand why the boy wastes so much energy instead of just resting. Kang Jin said that he was kept at school for a few days so he could concentrate on his studies and his whole body was stiff, and he needed to warm up a little. Guan thought that there is no point in proving anything to this guy because he is stubborn and will always do as he pleases. Guan said that he had never seen luckier guys in his life than his student. He looked at Hyun and said that he was very lucky to have such a friend. Hyun said that his friend Kong Jin will one day be as great a person as his teacher. Guan asked the guy how his mood is. Does he believe in his strength? He said that he heard from his colleague that he was aiming to get first place in the exam. Hyun replied that the teacher always supports him and expects a lot from him. He looked out the window and said that, however, he was wondering if he could pass this exam better than Kong Jin. Kong Jin was running after the carriage at that moment, and was holding a book in his hand. Towards the big mountains in this rhythm they drove for the next few hours. Hyun got out of the carriage with the rest of the guys and said that he was indebted to Kong Jin's father. Kong said that he had already been to their house several times, and he did not understand why the guy was so surprised. Hyun said that he is very glad that they have such a beautiful place to study. Kong Jin said that rest is also very important. Hyun replied that he doesn't know how both of them relate to his friend, but if he doesn't read all the information from the books again, he'll simply forget it. Hyun asked the teacher if he wanted to join him. Guan said that he will rest a little while he checks their things and his whole body hurts after a 10-day journey. Kong Jin said that he got the impression that teacher wanted to find alcohol inside the house. Guan said that if he wants to drink he will go to a nice place and drink. Kong Jin said that his father built this house and there is unlikely to be anything like alcohol here, so they will have to go to the nearest establishment and buy alcohol there. Guan said that this is a tempting offer, but the boy must study. Kong Jin said he'll just buy teacher a drink and get some fresh air. Guan stood thoughtfully for several seconds and thought about how best to act in this situation. An hour later they went to the central square of this city. They walked the streets and looked at everything that was around them. Geisha looked out of the windows of brothels and lured guys to their place and promised that they would help them have a good evening. Guan said that there are a lot of people here and he really likes this city because it's fun here. Kong Jin at that moment thought that the teacher said that he doesn't like going out in public, but he seems to like it more than everyone else. Guan said that we need to go to a good place because the guy wore nice clothes today. Kong Jin said that his father personally ordered these clothes for him. This is the first time he showed such care. A man stood in the square with a torch and showed a fiery performance. Guang and Kong Jin joined the crowd of people watching the performance. The girl walked with a basket and collected coins from people for watching this performance. Kong Jin threw one silver coin into this girl's basket, and she bowed to him and thanked my lord for such generosity. Guan suggested we go further along the street and see what else interesting there is here. But suddenly they heard the voice of some hooligan who was extorting money from people. The man sat on his knees and begged this bandit, "Don't beat him. He said that he has no money now. He will pay next month." The robber kicked him in the face and threw him back. The girl saw that his woman had just been hit by this robber and ran up to him to help him get up. The man said that he will definitely give everything he can next month, but at the moment, he has no money. The robber said that the man would be forced to give the money in any case, but they should have some kind of benefit from this situation. He looked at the girl and said that they must give the money or then they won't beat them anymore. The man bowed to this robber and asked him not to make a mistake. Guan said that this man most likely borrowed money illegally and now cannot pay it back. He said they call it shark loans because when he comes for money he starts acting like a shark. Kong Jin said that it is absolutely normal to return money if you once borrowed it. The teacher answered him that everything is correct, but people don't like them because they demand a huge percentage. Kong Jin asked, do these people really not know that they will need to give the money back with interest? The teacher said that they know everything but still continue to borrow money. The guy replied that some people are just stupid. Guan understood that this guy had never faced financial problems. It would be difficult for him to understand these people. Guan said that Hyun Daewon is also a stubborn guy but still he borrowed money from him one day and sometimes people just have no choice. Kong Jin said that if he had not taken the money, his mother might have died. But Kong Jin asked him for interest. He couldn't even prove that money was borrowed from him. Guan said that he was just an unfortunate person who didn't have such a good friend and that's why he had to take money from these sharks. Guan thought that such a situation did not affect the young master, and it would be better if he did not regret such things because such things happen often. The man held the robber by the leg and begged him to let them go, but in the end he just got hit in the face with a boot and flew back. He flew so far that he fell near the feet of Guan and Kang Jin. The young master looked down and couldn't believe his eyes, because only today he put on these beautiful clothes for the first time. He saw drops of blood fall on his clothes and stain his new beautiful outfit. The robber said that now it's time to take this girl with him and leave here. He approached her and stretched his hands. He said that today she would go with them and entertain them because her father could not give the money. He smiled and said that if they sell this girl well, then her father can live normally. But suddenly they didn't hear the voice of the young gentleman who said that first he would sell these two idiots instead of this girl. Kang Jin looked at these bandits with contempt and understood that they needed to be taught a lesson. The robber came to him and said that one unknown gentleman was fired up with a sense of justice while passing by, and now he will receive several blows to the face. The bandit said that this guy had better pass by and not disturb them. But suddenly he saw that this young gentleman intended to enter into battle with them. Kang Jin kicked this robber in the face with all her might, and knocked out several of his teeth, and broke his nose. The second robber at that moment did not want to stand idle, and immediately pulled his sword out of its sheath. He slowly sneaked up from behind and wanted to strike from behind. Kang Jin made a turn around himself, and wanted to strike the enemy before he got close. Kang Jin kicked this robber in the chest with all his might and threw him aside. The guy hit his back against the wall and received very heavy damage. Kang Jin continued to stand near the fallen opponents and looked down on them with contempt. Guan went to the victims and wanted to help them so that they could feel a little better. Kang Jin continued to beat the robbers and kick them. Kang Jin looked into the eyes of one of the criminals and asked how he dares to communicate with the young master like that. Guan shouted very loudly and ordered his student to stop immediately. At that moment, the rest of the robbers noticed them and began to run to the battlefield to help their comrades. Kang Jin said that another batch of garbage was approaching him, and they forgot to throw it away. He hit one of the bandits in the jaw with all his strength, and elbowed. He punched another robber in the chest, and broke his ribs. After that, he kicked two more opponents, and they flew back. Guan grabbed his student and told him that he asked him to stop and not do this. Kang Jin didn't listen to his teacher and pushed him aside. At that moment he was in a state of rage and didn't understand what he was doing. Guan fell to the ground and felt very strong pain in his back. He said that if he falls like that again, he will definitely die. Guan said that his student was blinded by rage and even hit his own teacher. The guy asked the teacher for forgiveness. Guan thought that it was very painful for him to lose his vigilance, and he needed to stop the guy before he started the battle. Kang Jin said that he knows that the teacher is okay, and when he got hit it felt different. He still asked the master for forgiveness, and asked him to get up. Guan said that he just almost died and his student who killed his teacher had never seen anything like this. Guan said that you can't just start a fight on the street, and the most important thing is that he could kill all these people. Kang Jin stepped on the head of one of the robbers and tried to hurt him. Kang Jin said that these robbers started the fight themselves and he was just defending himself. Guan ordered his disciple to immediately remove his foot from this man's head because he would kill him because of a drop of roofing clothing, and this is wrong. Kang Jin said that these people were taking the man for money and were trying to take his daughter to sell her. He said that his action was no worse than the actions they wanted to do. Guan asked your student why he stood and watched at the very beginning instead of immediately intervening? Kang Jin said that he didn't know what to do right then. Guan people don't start a fight because their clothes are stained with blood. Kang Jin turned his head to the side, lowered his eyes and said that he doesn't understand why he should think like an ordinary person when they don't behave like ordinary people. Guan said that these were just ordinary exceptions to the rules and he should have beaten them up a little, but instead he knocked them all out. Kang Jin sat down to take a closer look at these wounded robbers. Kang Jin said that the only thing he regrets is that he did not rip open their stomachs and simply knock them out. He looked at these wounded guys with a demonic gaze. They went on to walk along the square. Kang Jin said that he didn't think those robbers were going to find a doctor for the father of the girl they beat up. Guan said that these people could have died, and they would have serious problems because of this. Kang Jin said that all the people passed by and did not pay attention to this conflict, and no one could stand up for them. Guan said that this happens because most people are weak and they are afraid that they will also suffer if they stand up. Guan said that the guy is starting to make excuses and he is not like all these ordinary people because he has a good background from a rich family, and a strength that many do not have. Kang Jin's only regret is that he didn't stand up for these people sooner before the blood got on his clothes. Guan yelled at the guy and said that he didn't understand anything. Guan said that this guy should have been taught how to help when he was still a child. Kang Jin asked what he did wrong this time and why the teacher was looking at him with a dissatisfied look again. Guan said that he was just ashamed because he was his teacher. He said that he shouldn't have looked at the guy like that because he is his teacher, and he should have taught him not to let his guard down. But instead he simply accused him. Kang Jin said that the teacher doesn't need to apologize for this. Guan turned his head to the side and said that he was no different from other people who just looked at this fight and did not interfere, and he forgot that he was also a person. Kang Jin said that the teacher is just exaggerating and he is the best teacher who has ever existed. Guan said that it is not only his fault that he insists his student on the wrong path. Kang Jin said that he already apologized once today and the teacher should have covered her complaining after that. He said that they need to go to some place and try local alcohol. Kang Jin and Hyun were sitting in a gazebo located near the lake and preparing for the exam. Hyun read everything that was written in the book and tried not to be distracted and concentrate only on his studies. Kang Jin, on the contrary, could not concentrate on his studies and constantly walked around the gazebo. He looked at his friend and didn't understand how he could not be distracted from reading a book for so long. Hyun asked your friend what happened and why is he sitting in no mood again. Kang Jin answered in a dissatisfied voice that he was fine. After that he said that in fact everything is not okay and he wants to tell him something. Kang Jin told him the whole story that happened to them last night, and he needed to know his friend's opinion. Kang Jin asked him what he would do in such a situation. Hyun said that he would report to the authorities and what happened, and it is their right to take the money that was taken from them, but they should be punished for beating people. Hyun said that people create laws to avoid such situations. Kang Jin said that people say that the fists are closer here. Hyun explained that people say this because they don't always decide fairly and therefore if he becomes a manager, he will severely punish them. Kang Jin said that he was sure that his friend wanted to become a manager just to have a good life. Hyun said what he meant was that he wants to live well but still wants to improve the quality of life for other people thanks to laws. Kang Jin didn't understand why Hyun always sounds so cool when he's stubborn and doesn't want to. Hyun thought that this should be enough for him. Hyun looked at him and said that he remembers what he asked him before and why he should learn. Then he thought he knew the answer, but now it seems to him that he does not know the answers to this question. Kang Jin asked him again why he was studying. Hyun said that he is studying because it is the least of his needs in order to live normally, and he will personally ensure that people can live like human beings. Hyun said that he hopes that his friend will also become such a kind person, and he sometimes thinks about people's pity. Probably this shouldn't be done. Hyun said that he likes it when people pay attention to him, and he should stop feeling sorry for people to focus on his goal, and he can do anything if he decides to do it. Guan, I always told my student that he is special, and he must make sure that even those who do not know him admire him so that they value him so highly that they consider it a great honor to see him at least once. Kang Jin seemed to fall into the ground at that moment, and these words penetrated his very heart. He said that this all sounds very difficult to achieve. Hyun said that it is for this reason that not everyone is capable of such a feat. Guan said that people will never appreciate an act that an ordinary dog can do. Kang Jin looked at his friend and said that what others can't do, only he can do. Hyun and Guan said in one voice that there is always a choice to quit halfway or achieve results, and only he himself should decide. Kang Jin said that if we draw a conclusion from their words in this case, it turns out that you need to sacrifice and endure, and then everything will be possible. Students gathered near the school and waited for the moment when the exam would begin. The guy stood next to his parents and promised them that this time he would definitely pass the exam. The wife and the children asked her husband to try hard this time and pass the exam. Suddenly a loud ringing sound was heard and some students went to school. Birds were flying in the sky at that moment, and they looked like small dots on a blue canvas. Kang Jin was tired of waiting. I wanted this exam to start as quickly as possible. Kang Jin was worried about his friend, and he was worried about the thought of whether he could beat his best friend in this exam. The examiner stood near the table and waited for all the students to come in and take their seats. He picked up a red scroll and said that from now on the exam begins. The students were worried because at that moment the fate of many of them was to be decided. Many immediately wet their brush and began writing answers on a piece of paper. The inkwell was their weapon for the next few hours. Kang Jin kept up with the other students and slowly answered the questions in this exam. Kang Jin at that moment was thinking that this exam is very stupid because instead of ordinary tests, he has to write a whole book. He sat at his desk and concentrated only on the questions asked. At school, the voices of students were heard who tried to answer some questions out loud and constantly communicated with themselves. Kang Jin held the paper with the answers in his hands and reread them carefully. He decided to understand his hand and look at the other students who surrounded him on all sides. He realized that he completed the exam faster than all the other students. Kang Jin even beat his best friend in writing this exam. But suddenly he felt a strange energy, and turned his head back to understand who this energy came from. He saw a guy who also passed the exam faster than everyone else. This guy sat and looked at him. He looked at Kang Jin with a stubborn gaze and did not turn away. Kang Jin realized that I am the only one here who passed this exam, and this guy looks very confident. He had a large amount of paper on his desk, and it was all covered with answers. Kang Jin didn't understand why this guy was looking at him and laughing because from his side it looked very impolite and arrogant. They were sitting at neighboring tables and it seemed that at that moment all the other students had disappeared somewhere. The house was quiet and calm at that moment. Everyone was waiting for them to return after the exam. Guan saw his student who returned home and immediately asked him how was the exam. Kang Jin asked the teacher why he was acting so strange today as if he saw his son. Guan said that judging by his mood, he could understand that he failed the test. Kang Jin said that the test was elementary, and it was impossible to fail it. Guan asked what happened to his mood. Kang Jin immediately remembered the arrogant face of the guy who took the exam with him. He said he doesn't know what's happening to him, and he's just in a bad mood. Kang Jin asked Master O, "Is it possible to get a list of examinees?" The master replied that it could be done, but he did not understand why. Kang Jin said that nothing special happened, he just wanted to know who the person at number 13 was. The master replied that for this they should send a request to his father, and give the reason why they need to find out who this person is. Kang Jin asked for this information to be provided to him in any way, and he wrote the test well so there is no need to worry about his father. The master lowered his head and said that he would take care of this matter for a while. It will take a little time. So for now, the young master can go home. Kang Jin said that he just saw one person today who spoiled the mood. He asked his master, are there also many special students like him in this place? Guan asked what exactly does his student mean when he says special. Kang Jin said that he has a suspicion that this guy is a special student like him. Guan said that there is no need to worry about this, and there are many special people in the world. But now Kang Jin is just sensitive to the new environment. Guan took him by the hand and clothes and said that there is no need to burden his head with this, and now they should go and eat delicious food because the exams will end. Guan looked at Hyun and told him that today I won't drink a lot of alcohol, and the guys should have learned this from adults. Guan started laughing and said that today they would drink a lot of alcohol and eat delicious food. Guan remembered how he once talked with his friend and asked him if he had ever met someone as unique as himself. His friend replied that this happened several times. Guan said that when he first saw him, he felt like he had a better chance of surviving with him. This guy replied that he was jealous of his sixth sense. Guan asked how it was. The guy replied that if he meets someone like him there are only two options. He explained that they either become good friends or mortal enemies, and he knows his enemy, and the enemy knows him, and it is difficult to achieve anything when you feel something like that. They had already drunk several bottles of rice wine, and the guys slowly began to fall asleep on the table. Guan drank another shot and realized that these guys are so weak that they can't drink with him on equal terms. Guan said he wanted to ask Chief Minister O a question. He asked what happened and what question bothers him. Guan said that he wants to talk about Kang Jin's request. He said that when the gentleman finds out who this person was, first of all he needs to notify Guan. O said that he didn't understand what was happening and asked him to explain. What is the problem, and why does the young master want to find this person? Guan said that nothing bad happened. He explained that knowing the young master he was just very curious because Kang Jin is not often interested in anyone. If it doesn't work out, he will find out the name directly from his father. O said that everything is fine and he will fulfill any request and tell the teacher the name of this guy before he tells the boy. Guan turned his head back and looked at him to find out what was happening to him now. Kang Jin was sleeping soundly lying on the table with drool dripping from his mouth. Guan held a glass of alcohol in his hand and was thinking about whether he should continue drinking or should he stop. The next morning they set out again, and rode horses along a long ramp. Kang Jin said that he was sure that his teacher served in the army, but he doesn't understand why the teacher is so bad and rides a horse. Guan said that he knows how to ride a horse a little because he has had little practice. He said that ordinary soldiers rarely rode horses. Kang Jin asked the teacher was he an ordinary infantryman. Guan said that he hates the cavalry because they always look down on others. Kang Jin suggested that his teacher often fought back cavalrymen. Guan said that very few people had the opportunity to ride a horse before they die, and usually these people are from rich families. Kang Jin said that he would most likely be accepted into the army, and that it would probably be better than reading books all day. Guan said that the guy says that because he has no idea what an army is and has never been to war. He said that the teacher still wakes up from a nightmare and dreams of being dragged into the army. Kang Jin said that this place suits him. The teacher replied that the boy was mistaken and had no idea what he was talking about. Guan said that in such a place, talented people die first. Kang Jin said that the teacher didn't talk much about being in the army, so he's very curious. Guan said that the army is not a place for people, and it forces them to do things they shouldn't. Kang Jin said that now he is even more curious. Guan said that if the master tells him what it means, he must listen, and in the army his dreams would never come true. Guan said that all the boy would get in the army is just attention, but this attention would be from real monsters. Kang Jin said that this place is not really suitable for him because he wants to become great. The teacher replied that in this case he shouldn't even think about the army. Kang Jin said that every time he thinks about a great man, thoughts flash through his head that it will not be easy. The teacher replied that as soon as he manages to do this, the goal will be sweet. Kang Jin asked the teacher how to become great. The teacher replied that with his great talent he would have an equally great responsibility. Kang Jin asked the teacher about what responsibility is he talking about now. Guan explained that in the army, thousands of soldiers die because of the words of the actions of their generals, and they are not responsible for their lives. Guan said that many of his allies survived thanks to his decision. But on the other hand, many can suffer due to wrong decisions, and this pain is a sense of responsibility. Kang Jin asked the teacher, are these opposite things a responsibility? Guan said that every person in the army works to become a general because generals do not die in wars and they lead the war and decide how to act. Guan looked at the guy and realized that you should never let your guard down when talking to him about something like that. Guan said that a general can think if you have only 100 or 2 people under his command, but without a sense of responsibility, he can never become a general who will be responsible for thousands of tens of thousands of lives. He said that if a person is mad or born with a silver spoon in his mouth, it is not easy to deal with such responsibility. He remembered the moments of his life when he stood on the battlefield, and around him there were wounded dead bodies of his brothers in arms. Guan said that among the soldiers, many feel guilty because of the death of their comrades whom they could not protect, and they cannot even imagine how guilty the general and those responsible for thousands of deaths feel, and therefore they do not sleep at night trying to make the right decision. Kang Jin said that being a general is very difficult. Guan tried to explain to him that not everyone can become great, but is it worth trying for this? The more people for whom he is responsible, the more those who respect him. Kang Jin scratched his beard and said that he needs to find out more about this responsibility. Kang Jin said that this story reminded him of his pets, his rooster Cheeky and the squirrel Grindy. Guan said that this is also one of the practices of a sense of responsibility. Kang Jin said that now it became clear to him that the teacher planned this in advance. Guan looked at him, smiled and said nothing. They stopped in the mountains and decided to take a break. Kang Jin was very tired and tried to regain his breathing. It took him a long time to climb to the top of the mountain. It took a lot of strength from him. He said that he was very tired because he climbed the mountain, and now he can feel how long I sat and asked the exam. His heart was beating very quickly in his chest, and he didn't know how to stop it. Kang Jin said that he was very pleased to feel alive again. He spread his arms to the sides and felt the wind blowing around his body from different sides. Guan climbed the mountain and asked the guy why he didn't wait for him. The guy replied that the teacher was too slow. Guan said that a student will understand the teacher when he is his age, and moving quickly when you are an old man is very difficult. Kang Jin said that the teacher himself forces the student to do what he cannot do. Guan looked at the beautiful view and said that in the mountains the air is completely different, and that's why he loves the mountains. Kang Jin said that the training starts right now and asked the master to stop drinking just because he is old. Guan said that he himself will decide what to do. Kang Jin said that he needs to stop just sitting and reading books and take nice breaks like now. The teacher replied that this is not a bad idea. It doesn't take much time. Guan asked the guy how does it feel to be a great man. Kang Jin said that he needs to pass another exam. If he passes this exam, in which case the world will be in his power. Guan agreed with his student that if he passed this exam, the world would belong to him. Kang Jin suddenly decided to work out and started doing circular movements with his legs. His hands moved very quickly and easily. He waved goodbye around his body and made quick movements. Guan looked at him and thought that his student was very cool. Master O said that he managed to find out about the Guangdong combat base. He said that this is the most famous martial arts base among all Bulsan, and it is often said that there is no better martial arts base yet. Guan said that this is the only son of the local manager. The master replied that everyone was surprised that the only heir of a martial artist to work in the government. Guan said that this means he has no talent for martial arts. O replied that this is not the reason, and the manager says that his son, very talented, will surpass him by the age of 30. Guan asked, is this boy really that good at science and martial arts? The master replied that the people here respect him as much as Bulsan. O said that this guy is also very kind, and 2 years ago he took a gold bar from the house without his father's knowledge and donated it to help the region affected by the flood. Master O explained that it must have been difficult for his father, but thanks to this, the reputation of the battle base has improved. So he just laughs it off, and he also passed the first exam, and now prepare for the John exam. O said that now all this needs to be told to the young master. Guan thought that the young master was quite sensitive this time, and he didn't think there would be any problems with it. He allowed the master to go and tell the young master everything. Kang Jin was currently training and killing a tree with his wooden sword. He constantly thought about your boyfriend whom he saw at the exam, and he wanted to find out as soon as possible what kind of person he was. He still remembers his arrogant, sly look. Kang Jin said that he felt something was missing and his eyes were not real. He said that the master used to say the same thing, that his friend hides his identity to build relationships with other people. He picked up his wooden sword again and held it out in front of him. Kang Jin made conclusions about this guy. The first conclusion was that he is older than him. After that he thought that he will know more and achieve more when he reaches his age, and he can secretly sell more gold than this guy because his father is rich. Kang Jin promised himself that he would never be in second place again, and everyone would admire him for being better than the rest. But still he couldn't calm down, and under the glass across his face, Kang Jin didn't understand why this guy bothered him so much. He couldn't stop thinking about him. One thing he knew for sure was that he needed to continue training and improve himself every day. That day they decided to train near the pond. Kang Jin trained barefoot in order to better feel the ground and stand on his feet. He walked barefoot on the stones and got used to the pain. When he stepped on a stone, he immediately made a push and quickly began to run forward. He ran over the stones and tried to balance. Guan watched him and thought that the guy wouldn't last long if he constantly ran over these stones. He thought that if you trust the words of the narrator, this is the only way you can master the assassin's walking technique. Kang Jin asked the master if he can do this gait. The teacher replied that the guy was doing great. Kang Jin asked the master to teach him the third level of this gait. Kang Jin said that he wanted to learn a move to get close to his opponent, and not let him sense his presence. The teacher replied that he would teach him this some other time. Kang Jin said that he already needs to go study with Yun. Kang Jin said that if training is finished for today, he will go to study. The master replied that the promises given to friends are very important. Kang Jin ran to put on his shoes and said that soon they will train together again. Guan said that he still needs to wait a few days to hear the story from the narrator to the end. The narrator spoke very loudly about the various techniques of the assassins. People behavior sat at tables and listened to the narrator while drinking alcohol. Guan was one of these people who sat in the hall and drank while listening to this man's stories. The artist demonstrated how his body was pierced by a knife and said that the assassin had finally successfully completed his mission. He said that it was in this way that Sosin died, but after that he became known as one of the greatest assassins in the world. After that, he thanked all the guests for not listening to this story. People planned for this artist and thanked him for telling such an incredible story. He bowed to his audience and thought that if they liked this story so much, they could give him money, and yet he tells such interesting stories. His pocket is always empty. He suddenly saw that some man extended his hand to him, striving for silver coins. Guan thanked this man for his story and said that he wants to give this money to him as payment for this show. Guan asked this artist if he had any stories about assassins because he really liked this story. The artist said that he has a lot of such stories, and he will prepare one story for this gentleman. Guan said that in this case he will definitely come next time. If possible, he will ask the gentleman to tell this story from beginning to end. Guan said that it was time for him to leave and said goodbye to this artist. He counted the coins that this old man gave him and thought that this gentleman was most likely some rich man. He called an employee of the establishment named Assam and said that he wanted to know something. Assam asked what happened. The artist asked him who this old man was. He said that he sees him here every time, and he always has money. Guan was leaving the establishment at that moment, and slowly opened the door. Assam said that this is Mr. Guan and he is a regular visitor here, and this gentleman is a member of the Li family. But he does not know the details on life of this person, and just knows that he sometimes goes with the young master. The artist was shocked when he found out all this information. He thought that now he was starting to smell money, and this made him work even more. Night fell and it was very quiet and dark in the mountains. Some armed people were lying along the forest and were in a hurry somewhere. Suddenly they decided to stop. One man looked back and loudly shouted to his comrades to stop too. He said that they were already far enough away and now was the time to take a little rest. The man was very tired and did not know how to regain his breath after such a long run. He asked his partners what organization these people were from. And so the friend replied that he didn't know. It was clear that they were well prepared and the reason why these guys came into their possession was unknown. The third guy said that at the moment they have such a large number of enemies that it is impossible to count them on one hand. But it is still unclear what they should do next, and they have lost everything they had. He said that they have options. They need to find a new place and start over. They were waiting for what the other guys were waiting for. There was no time to escape. The third guy said that if they had a rest then they need to move on, and they are probably already catching up with them for letting them grab them for nothing. They hit the road again and started running. They understood that they couldn't stop for long now. Suddenly they saw the enemy in front of them. You stopped because it was impossible to run further. The assassins sat on a stone and waited for them, as if they knew that these bandits would run through this place. They asked these bandits to run faster next time because they were tired of waiting here for a long time, and thought that they would fall asleep. The robber pulled his sword from its sheath and prepared for battle. He asked these assassins where did they come from here. I wanted to know what organization they were from and why they were attacked. Assassin said that people often think that they are from an organization of directors, but this is an organization of ordinary puppies who don't know how to do anything. The robber looked at them and thought that there were only 2 of them, and they should not cause them many problems. There were 3 robbers. Instead of running, they can try to defeat their opponents. He lunged forward and shouted to his friends that he needed to kill these idiots. The assassin stood in place and gave it away when the robbers got close enough. He said that he really hoped that their skills would justify the time they spent waiting. The assassin was easily able to block the enemy's blow. He pushed off the ground and jumped back. He flew back several meters to avoid taking damage. The killer made several quick strikes with his sword and caused damage to his opponents. After that, he very quickly began to run forward and wanted to get to his main opponent. He caught his sword in the air and was about to use it. He pulled the sword out of its sheath at the moment when the sword was in the air. After that, he struck with his sword from above. 2 quick blows cut the enemy's body and caused severe damage to him. The assassin immediately drew attention to the remaining opponents who at that moment were not far from him. They ran to meet him and wanted to strike from both sides. The assassin was several times faster than his opponents, and therefore he was able to dodge their attacks and immediately counterattack them. He exposed his dream and saw his opponents' bodies fall to the ground. He lowered his sword and turned around to see what was happening to his enemies. The blood of his sword fell to the ground. He said that these guys are very famous in these parts. He didn't think that everything would be so easy. He said that it was a very easy battle and he didn't even have time to have fun and play with them. He looked at his partner in surprise. I couldn't believe that he dealt with these robbers so quickly. The assassin bowed to the gentleman who suddenly appeared in front of him, and the second assassin looked at him in surprise. A gentleman in a white mask appeared in front of them. He asked, were they really that bored? The gentleman looked at this guy and asked in a rude voice, is there really someone here who should amuse him? They silently looked at this gentleman, and cowered in fear.